everybody. Welcome back to the Pylon Show. It's episode number 101. We skipped last week, so we have a lot to talk about, a lot of guests to talk about it with. It's going to be a lot of fun. Before we introduce everyone, let's quickly run through our sponsors and whatnot. First off, check out ThePylonShow.com. This is for all of your Pylon Show needs. The show notes, where to download it, where to watch it, when the next one is, leave a question, go on the forums. So many things. It's crazy. ThePylonShow.com. Check out Patreon.com/ThePylonShow. This is the #1 way to support the Pylon Show. Thank you, everyone who's a Patreon member, whoever has been. We really appreciate you. You're awesome. You're amazing. There's all sorts of perks in there. Check it out. Patreon.com/ThePylonShow. And then, of course, our Matcherino. They're great. Matcherino.com/ThePylonShow. You can go ahead and type in our code under the contribute button. This week, it is Talking Hot Dog. Roddy said no this week, but we did invite him. So Talking Hot Dog. Check it out. Also, we have some new merch on there, including a very cute talking hot dog. Yeah, so that's that. Check it out, matcherino.com/ThePylonShow. So this week, look at who we have here. I've been asking Wardy every week for about a year now to get back on the show. I know it's a terrible time for you, Wardy, but thank you for coming. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm good. I'm excited to be back. I've been trying to make room, but there's just so much StarCraft in the world, Dan. It's tough.
Well, that, Wardy, is very much your fault. I just want to throw that out there. The busiest man in StarCraft, I think. This week in StarCraft, it's going to be this Wardy in StarCraft soon. That's what the initials are going to change to. Thanks for coming on, though. Middle of the night. So we'll be moving this week in Wardy to the end of the show and letting everyone go before then. Zombie Grub, welcome back. How are you doing?
What's up? I'm good. I did a cheese stream today and made a couple people mad.
Yeah?
It's always fun.
What's a cheese stream? You just cheese people?
Yeah, exactly. I call it wine and cheese. So I drink wine and cheese people on the ladder, and they whine at me.
That's amazing. Wine and
clever.
cheese and wine. Does your MMR generally go up or down when you do this?
I have an entire different account, and now I play random. I actually become that asshole on ladder. I random, I don't tell race, and I cheese. And I'm currently Masters 3 with it, so...
Damn, not bad. All right.
I think the reason Artosis asks is because he thinks it's like more samurai to not ever cheese. And then he has a Protoss account where I think he cheeses some and he feels like he wins, because it's so easy to just make the gateways and keep producing cellos. Yeah, right?
I mean,
no, I do.
I
warm up with one proxy 2 gate every single day. I got it up to 2,000 MMR, but I keep hitting Protosses, and apparently only Protoss can stop Protoss. It's a crazy thing. So I check people's MMR on their cheese days. It's a very fascinating topic.
Is this a separate account, or is it your same account?
It's separate. It's a separate account.
Okay. What's your MMR now on that account?
On that account, it fell down a bit because I hit like 6 Protosses in a row.
Oh,
so it's like,
okay.
I think it's 1875 right now, but we're going to get it back. We're going to get it into A. It's going to be great.
Okay, so you're basically, are you gonna, if there is a show match against Stasos, maybe it could be a PvP then?
Yeah. Make my gates right in the center and see if he can stop it. That's what I do. All right. Well, Cats, how are you doing, man? Welcome back.
Great. I'm doing good, yeah.
Yeah, not as much in the team league, though.
Not as much in the team league, no.
We'll talk about that in a second. And Maynard, we found out last Pylon show when it was mostly a Trash on Maynard fest that you have been on the show more than any other guest. Welcome back. How are you doing?
Yeah, look, after the fourth or fifth time that I was dumpstered on that show, I just logged off. So I assume it was good and a great celebration of the 100th episode of the Pylon Show, 10th anniversary of StarCraft 2. Yeah, no, I'm doing great. Here on the, I think it's 20th time. Was it 19 times I was on the show?
Something like that, man. It's a lot of. I can't remember.
You gotta get new guests, man. To diversify, dude. I'm on the show way too often.
I don't know. I like you, and you're in the right time zone and shit. And like, yeah, it just works out
like
perfect.
You too.
And Wardy keeps saying no. So what the fuck am I supposed to do, right?
You know, I'm known as Wardy B. I actually have an account on BattleNet.
I like it.
I'm a picture-in-picture guy. I'm like, just in case Wardy needs me, I'm looking at a hatchery where a drop's unloading in the mineral line. But
Wait,
no,
that's
I'm
actually you.
doing
You're
good, man.
actually Wardy B.
No.
That's amazing. That would be cool.
Oh, we almost got one. No, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Just had one of those days where I woke up a little bit later because I didn't have to stream this morning because I knew I was on the ThePylonShow. So it's been a pretty chill morning, just taking it easy. I've got my 10 a.m. whiskey's been poured. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be one of those days.
Nice.
So
Excellent.
cheers, everyone. Cheers.
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 All right.
Oh.
Okay. So about today's show, we have like a lot of topics. I've been meaning to go over the Warchest Team League some. So we're going to talk about that. Invited all people from that. Of course, already heavily involved. And you guys have your teams, and we can talk about how those are doing. We have, a couple of you are struggling a little bit within the Team League, unfortunately, but that's okay. And then we're gonna talk about the new balance patch update that they kind of released. They put on the PTR. It's not live yet or anything. And then we'll talk a little bit about that the Australian drama that is going on as far as servers and whatnot, because
Spicy.
that's a lot of fun. I was trying to do a show based around that this week, but everyone said no. So enough people said no that I'm like, we'll do the Team League. All right. And of course, like I mentioned, this week in StarCraft will be at the end because this is a ridiculous time for Wardy to be up. Thank you again.
Sounds like a very spicy episode.
It's a good episode. I'm glad you guys all came, so thank you. Okay, so Warchest Team League. Obviously, this is getting like insane reviews. Everyone is really enjoying the hell out of this league. Obviously, there was like this little tiny bit of drama at the beginning with the team. The actual StarCraft teams being like, damn, it's like you're calling it a team league and all this. But it seems like everyone's really enjoying themselves with it. I just wonder what your guys' impressions of the format of it are so far.
Anyway, we're all too polite.
If
We're all too
anyone
we're all
wants
too polite. It's like,
that's
let's
it for the
talk
Pylon
first.
Show,
Let's talk
guys.
No, I for me, I feel like there's. I mean, Wardy will agree with this, and if we had Ollie Molly on here, she'd also have a thing or two to say about it. But there's been too many ace matches. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that the rosters aren't super deep. It's a roster of 4 players, so you kind of only need to win like a map. If you have a star player that didn't win that one map, you have one of your non-star players win that one map, then you kind of are going to have an ace match. Like it will happen because your star player will generally win, and then that star player will come again in the ace match usually. So I feel like if I had to, like, I really, really love the format, and I really, really love that it's getting good reviews, because I knew that even though people were upset on Reddit, and that's like everyone gets really excited over a drama and over something, they're like, yay, I can shit on something, woohoo,
Yeah.
So they like to do that, but I knew deep down that when the league started, people would like it, because the whole idea of having the commentators commentate with each other when their teams are battling, having a bit of a bias cast, having a bit of a dig at each other. Sometimes it happened, sometimes it didn't. But I feel like it was perfect for people to enjoy, which I'm glad to hear it has. Viewership hasn't been incredible on YouTube on the mainstream because it's a channel that never has streamed ever. It's also been a pretty dormant YouTube channel for the most part. It has a YouTube video when there's a new co-op commander, basically, or a huge redesign, which is very rare. But I actually think it's been like, it's one of those things that if we did it on the regular, I think just like GSL, it would grow and grow and grow, and I think that it would have a pretty sick viewership in the end. And we, of course, there's Twitch as well. But I think format-wise, if I had to change it to make it something that I would really love, I think that I would like to have a deeper roster. So I don't know if we might have to invite less commentators. And if I need to take a bullet for that, then that's fine, because I really would enjoy this as a fan, to see a deeper roster so that more of those players got picked, so you could have more players getting picked in the general sense, but also
I'm sorry, just to interrupt, because I really like it. I really like the thought that you're going with. I don't think that you could make it, for example, so that more people enter, but maybe it's merit based within the team, like how the prize division is, and you still get a good enough incentive for the best players to show up and participate and try their best.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I just wanted a deeper roster, just because I think that it would also not only do more people get involved, there would be less ace matches.
Yeah, I'm for your idea. I'm saying you can do deeper rosters, and then you can make it so that the prize distribution is based on wins, for example, so that again you don't have to, so that the top players still have an incentive to all participate, essentially.
Sure, whatever. But as I was just Yeah, okay, thank you. That's awesome. So I know that a lot of the broadcasts have gone really, really long, and it's been tough for the admins and stuff to do all that work. Often the last broadcast or second to last series of the day is from replays because all the Koreans need to go to sleep because it is like 2 or 3 a.m. at that point, or even deeper. I'm not too sure how deep the rabbit hole goes. I've never been on that late. But yeah, it'd be nice to find something in the middle there to get more players involved and to make it a little bit less rough on the admins.
Yeah, you mentioned the viewership isn't that good on the YouTube. I noticed that the VODs are all 100K plus basically, but like the live is not good.
7K.
It's like 6,000-7,000, which is pretty respectable.
Yeah, that's not super good. Yeah,
but like, yeah, exactly. Like
it's a bit
obviously
higher.
GSL is like 15,000, 18,000. But GSL is like one of those things that has had a lot of time and also consistency on YouTube to build.
Yeah,
whereas this thing's kind of I really hope that it comes back again because I just think this has been a big W for the community. The community loves it, and I'd love to see it again.
Cool.
You were saying something, Wardy? Sorry, didn't mean to cut off.
I think the viewership's actually been a bit better than that. It's been like 8 to 10K, and when Serral plays someone good, it gets like 12K. So it's been
okay.
I think above expectations considering the fact it's on YouTube and a new channel and kind of out of nowhere. So
I think if the streaming continues on YouTube, like you said, GSL built up, we get great viewership. It doesn't even matter that we left Twitch. The viewership is the same, or maybe even slightly better this year.
Better.
So whether that's
better, yeah,
right, yeah. So YouTube
GSL
seems to work completely fine for GSL.
When GSL first went onto YouTube, it started at like 10-ish because it took a little bit for people to realize where it was, I think, as well as the fact that it just built over time for people to go, okay, that's where GSL is. And it just took a little bit for people to realize, oh, it's on YouTube now. I need to swallow that bitter pill of I can't spam Monkus and I can't do, I can't do my Kappas, my Poggers. So now I need to go to YouTube where all the sex bots are and just a huge wellspring of opinions. Like, YouTube chat, man.
The Twitch chat is full of princes and scholars compared to the YouTube chat. The YouTube chat is so terrible right now.
If Twitch chat for GSL got together, they could finish the SpaceX project, whereas the YouTube chat. I'd be surprised if they could start a fire. The YouTube chat, if they all got together.
If they did, it would definitely be indoors.
Indoor one, that's right. It would burn the house down, and it would be an uninsured house.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. Okay. Any additional thoughts, Zombie Grub, on the format, how it's going?
Yeah, I agree that I think it would be better off as a best of 7. It also would mean a little less on the star power, the ace matches. We obviously don't have the it's awesome to have a team league, but it's not quite the same power as like a team league. Like we're not talking about pro league where we have coaches and analysts who can be like, well, they're clearly going to send this guy on this map. Like we literally just go like, what do you want to play? I don't know, I guess this one. Like, all right then. Which anyways, I think Maynard's right. That's why we have so many ace matches, because we have ace players have more weight in this league. So that would be great. Let's see. And then if you had that, maybe like you pay everyone a little bit less, but you could also spread out the days more. Maybe help that YouTube consistency a bit more. That's what I would like to see. But I'll say from my side, I thought this was going to be a complete disaster. I was not a fan of hearing when they were first going to do this way back when I heard the rumors. And I'm glad to say that I'm completely wrong. I mean, I think a lot of that, like, I have to give the huge shout out to Wardy and Oli Moly and anyone else who helped out behind the scene, because the number one thing about a team league is that it's a fucking disaster to run. And it doesn't ever seem worth it as well, because you rarely ever get credit. Basically, people are like, yay, team league, we need one of these, and then no one watches it, no one says anything about it. So I think that when you have 8 star power people, which I just need to call myself star power, but yeah, it's kind of true, actually come in, and like it seems like we actually have a lot of talk about it and a lot of appreciation for it, and we're even seeing things we haven't really seen before, which like is like not even really important, but just the idea that we can actually talk to players and get their input and say like, oh my god, they just came on Discord and went rec. Like that's an amazing thing they don't really have anywhere else right now.
Yeah,
that's where I liked my team so much that they would always do that. Yeah, I think those are all my thoughts.
Cool. Well, I know it's like a little bit late, but I would like to talk about how you guys approached the draft. and why Fear Dragon's the greatest drafter in the whole world.
His team is on top of the ladder, Artosis, which is just fucking mind-boggling. But okay. So for me with the draft, what I specifically wanted, and I mentioned it in the draft show, is I wanted a mixture of really solid players. I wanted a really solid player. I wanted a dark horse, and I wanted a really good best of one player, and then maybe one more of each one of those three. So I got my 2 best of one players. So I got my Parting and my Ragnarok. Basically, what I did is the hardest thing in the whole world was my first draft pick, because I was on the fence, and I remember even being at a cafe like with my wife, and she's like, "Why are you looking at your phone the whole time?" And I'm like, "I've got to get this draft." It's like Morty's messaging me saying, "Hurry up, you got to do your draft." And I'm like, "Oh God, I just can't decide." It took me 4 hours to pick my and I couldn't decide if I wanted Parting first or Cure first, because I thought that if I didn't pick Cure, that I was going to regret it. And if I didn't pick Parting, then someone was going to get him next round. You know what I mean? Like I thought for sure when my draft pick rolled around again, because I was in the middle, it was a snake draft. So we started at 1, went all the way to the end, and then back again. So I was towards the end. And I thought, there's no way in the next 4 or 5 picks that when it rolls around to me that Parting gets through the net. Because Katz even was at the end of the draft and he got 2 back to back. So that's like a lot. And I thought, oh shit, the Parting's got so many fans. He's such a great best of one player. He's such a brilliant pick. And luckily, I got my 2 favorites. So I was very happy about that. So I ended up getting the solid guy, the best of one guy. And that's basically my whole thought process on it. I wanted a specific roles to be filled. And I feel like the teams definitely had that. So I was very happy.
Cool. Okay. I like the strat. How about you, Katz? How did you go about picking this?
You're laughing. Wow.
Great ID for your team, by the way. Sort of.
Oh, that was Ravi. That was all Ravi.
That was Fear Dragon.
That was Fear Dragon. I needed an assister. I knew I picked 4 people with an S at the start, but I didn't know what to make of it. So I enlisted Ravi. I thought he was gonna throw something with the 4 S's, but then he did this, and it was even greater. So yeah.
How did you approach that?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I had an approach going into it, because the draft was so dynamic and you never know what to expect, right? Like Maru not being picked for as long as he was, for example, was surprising to everyone. And there were just surprises along the way, I think, as far as the draft. So I picked Stats and Sue because they were strong, and then I wanted to pick something like DRG and Lambo, and I thought I might get away with it, but that was I was dreaming with picking up the RG at that point. So in retrospect, maybe I could have picked up the RG first, but impossible to know that he is in the shape that he's in. I think, right? Like, because he's really good
on the rise at the time, but not like top 40
ESL. Yeah. When I ask him, he's like, "I'm not tournament winner level," and then it's like, okay, well,
what the fuck do you know?
But he's kind of like that. It's that he wants to be better still, right? Like, and he sees room for improvement.
Okay. You just want to lean.
But when the time came, I guess, there were a few open players. But the disputable plays, I guess, are Sort of and Soul. They didn't fare well in the team league, and they are definitely underdogs. But I thought, I think Nate put it well when, with he's not here to defend his pick, but that's been the most attacked pick is the Supernova pick. I thought this league was an opportunity to also put like some money in the pockets of players that, live off of StarCraft. And I felt like Soul and Sort of are both extremely hard-working players that haven't quite caught a break competitively, that don't make a ton of money competitively, but they have that drive and they play all day and they are everyone's sparring partners. And I thought that maybe the team league could be a place that they could use to develop as players and to be honest, I mean, Sue dropped a couple of maps that he shouldn't have dropped. And the rest of it kind of went as expected. Soul had the toughest opponents possible. Like, Soul had to play mostly with server ping disadvantage, and his opponents were Innovation, Serral, Reynor, Trap, and you could argue it's like you could make a list of like who are the best 4 players in the world, and those were his first top 4 opponents. So it's I mean it's rough for the guy. I really wanted to see one of them rise up to the occasion. It didn't happen. We're eliminated, but we'll see what happens in the last day at least.
Okay,
I'm happy with him.
All right. Zombie Grub, how about you? How did you approach?
So I was going to pick all the players that I liked.
All right.
Yeah, and it worked out super well.
Yeah, you
I
nailed
love
that.
that
Look at that.
Love that.
Okay, no,
draft
hold
screen.
up. No, like
this
if
way
you're
it
not
is
gonna
cool.
defend your team, to be honest, Innovation underperformed so much, right? Like let's like if you look at Innovation and his Aligulac, I mean, he was supposed to win. I think more than a few of the matches that he dropped.
He was so I didn't know I was supposed to defend my team. I just thought we were saying why the draft went the way we did.
Yeah, but I just like that your team is
I'll
3
go into
foreigners. Like it was like an underdog going in, and I think it was like a really strong team, and the foreigners did really good.
We lost games that we like literally shouldn't have, like literally throwing games. Innovation definitely didn't. In comparison to the other aces of the other teams, he was actually atrocious, which is not just weird because it's Innovation, but it's also like he in the past has actually been very good at team leagues. So he actually at the end of the we have one more match on Friday, but he went 2-6, and there was this funny moment that happened in Discord where we were deciding the final ace match against Rifkin, and Innovation was once again like, oh, I don't want to do it, which he had been for like most of the ace matches, but he kind of assumed that he was going to go. But he was like, we were like, okay, this time like it's not so bad server for us, like we're all like, I'm actually like really considering. And eventually we all decided on Showtime, but Showtime was like, I don't know, man, like what if it's not Clem, like blah blah blah. And a laser takes a screen cap of Innovation and Showtime's win records in the Warchest team league, and it's Innovation 2-6 and Showtime 2-2, and immediately like the rest was just like, whoa, rude, what the fuck? And the laser was like, no, like he wanted to show Showtime he was doing well, and then inadvertently showed Innovation that he was doing really fucking terrible. Anyways, that was funny, but. Yeah, unfortunately, Showtime kind of got bopped by Mutas a little bit, but I literally just picked people that I liked. I was down to a Lasers, Rogue, or Hurricane for my last pick. Was the only I mean, none of these are my favorite players, but obviously a Laser's going to do well. So I wasn't really too worried about who people would pick, and I knew I was going to get Innovation because everyone else was talking about Reynor, Serral, and Maru and TY. So. Wasn't too worried.
That's actually just before we end on the draft thing. That's actually part of like why this has been so fun for me. Is I've never been so invested in players doing well as right now. Like anytime my boy's playing in a GSL or one of my boys is playing in the Lima League, I'm like, oh, it's my boy. That's my boy. It's my boy right there. He's gonna do it for the team.
Yeah.
You know what?
And I always grew up being a part of like IRL sports teams, soccer clubs, football clubs. And you get just so invested. It's like you bleed that club's color, you know what I mean? And that's what it feels like after just a few short weeks of this Warchest team league. I'm like super all in on my team. The chat's really active. We've got like a bit of a brothership happening with like the starting so fucking funny, makes me laugh every day. Ragnarok's always lying about stuff for some reason. He's just like fibbing all the time. And Cure's like that big brother that shows up every now and then and just like tells everyone to shut up. It's actually just a wonderful Discord experience. Just having like a crew of people that just get along, I guess. It's great. I love it a lot. It's just unfortunate that one of my players is Chinese and he doesn't get to be a part of it because he has to be on Skype. He doesn't get Discord. So, yeah.
But that was the other thing about this team league is that I haven't really had like a passion for a particular player or team, obviously, in like a long time. But I swear, like now it's not just what Maynard said, like flying your team colors and shit like that. But now I'm just like 100% in the mindset of a pro. Every time a pro is like the fucking mutas, like that's so fucking overpowered. I'm like, there's other games that you can look towards, and the metal will probably settle. It's fine. Like don't have to worry about it. Now as soon as one of my players was just something, all right, Swarm Host, mutas, all the Zerg bullshit. I'm like, oh my god, Zerg is actually so fucking good. Why didn't they pick 4 Zerg players, right? Like, goddamn. Like, guys, get it so right.
Exactly. When it's your guy that loses, all of a sudden everything's personal.
Absolutely, man.
Totally. All right, excellent. I love seeing the insight here. Wardy, when you saw these teams drafted, not looking at the results right this second, but like which team did anything like stand out to you?
I thought there was 3 teams I thought would do really well, which is Pig's team, Maynard's team, and the Muslims team. So I really think those teams are just like complete like powerhouses of like every single player.
That's exactly what I thought when I saw it.
Yeah.
I almost tweeted when I saw the draft. I'm like, so Pig wins, right? Like that's that's the end of it, isn't it?
He may still.
I mean,
I like how Pig made it seem like the snake draft was not in his favor. And I was like,
oh my god, yeah, Pig's like, oh, it takes me 8 more picks until I come around again. I guess I'm in trouble. Shut the fuck up, dude.
But yeah, I think
Anyway.
Pig's. I think the big thing about Pig's team though is that he got like Armani as his last pick, which is like the last pick of the league.
Mm.
And I think Armani, even if Armani hasn't won a lot of matches, which I don't think he has, I think he's still like such a dangerous player that it's someone that, for example, like Nate has Supernova, and I know we meme and like Supernova actually did good and he put on some entertaining games, but like a lot of the time, like that Supernova pick's just a free win anyway, and so you can just kind of throw like a mid-tier player at who you think wherever you might think Supernova is. But you can't do that to Pig's team. Like you've got to like win like every single game, or like you've got to be ready to play like anybody. I think that's like the big difference, because I think the biggest time when Nate's team did well was like against Roddy, and like Supernova went up against Reynor, and that was like such a waste of Reynor. But then that just doesn't happen with Pig's team. Like every match is so important, and that's why I really love the 3 teams that I mentioned, because I really think that they are just like, I feel like they got the great like last pick, and like for example, Maynard's team with Time. I mean, Time has just like popped off in this league as well. He's just been doing great. So,
oh, dude,
yeah.
everyone that beats a Terran in GSL is like, thank you, Time, for practicing with me. So like, I haven't seen a lot of his games lately, but I'm like, oh, he must be fucking good right now, no question.
Time's had some sick wins. He's definitely punched up a lot of the time, which is exactly what I wanted. I wanted him to take out someone that's a danger to some of my my aces, and that's definitely happened a few times in the team league. There has been some unfortunate moments where like I don't. We've been lucky that like we started off really rough in the team league, because the first 3 games I lost twice, as we started against some of the stronger teams. Like first up was Pig's team, and it's in the ace match. One time when we lost, I didn't get to have an ace pick basically, because Parting was asleep for GSL. It was that weekend where Parting was playing in GSL that Saturday, and it was on Friday night. So Parting was asleep. Cure was like, I would rather cause myself physical harm than play against Zerg on NA Central. And and Ragnarok was the only one available. His time was also in like a different city. I think he was in Beijing for a NetEase thing. So I like, all I have is Ragnarok. That's it. And I'm like, Ragnarok against Reynor on NA Central is already like, I went into that game, and obviously as a caster, your job is to go like, well, we'll see what happens. But I was like, we've lost. I love Ragnarok, but there's been a couple times where he's come out for the ace and I've just been like, I wish this was Cure, wish this was Parting. That as much as I love Raggy, he's had some he hasn't won an ace match yet, so it's bad, man.
Okay. Yeah, I did see like a little bit of drama peak up at Nate's pick of Supernova. What do you guys think about this pick? Because it's like kind of like the butt of some jokes, and people like, remember who was it? Lambo's like, oh, I feel really bad for Harstem and someone else I can't recall. But yeah, what do you guys think about this pick?
I feel like the moment Supernova won the first game of a match, and then the rest of Nate's team proceeded to lose the series, I feel like that justifies the pick no matter what. maybe not in the moment he was picked, I was a believer, but the moment that happened, I'm like, well, that's just
sure.
I think that might be my favorite match of the entire league, because
that is amazing.
Yeah, right. Like Supernova like picks up a win against Neeb in this like really sick long game, and then I don't even remember what happened. Like Maru just lost to. I don't even remember who Maru lost to, but like the rest of the team that's meant to pick up the wins, like SOS lost to Trap, Hero Marine lost to Mana, and Maru lost to Astrea. And I feel like apart from SOS Trap, which is maybe like more 50-50 or more a little bit Trap favored, like I feel like Hero Marine and Maru are favored in those matches. So for Supernova to pick up the only win, yeah. I feel like he's given us really entertaining games though.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and Nate justified it pretty well, and in the same way that Katz justified his picks. The thing is, he wasn't going to necessarily go in there to try and pick the strongest team. He's like, I enjoy this player. I've, as a StarCraft fan, been growing up as a fan of this player, and I want to put some money in their pocket.
I personally thought it was the coolest pick, because it's Nate too. Like battle cruisers and mech, that's what Supernova is. I mean, it's a thing where you get to cast your player. I mean, there's not a better combo. I'm glad that Supernova did well, but even if he had done shitty, I'd be okay with the pick. It does suck for some players, but again, it would be nice to be more inclusive, if anything else. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's always gonna suck for some players, right?
You'd have to look at the whole point of the team league, where I guess like this was even part of it for the whole like it's not teams drama. Like, what is the point of this team league? And the point was like, as far as I understand it, to have fun and give money back to a bunch of people, right? And they didn't specify who they're giving that money to, and they didn't specify anything else. And it's not like Supernova is like 4.2K. It's like he's still a good player. Yeah. He's still a prominent community member that we all love and stream.
Yeah, exactly.
And it just like, I don't know, it feels like you're not attacking the root cause when you bring this shit up, basically. Like, if you wanted to attack Supernova's pick, you have to attack the entire Warchest team league as a whole.
Now make it $1 million fucking chess league, and you know, like, we're talking a different game, where like I think, you know, we're not gonna see any of those picks. But I think it's good to support some of the players that are, you know, invested in the scene and do things for the game.
I mean, Supernova was eligible, right? Like, there was a cutoff point of like people who could sign up. Exactly, so I think that's the thing. It's not like Nate just went down and he's like, I want this guy that I've been watching on stream. Like, he was part of the list that Blizzard said they could play. We'd be happy if any of these guys played or got picked. So it was actually cool to like. It was a cool pick because it actually made people go, "Wow!" You know, it actually really made things interesting, I think.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. And of course, I have to ask, what do you guys think about Fear Dragon's draft here? I think he got every player he was looking for, right?
Maybe minus future. Maybe minus future.
You know, everyone's team, I feel like, is like, okay, we are going to try and pick the best players for the draft, and Fear Dragon, I think, went with his heart the whole way through. That's the nicest thing I can say.
Bitch, please, I went with my heart.
That's the thing.
Wait, no, this is what Fear Dragon did. Fear Dragon,
your team's EG, it worked.
Fear Dragon went with the opportunity. Is like, he's talked about this, I think. It's not a secret. Like, he wasn't originally planning on choosing 4 Protoss. He eventually got like 2, and then he wanted someone else, and that person got picked, so he said fuck it, and then he just picked a bunch of Protosses.
And then like, we're giving him a mistake of telling Fear Dragon not to do something. And
we're giving him a lot of credit when he neither went logic nor heart, really. It was a bit of half and half. Okay.
I feel bad with these guys in the chat while we talk about it. It's so funny.
Trap is definitely a logic pick, and Australia is like you know, there's definitely a couple logic / like a little bit of a mixture of logic and mind, but the going for a pure one race roster was, you know, that's where I feel like you kind of shoot yourself in the foot a little bit, because then your opponent only has to play one matchup, or your opponent's players only have to play one matchup when they're up against Robbie's team.
Yeah, if I may intercede, I think that it's always an enigma with players like Australia, because he's from NA, and NA is like a relatively weak region, but the guy is really strong. And like he's been in Korea, and like he's been doing well in GSL, but you know, not beating Dark, but like taking him, you know, to the limit type thing. Mm-hmm. So like I think I think that was a really cool pick, and Australia has done really well, right? And for example, like Future, I think Future is like something like 6.3 or on NA, but he's actually like 6.7 or 6.8 on EU. So yeah, it's a little bit difficult to gauge the power of, you know, the top NA players, I think.
Yeah, I think that there is some accuracy in what you said, and that will come back up when we're talking about the Australian drama. But yeah, so alluding to later on in the show, I actually kind of like Fear Dragon's draft. The more I looked at the draft of the teams, I'm like, if Protoss wasn't just kind of in a hard spot right now where they're not winning a lot, I'm like, this team, I mean, Mana is always like kind of, he's always underestimated, right? And Trap is always one of the best. Estrella is quietly really strong right now. And I mean, Neve is Neve. So it's like, oh, you know what? That's kind of cool. And it's got like a lot of flavor to it.
Agreed. It's all the same race, but they're all different Protosses.
Yeah. 4 shades does. So would you say they're aptly named then?
It's a great.
They are definitely 4 shades of Protoss. Their desires are unconventional.
I do think that if you're going to choose all of one race, Protoss isn't a bad choice. Like, they have a lot of cheeses and a lot of one shot.
Terrans.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying in chat, man. All right, like Protoss has all the variety of best of ones. Zerg is just overpowered as shit, and Terrans, that would obviously be the wrong way to go. Someone picked 4 Terrans.
Yeah.
God have mercy on their soul.
Go 1-1-1 and hope my Reaper sees something. Jesus. Yeah.
All right.
What I would name my team. If I had a pure Terran team, I'd call it Hope My Reaper Sees Something. That'd be the name of my team.
That's great. I love that.
That's
That's
a great
amazing.
name.
I'm gonna use that in the future. Hope my Reaper sees something. Oh god. Okay, so Wardy, I mean, I agreed with you basically with the assessment of the power of the team. So why is Roddy's team winning?
You know what? Roddy's team is pretty sick though, right? Because like I think it comes down to that star player power, and Reynor is just obviously on fire. Like he's definitely won a game or two he wasn't meant to win as well, and that's just like the Reynor effect, and that completely changed things. Because I think there's a realistic world where Roddy's team right now is like 2-3, and they have to like fight for their life on Friday. But Reynor, like, because he was like dying against Trap one game, and that would have been like a turnaround moment. So yeah, I don't know, like. I mean, Roddy's team isn't bad, right? Like, I don't think any teams are bad, but like Solo's obviously like a really good Zerg. He just doesn't win championships, but he's consistently really good and he can beat anyone. I think Bunny's at that stage where he can beat anyone. And then Petit Drogo has managed to sacrifice himself so many times in this league is actually impressive.
What is Reynor's score?
He's like 8 and he's undefeated. Maybe. Yeah, I'm on the page.
He's 7-0.
Yeah, 7-0.
So you got the best player in the world in your team. That's a pretty good team in this format, right?
I was about to say, Roddy's team is a lot like Pig's team, where they have obviously everyone's roster is a roster of solid players because you you only get 4 picks and there's like 100 people to pick from, so we're gonna pick good players. It's one of those teams just like the War Pigs where they win if one of their non-Reynor or non-Serral maps win, they're going to the ace match, and that Serral/Reynor is coming out in the ace match, and they will beat your fucking player. So GG if it gets there. That's
also.
Although there has been a couple of I would even call it an upset when TY beats Serral. You know, it's weird to say.
Didn't Clem also?
Yeah,
and the Clem win. Yeah, that's so those are upsets to me at the moment because of how sick Serral and Reynor look at the moment.
Roddy also won every coin flip. Like,
wow. Okay, right.
Which is also just like
the luckiest man in
See, that actually these two things like are kind of things I considered only after the draft. Like I'm not gonna lie, I didn't put like a lot of thought into the draft. Like some other people did. I was like, I'm gonna get good players. Like I'm not really worried. But the things I noticed is one player is actually a much bigger deal than I was hoping. Right? If you get an ace, you have only three. You have 3 people that get 1 game. Like okay, they get it. Okay, you have the ace. And then 2, which I lost my train of thought. So.
Coin flipping. Servers.
Thank you, servers. Is that it's the best team probably has 2 Koreans and 2 Europeans to always have someone who can always have 2 options for when the server is not in your favor.
Yeah.
And also just like maybe you could throw like an American in there because everything's been on NA. So like having North Americans would be great, but there aren't many North Americans. But yeah, so having 2 and 2 would be best. And also so they would have someone to talk to and actually be interesting in the Discord.
Brilliant thought. If you have 2 and 2, then you get presumably like most often a choice, and then you can sack the weakest player basically every time, right?
Well, there's like one time where Innovation was the only guy we were going to choose because no one else wanted to play West from Europe against Zerg.
Yeah,
no one did, and the best players that have been thrown out, the aces of many teams, have been the Zerg players. So that's the only thing I would want to change in my roster. Otherwise, I'm pretty happy. If there was a round 2, which would be, amazing, we'd actually start kind of like a rivalry type thing. If there was a second part of this, where we all play each other again, I would still be very happy with my choices. But the one thing is that like the server stuff ended up being such a big deal that I'd want another choice at all times, especially when it comes down to the ace.
Yeah. If I may intervene, I think thoughts on 2 things here. I think server preference. I proposed this before. But I think the underdog should always get you. Just look at a Ligulac, underdog gets the server preference if we're gonna do this, because I think that's cooler. And then you get more upsets, which is good. And I think that's
not a bad idea.
I also got pretty unlucky with the coin flips. Like the start of the coin flips were, where I had to lose 2, or I had to get 2 server preferences on the side of CG, I think, and I would get 1. Like that happened to me against against a couple of times. So it was unlucky. I think the underdog story would be a cool way to solve that. Yeah, I'm not sure what you guys' thoughts is on that.
I like it more than a coin flip. I hate any coin flips ever being involved with esports. Like it's just it's so annoying to give that much into pure luck, right? Whereas if you're favored on a Ligulac, I could see that being like a reasonable. It's like, well, Reynor, you're better than him, so you have to play in lag.
I don't know about Ligulac either. That's the weird thing. And what happens when two players are the same MR or they are evenly matched and they're completely different servers?
Yeah, two things, right? One, like my team had the best at Ligulac score, but no one considers my team the best, so I guess I would be even under, like more, like have the odds.
I disagree though. I think if Innovation performed, your team would be doing really good.
But the Ligulac scores are bumped up by the foreigners. The non-Korean.
That's what I'm saying, but if Innovation performed up to his Ligulac score, I think your team would be doing very good.
If we always sent him as the ace.
Right. If he had been...
But, I mean, that would also be another... I mean, it'd be fun, but it'd be another reason to even think of what to bring out as an ace. You know? Yeah. Like, so, if I bring out this guy who's only slightly below any Ligulac, they're going to bring my server.
Yeah, that's more strategy.
I mean, that could be fun. More to talk about. The other thing is that, to be clear, the server things weren't just for the ace match, which I'm afraid we might be getting lost in translation. Like... It was, so you would toss a... You know what, Ward, are you trying to explain this? All right? Like, basically, two things got server.
So server preference is really difficult for this, right? Because it's not just like you're playing a best of 3 where you can go, like, west, central, west. It's like each team sets a lineup, right? And you've got multiple matchups. And so the fairest thing I found was that we flip a coin to decide who gets, like, preference. So say there's one Korea versus... Basically, the only issue is Korea versus Europe, right? That's basically the only argument of, like, do we play central or do we play west? So if there's only one Korea versus EU match and you win the coin flip, you get that preference. Unless it comes again in the ace, then it goes the other way. Then if there was 2 matches, if you win the coin flip, it's 1 match goes to each captain, but the captain who wins the coin flip can pick which match gets the server preference, which obviously became a pretty big deal because then all of a sudden, it turns out that Reynor doesn't kind of care about playing ZVP on West, so if you win the coin flip, you can actually put your guy who's got to play TVZ on his preferred server, and that's way better for like a Terran. And then you're kind of like winning, not really winning twice, but it's definitely very good. So basically, it's always like, it's as fair as possible. But if there's an odd number of matches that have to be played on server preference, there's always going to be a disadvantage somewhere. And obviously, the sucky thing is if it goes to an ace, one person's just got to have preference. So
wait, is it always like basically between like 2 NA servers? Is that how it goes?
Basically, it's either west or central.
Okay. So you can't, if you win the coin flip, you can't do something dumb like all the Europeans play on Korea.
No, that was actually like very minor controversy. And I'm talking like super minor. All my players are like, okay, no, that makes sense. But they did bring up like we got, instead of having 1 good and 1 bad, everyone had fair and then we had 1 bad for the last series. And obviously that didn't feel very good, but it made sense because forcing, I think it was Estrella. We would have had to force Estrella to play Korea, which is obviously very bad for him, as opposed to just somewhat bad.
Yeah, because Estrella versus Korea is weird, right? Because obviously you can't. There's no middle server like there is for EU versus Korea. And Estrella is West Coast. Even Neeb versus Korea is like West Coast. Neeb's at an advantage, but it's still like 90 versus 150. Whereas Estrella is playing like 30 versus 150. But if you put Estrella onto Korea, he gets 200-ish. And that's the issue, I think, because it makes no sense to play 30-200 when you can play 30-150.
Yeah.
Whereas 130 is kind of playable, right? Like, I think most pros will agree.
Yeah.
Well, we never asked Innovation what he had, I assume. But
I think the thing is as well, like, West and Central is like the big controversy because at that point it's EU versus Korea, right? Either the Europeans get like a 50 ping advantage or the Koreans get like a 50 ping advantage. So it's like, that's when it becomes a real debate, I suppose, and it becomes like really kind of unmanageable maybe, but I think the West, because the Koreans don't really mind playing on West, so it was an advantage to Estrella, and it was just the fairest way to do it, right?
What's your thoughts on Underdog getting the coin flip by default then, Wordy?
I think it makes sense if the underdog's a big enough underdog, but there's more to that as well, right? Because I feel like, for example, Terran players really struggle more with ping if they have to play bio or something, or they want to play bio, like you can shoehorn them into playing mech or a different style. Like I know Youth almost says he can play bio TVZ on West, but he has to have like all of his fights set up perfectly before they happen. So it takes away a lot of stuff. Whereas the Zerg can kind of play like the Terran could then maybe play mech, right? But then the Zerg can also play like a Massling Bane style, and it just feels like there's less.
Would it inflate Zerg Legolag points?
I don't know. I just think it's just by the time you're talking about like the difference of like second versus fourth on the Legolag, you're just giving preference to like it's just I don't know. It just doesn't feel like a great solution.
How did the servers
alternative
work
is
for...
a coin flip, right? Like the alternative is a coin flip. Like I'm not sure. I guess if you don't like it, you don't like it.
I mean, I just think a coin flip. Like, I just think why should Reynor be at a disadvantage because he's got like 30 more Legolag rating than number 3, for example. If you put Reynor versus like number 20 on a Legolag, then I'm kind of okay with it. I think that's all fair. I just think when you get to like number 1 versus number 4, I feel like
you have to do something.
The thing is, if you say you applied the system to everything for the rest of time, you would still have a number 1 on a Legolag, and he would always be playing at a disadvantage, and they would still be number 1. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, why should he always have to play with a disadvantage just because he's number 1?
Yep.
See, but what if you get number 1 for like one tournament, and then in this one tournament you have to play a disadvantage, and then number 2 takes number 1,
and that makes the scene more dynamic because there is actually movement at the top. That's good.
Look, communism always works in theory, all right? Always works in theory.
I actually think
when practice starts to fall at the seams,
I think if you're rotating in a best of 3, that could be okay because then it's like a 1 map advantage because you go like west central west or like central west central west central. I think it's okay there, but in this I feel like it's just like your whole team could get like screwed over basically.
I guess. I mean, yeah.
Under your idea, would it pay for me to pick up a team of 4 Chinese players that are low on a Legolag and just wreck people? Make people play on like the Korean server because that's
I don't know what the first servers. Yeah, I don't know what the first servers would be like. Sometimes there's no discussion, right? It's only in very specific scenarios where it's EU versus Korea because someone will have a 50 ping advantage. So I'm not sure what applies. But even then, like if we're talking just the team league, it adds a layer of depth to it because all of a sudden you have to account for that in who is going as the ace and whatnot. I think that's something more to talk about. Rather than who won a coin flip. I don't know. It always feels kind of shitty to talk about who won the coin flip, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I would really like it in.
Whoa, we got some echo going on.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's my bad. Sorry. I fixed it. So, I think if it was a best of 7 and there was more people, and also the Warchest directive was like we want to support up and coming players as opposed to like all players, which again, like I'm kind of putting words in a Blizzard's mouth, but. If that's what they wanted, then absolutely do it, I think. But until that is like their specific reasoning for it, like I don't see them agreeing to it. Like that is Blizzard being like, yeah, we're okay with that system.
Really? It doesn't seem that controversial to me. Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe I'm seeing.
I mean, I think they would know that the community and the players would all find it controversial, even though they and Morty and whoever else
more so than coin flips. I don't know. Like if we had a vote,
the coin flips try to at least account for. They try to give something back, right?
The coin flips
that's the whole
are
point.
More fair. For sure.
Yeah, they try to give something back.
The idea of the Legolag rating too.
Where if it's just the Legolag rating, there's no giving back, there's no give and take. There's literally just this is how it is, and how can we play with that system?
And this is just, of course, we're also only talking about best of ones. When we take a step back and look at this whole thing, these are all best of ones where something like a coin flip is necessary. If you're playing a full series, matters less because you're going to be you're either bouncing from one server to another or whatever.
Yeah, but even if you do, then there's going to be a disadvantage for somewhere in an ace match, right? In a best of 3.
There's always going to be disadvantages. It's something that we've had
negative
with
online
world.
Yeah.
I don't think your thing is impossible. I would like to see it personally. I think that would be a good way to encourage like stories and people of the underdogs, and it's an extra added like thing to think about for ace matches. But I don't think that's really what they're directing.
Oh, sure.
For this first team league.
I agree. Yeah, it's just a solution to or an idea for a solution, right? So something to consider, something to talk about. The other thing, I think the team league was amazing. I really enjoyed it. I'm still enjoying it. The one thing in the draft, I felt like the snake draft could have reverted after the first phase because there were effectively 2 snake drafts. So we could have reverted that, and that might have been better. Propose this, but it didn't take off.
What do you mean reverted?
What do you mean reverted?
He means he gets to go first after we go through one.
Mm-hmm.
But you do.
So we go through one snake draft.
When you go back.
No. He means we go to cats and back to pig, and then we start on cats and go to pig and then to cats.
I get it. Yeah.
Oh, right.
I get it.
Like
Maybe?
if there is an advantage, an advantage from being the first pick, this should serve.
But isn't the disadvantage of being first pick? You also then get picked like 18.
No. That would be much worse, cast, because pick the first pick and the 8th pick or whatever, the 1, 2, 3, 9th pick. The first and last pick are the 2 that are most advantaged, I would say, right?
Really? I don't know. I don't think so.
That's his last pick.
I mean, what it really comes down to is the pool of players, right? Like there's a drop off after 3. So I think 1 through 3 picks are pretty good. If I get Reynor, Serral, or Maru, I'm pretty fucking happy. If I get top 2 picks, then those are the strongest picks in this league. So it really depends like what the player pool is. But I think fairest, if there is any advantage, like and we assume every player has exactly the same skill sets, like if every player is equal, which is an assumption just for the sake of the thought experiment, then reverting the draft the second time around should even things out if there is an advantage to going first over last.
I guess.
I think, yeah.
I don't know, because then you're picking first on a 3rd tier. It's like, I don't know if that's
right. It depends on the player.
It's definitely weird. I mean, I don't know much about drafts, and traditional sports do a bunch of drafts and they determine.
Put it this way:
like
if we did season 2, your team would pick early.
Yeah, that's what they usually do, right? Is that the worst teams of the playoff or the regular season gets to pick earlier next time. So that's kind of makes what drafts fair as time goes on. But we're basically only assuming we get one Warchest team league. So the other thing I was if we're talking about like weird wacky ways to have ace matches, I threw out the idea that like maybe we could only make the players who lose be a part of the choice pool for the ace match. So Serral wins one game and then he can't be chosen again.
That's cool.
So there was I had a bunch of ideas for formats. I was just trying to find something that was easy to follow, especially for like a first season. Because I think there's a lot of really cool formats, like almost like the Nation Wars sort of. You have like 3 Pro League matches and then you get like all kill after with the players who are still alive. I thought that was always really cool, but I actually really like the way that Crank did it, where you had 3 Pro League matches and then the 4th game is a 2v2, and if you win the 2v2, you get a revive on a player that's already dead. So like you don't get like Serral twice, which is like the issue with the Nation Wars format.
That's so cool.
But yeah, there was a lot of like
Molly ripping her hair out right now, thinking about setting up all these lobbies.
Yeah. I mean, it was also just a figuring out of like how do you make it simple, easy to follow, and we also were limited on like how many days we could do.
We need to get rid of COVID, all right, and then we all do like sack races to find out who plays on which server.
3-legged race?
Or an egg race where you got to hold the egg in the spoon and then get over the finish line as quickly as possible, and that guy gets the preference.
That's great.
You said for the first one, Wardy, is there going to be a second Warchest Team League?
No, I just assumed for like the first time we ever did this,
There's like legitimately
zero talk of anything else. I promise you.
I gotta say, on the side of Blizzard, I'm so sorry. On the side of Blizzard, I really feel like we could have advertised the Warchest a little bit more. I get it's not a requirement on our side, but
it wasn't really.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, I'm not. Huh? It wasn't.
It wasn't designed for that. The Warchest Team League was just. It was just meant to like give back to the community. Like that was what the Warchest is designed for. The Warchest Team League itself isn't really meant to
make money.
Actually, it's not designed to like sell more Warchests or anything, which is a really cool thing because it means we don't have to run loads of ads, which is really nice. Otherwise, we'd actually have like 15-hour broadcasts. Yeah. But I mean, maybe we can talk about it more, but I think it being in the name's already enough. That's more than what was originally expected. We actually had a different name, and then it turns out the day we were about to announce it, I found out it wasn't called what we were going to call it. So it was,
Oh, I see.
That's also the first time
I get it wasn't planned for. Yeah, that's Yeah, I understand that's not what it was. Yeah, I'm just
But
talking
maybe
about
we
what
could
it, yeah.
do.
Exactly.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, we
mention
could
the
talk
Warchest.
about
I
the Warchest
imagine.
more, but
Yeah,
like,
I imagine if they're funding any of
Yeah.
the Warchest Team League, which I imagine they have to be in order to call it the Warchest Team League and have a logo, right? Like if they're doing that, then it would be in everyone's best interest if they sold more Warchests, right? So why don't we do that as a community?
yeah.
Like it should be a good thing for the game. We should do it. That's all I'm
I
saying.
mean,
Yeah.
I not to be grim, but the reason they could not be, I have no idea. I don't know anything. The reason they could not be is because it literally doesn't fucking matter. Blizzard doesn't even pay attention to StarCraft. They say here's $100,000 whatever dollars. We expect this much, and if you do anything better, we don't care.
If there was a reason not to care, I imagine it would be because it was the last Warchest or something like that. Like I could see that being a reason.
I don't
but,
Really,
you know,
because
not wanting
like
to,
imagine to a big business like Blizzard,
it's
if 100,000 Warchests are sold versus
That's the thing, is-
150,000, do they actually care?
Yes, it's not that Blizzard cares as like Blizzard, the dude that's like, you know, super corporate, but there's a team of people at StarCraft that would care.
Right?
That's my point. Yeah. So like, so
Yeah.
Blizzard is
Care
subsectioned
to
into,
what degree?
to whatever degree they're invested in. I mean, if you're the director of things, you want for the game to do as well as it possibly can. Even if you didn't love the game, for your fucking resume, you better be, you know, making the best out of the position that you
Do you
have.
think all of them could say like we made 50,000 more war chest sales? So that's what.
Well, it's like
That would be better than
right?
not
What
making
we get
them,
out
yeah.
of what comes out of Warchest for esports is percentage based, is it not? I assume that it is. So
up
like
to a cap, though,
being a
right?
part of the StarCraft team, you would definitely want more sales so that
Oh.
more money would go back in esports, I would say.
A certain amount
like, let me-
goes.
Let me put it
Yeah.
this way: if I am the StarCraft team, right, and you are Blizzard, father Blizzard, right? If I am gonna ask you to keep supporting me as your child being StarCraft, then I need to show you some results, like even if it's just self-sustaining. That's where I think it's good for StarCraft to sell, and it's
Right.
not.
So
Blizzard.
the point is though is that the war chest has always done well enough to warrant another war chest. I don't think they're worried about that.
Okay.
What you're saying is that they could go above and beyond. And I'm like, does anyone care about above and beyond? If they already get enough.
Above and beyond. I think that if we say, hey, like buy the war chest, and that takes 5 seconds, and someone buys the war chest, that's better than not. That's all I'm saying.
I have a feeling that they've reached where they want to reach with each war chest. Like they're not obviously selling as many as possible is great. Seeing growth in those sales is fantastic as a sign for the game. But I think that when they bring out the war chest, they're like, we want to reach this number, and when it reaches that number, that war chest is, tick. We're good. Like we've reached the funding that we're going to be putting into certain, blocks or wherever they put the war chest, which they don't, they're not transparent with, but we know that it goes in esports, so separate projects. I mean, I actually read an interview recently with Blizzard devs of the 10-year anniversary of StarCraft 2, and they always say they're continuing to work on war chests. It's just you don't know how many, but I'm like almost, I'd say 99.9% sure they're still coming.
Yeah.
So I actually have the answer for what you guys are talking about, because we actually have Ryan Shooter in the chat right now. He is a guy in the chat, and he says the main goal, and this is, guys, we had him on the Pylon Show last week. He's like the head of StarCraft 2 in a lot of ways.
Still waiting on those unannounced changes.
The main goal of Warchest Team League was to provide a more casual and fun online event that could help provide a broad, flat pricing structure that could help to support many players and commentators during a time when many offline events have been canceled.
Right.
There you go. It's kind of given back to the scene.
We know
that.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah, we know that. But to Katz's point, like I feel like what they're acknowledging is that they don't. If they had a goal where Papa Blizzard was like, "Ooh, StarCraft," if that was
the thing
200,000.
is, it doesn't matter if Papa cares, because you can drag his attention and be like, "Hey, Papa, care about me a little bit." That's what I'm saying.
But so in my story, like the Papa Blizzard, what number would they even care about? If there was a number for the StarCraft 2 team that cares very much so about StarCraft, and we all love those people on that team, if there was a number they could hit, don't you think they would say, yes, push it, push it, push it? The reason that they're not saying push it, push it, push it is probably because there's not a number they could hit that could think that they actually did anything.
Is it not just how you have to push it as well? Because it's all well and good as just being like, oh, we could mention it, but at the point we start mentioning it, being like, oh, buy the war chest, then Blizzard might be like, if they're saying to buy the war chest, maybe we should have put the war chest like promo video as like an ad, and maybe we should have played it at a certain time. And then it starts taking away from the whole thing that's just meant to be like a tournament that's a good time. We don't have to run ads, and that we can just enjoy it, and it feels like it does what Ryan just said, right? And I think that's the thing, especially having worked with Blizzard, that's like there's a lot of corners you can't just cut that we don't even realize we're cutting. And I think the moment they're like, oh yeah, we should push the war chest, suddenly it's more than just getting us to be like, by the way, get the war chest. I bought it and it was sick. I use the skins every day. Like it is, you've got to start like putting videos out or saying certain things about it, and I think it just becomes way more official than it ever wanted to be. I just don't think they see the value in that, taking the value down of the event and what they wanted the event to be versus what they get out of this extra sales, if it even makes that many extra sales.
Go
Good
for
one.
it.
That's a good point.
Okay.
Good point. Now the ultimate question. I'm going to take over Artosis's host role.
Go right ahead. That's
Is
great.
do you actually think there would ever be a second chance? If the War Chest is a once per year thing, do you think that 2021 would have another War Chest team league?
I would say yes.
I think it has to do with whether coronavirus clears up, right? Because offline events cost so much that you're probably better just putting the money towards the stuff that you're going to have anyways like that. Whereas online events are so infinitely cheaper, it makes sense that something like this would pop up and kind of be like, hey, well, we may as well have some more cool stuff because we can't have, DreamHack Montreal or whatever. So that's my opinion. I think that if coronavirus goes away and we can all travel again, I don't think it'll be around next year. Although with how much people like it, maybe. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty cool, right?
So
I feel like if the community keeps asking for it and they're really loud about it, Blizzard usually listens to things like that. So who knows?
That's what you think. I'm gonna get everyone's.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I love the Warchest team league. Yeah, I think it's been great. Yeah.
Wardy.
No, I think like the community response is the one reason it really might happen again, but it is kind of like a unique scenario. I think running something like this even would be so much more difficult in a world where there's traveling and like events are a bit differently done.
That's true.
And stuff like that. Like we barely even made it work this time because obviously ESL like changed their schedule and like suddenly ESL was on or DreamHack was on for like 4 weeks straight, so we had to like change a lot of stuff already. I think it's like I think that's maybe one big downside, but I think the big reason it might happen again would be that people like it really did well, right? Like people really do like it, and it is something different and fresh. And as long as it is still different and fresh, though, like maybe this time next year, everyone's like, we've seen this before, like it's not as cool anymore. So it's kind of that balance, right? So it's hard to say. That's impossible to say. I'd say.
I find it interesting. You guys think that it would be more difficult to run with the regular tournament season if we imagine a world where COVID didn't affect any countries in America.
Mostly, okay. Maybe not just because of traveling for tournaments, but also just people like traveling and doing more stuff themselves. Because I think it's quite difficult to get like 20. We have something like 20 plus players every Friday and every Sunday for 4 weeks, and that was actually like totally feasible in a world where no one can really travel anywhere. But I feel like first of all, you've got to avoid travel schedules of international tournaments, and then people trying to take vacations and stuff. Then it becomes way more complicated in that sense.
I guess, yeah. I mean, I don't want to make the point of my counter argument because it's not, but I actually feel like it would sometimes be easier. I mean, ESL changed stuff because of like how much happens online. Like instead of a 3-weekend event, we have a like 20-day event. I forget how much DreamHack was. So I feel like it's actually like, but you're right about like people do more things. I still feel like a 4-week period is actually a very like the time committal of this is actually not that bad.
Yeah.
Especially when you consider how much they're making with this. Even if we cut it because we added a 5th player.
It was just safe. It's just safer right now though, right? Because it's like you can be we can be like, oh, these are the dates like 2 or 3 weeks in advance, and players are like, yeah, okay, I can do those dates. Whereas that's like really difficult in just from experience, and obviously the size of it helps as well because people will free up dates knowing that something like this is happening to you. So maybe it's also difficult to say, but I do still think there's just because then also you've got like international events, but then you imagine we've also got Challenger that usually runs over multiple weeks anyway. That can also have an impact, and there's a few things to look at.
They didn't really get to see what Challenger would really look like because this all happened. So
yeah, we have no idea what was going to happen, right? So
no, it's a very good point. Very good point. But my actual like counter argument is that I feel like if we did this again, we would have all of the same drama before. And I know for a fact that Blizzard did not like that drama. That wasn't just a like people being people. That was like ooh, hold on here. Like it was bad. It wasn't just the teams coming on and being like, hey, they should have been an actual team league. I mean, we had other bits and pieces of drama that would pop up. Like the Chinese community got angry that foreign language casters aren't part of this. And then, Alex said like, oh, no cis players were involved. Like you have to make it so that everyone from every region gets involved. Like there was a lot of drama before we got into the fun.
But it's I completely agree with that. I caught most of that, but like even with Alex, I think that him pointing this out is a good thing to point out. It's a thing that we should be more aware of. Maybe if we can make Bly or Skillus play in this team league, it's good because it does service the Russian community. So it's feedback that's not necessarily drama, but things that we can take into the future if there is a second iteration and try to think about.
I mean, what would you do?
You could add one more player slot, and Bly will probably get picked. That's a simple.
I mean, yes, that probably. But what if the Australians also are like, "Hey, we didn't get a player represented"? It's not so much the Warchest team league, is it?
I mean, that could be an argument that the Australians make. I think it would be a harder argument for the Australians to make them for Bly or for the CIS, the Russian community.
Okay, so one region's more important than another region. I get you. Let's talk about Australian server drama, guys. Let's go right to that.
We'll be there soon enough. But yeah, I guess I understand that, right? Like no foreign casters, foreign casters. It's so funny because I use the word foreign for so much shit. Like everyone that's not Korean, and now people that don't speak English. It's like this word is so flexible. But yeah, like no Chinese casters, no Russian casters, all this stuff. But like, I mean, you have to understand it at the same time. Like the English is really the big language, I guess, for StarCraft 2. It's kind of like, I cast some stuff for Brood War out here, but most of it I can't cast because they're like, there's no budget for that league. And it's like, okay, well, yeah. I mean, the Korean one is what counts. And so there you go. You have that. And then like you get the extras where you can. So it kind of feels like that.
I think the biggest thing was the Chinese drama because it wasn't drama that they weren't included. It was that they have a team league and they didn't. They've been like trying to get something like this for their team league for a long time. And that then all of a sudden Blizzard are like, oh, we're going to make up some teams or something, right? Like when it was announced. But they actually now, the Warchest, if you buy the Warchest now, actually supports the Chinese team league.
Cool.
If you're like from China and you buy it in the next month, it actually goes to that prize pool. So that actually like turned into a positive for them, I guess.
Yeah, that's good. Feedback's good.
Yeah, only people from China. If they buy it for the next month, it goes to the World Series Team Championship.
So if we in the West buy it, it doesn't go to the Chinese team league.
No.
All right. Cool. I didn't know that. I thought it was all sales.
No, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's what I read.
Nah, it said specifically Chinese sales.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a very cool team league. So
I mean, that was a big deal, but there is also lots of talk about representing the regions and also representing the community casters, which...
I mean, community casters get to cast it. Or, right? Like, I know they don't get, to be star of the show, but it's still content for them, right? It still fills their calendars.
Yeah, but... It's pretty awesome to do it and be paid for it. Someone, people have done it.
Think about if like SC Boy casts with one of us.
I'm totally with you. But there are definitely examples where this whole they don't speak very good English anyways, because I don't speak very good English. Apparently, speak English
but actually,
very well.
that's a big part of what people are really liking about the team league as well, right? There's a big set of English-speaking casters that all kind of get along and have great banter and are, being biased while you cast and stuff, which is something you don't see as much. And I think that actually adds to the show. And if you start taking that away just to make every region included, then I think that's definitely gonna affect it.
But I know a lot of other community casters, and by community I mean foreign language casters. I know they also speak English and decently well. I mean, can Funka not join us as an ex-English commentator?
Yeah, maybe bottom 2 should drop every season if there's seasons or something like that, and maybe.
Well,
other people
hold
can
on
make
here,
it.
Cats. Like, I don't know.
Let's not get crazy here, guys. All right.
He threw himself under the bus too, right? I mean,
Yeah.
oh my god.
But that could be something. My point is that all of these things like that might seem like drama, they're problems to solve that we can look at. We can say, you know what, there's no space for to accommodate for Bly or for the Russian community maybe, and that's fine. But at least bringing it up brings forward the conversation, and if it's worth it for StarCraft as a game, or if we think as a community that it's worth it for StarCraft as a game, we pursue it.
So
That's
I
what
guess the ultimate question is: do you guys think that the scales have been tipped from? Oh my God, this is because it seems like the vocal community, probably a minority, honestly, but the people with voices were saying this was not respectful to the teams of StarCraft. Seemed to be the decision made up by the Reddit hive mind and Twitter, who would occasionally add us.
That's because the teams of StarCraft had a say, because I think it was KJ, right, that brought it forth. Cosmos also, or I'm not sure. There was a few NA teams, and they messaged me as well, and they were like, "Hey, what do you think about this? Like, why are they making a team league that isn't including the teams? Because I have a team, right?" And I'm like, well, it doesn't make a lot of sense, right? Like in the way that they're trying to do it, it's a different thing. It's gonna benefit the game far more than us playing with our subpar rosters that leave a lot of players out of the equation and without a chance, right? If you're gonna supplement players and feed them into existing already rosters, like that is awful. That is awfully biased. And yeah, I don't think that system would ever work right now. We don't have competitive structured teams. We don't have team leagues in place like Pro League was, where you get to, like, we don't have players on salary. Like most of the best players are like single signups to teams, right? Serral to ends, and I think Clash might have a couple more than Reynor, but for the most part, it's like single player teams, and those are the best players. So we have to accommodate for those, obviously, right?
Well, it's it's not obvious though. Like, there was a lot of people backing the teams, even though it was them making that big letter.
Yeah, that's because they made the noise. Yeah, that's because they made.
And they're going to make the noise again, because in their argument, they say that it should be spread out more so that you could create a base that would eventually propel people to be an actual team league instead of just the rinky-dink things that are happening right now. That was their argument, and it's like,
yeah, I would.
It's it's very hopeful. All right, like, I'm on the side. I think this is far better. I am with you, Cats. This is far better than what could have happened if we had done that. Unfortunately. I wasn't part of that Pylon show, but I'm on your side. But they're going to bring it up again.
Yeah, I have taken on many hats, I think, within the StarCraft scene, and the hat that I take most often, and the one that the lenses that I put most often is, if I'm StarCraft as a game, what's the best for me? Because that will serve everyone. If you answer that question right, it serves everyone in the scene. The pie grows larger, right? So that's always been like the thing for me, and that's why you open up discussions, drama. You have the discussion. Hey, is it viable to have like NA teams like Psystorm, Alpha X, and Root competing with Team Liquid? No, probably not. Probably not viable, right? It would be a shit team league, a shit show. So we had the discussion. Great. Is there a better argument against that? I don't think so. Right? So great.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. It's all about what's best for StarCraft, and you need to gather views, right? That's what esports is. This is how players can make money. This is how teams can make money, is overall just good viewership. And whatever causes the most viewership is generally what's going to be best for StarCraft. And exactly how this team league is, even though we were talking about the YouTube hasn't really grown into itself yet, I think it will grow over time, like you guys mentioned, and get really good views like GSL is doing. But like, I can't think of like a better format as far as driving like engagement from the community and excitement and stuff like that, because this has gotten great reviews. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's liking it.
We're talking about it right now, and it's exciting because it's a heated discussion, right? It's something that people actually are invested in, that care about. That's great. Yeah, we're winning. It's a good.
We're winning.
We're winning. Oh no! Oh god!
We're all winning.
Winning.
Amazing.
All right.
Cool.
I would hope for it to happen again.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on the Warchest Team League before we start talking about the patch?
As the captain of the only team on this call that's currently in the playoffs, I think it's great.
The only team, actually the only team that's in the playoffs, right? I think everyone else can still officially drop out.
No, is that really true?
I think
so.
From what I understand, I think
right.
that No Brain No Pain, so like Roddy's team, and I think the Muslims team are also in there. Pretty sure.
Yeah.
Like it's something silly. Like Roddy has to win one map, though.
Yeah, I mean,
that
but
post.
you never know. They could show.
Time for the Grubble and the Dub-Dubs to show up. Innovation versus Serral. Doesn't matter. Innovation somehow 2-0 Serral. That's us right now. We're going to 4-0 Roddy. Take him out of contention.
Innovation already lost twice
epic
to
moment.
Serral, sister. Didn't Innovation already lose twice to Serral? Serral's on Pig's team.
But he almost won. Wait, did he play twice against Serral?
I think so, yeah.
I don't even remember. He almost won once, though. That's all it takes.
He did win one, but then he switched to mech, right? Like,
yeah.
He decided to build 5 factories. So
it was a one game, and then he switched to mech. Yeah.
I mean, he's facing Reynor. It'll be fine. I'll just do something silly. It'll be fine. 4-0 out with a bang.
Is anyone doing shots with me? Am I the only person doing shots here?
I gotta refill my glass.
I mean, you're doing. I fucking love. By the way, like I actually laughed, but I don't know if people saw what I was laughing at. But Katz is like finishes his point. He's like, "Fucking shoot it!" Nailed it. Yeah.
I do like Pylon shows where Katz does shots. They are some of my favorites.
That was my mixed drink, by the way, and that was all gin at the bottom. Oh god. Okay. Yeah.
All right. I'm loving this. This is a great episode so far, guys. Okay, so that's the Warchest Team League. When's the next broadcast day that you guys have?
Friday is the last day of groups, and Sunday we finish the whole thing.
Damn, nice. Okay, so everyone tune in Friday for the group finish, and Sunday for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, we're gonna move on now and talk about this little patch that dropped. It's like they have like many paragraphs describing what they think about the what's going on in the game, and we'll refer back to those if anything gets really confusing. But let's just start with the actual balance update, like what's actually being talked about here. The first piece, and I think that this would probably be the most spoken about part of it, because I think some of this shit's silly, but the Baneling. Okay, the Baneling. Of course, for anyone wondering, this is not live yet. This is on the PTR right now. This is what they're looking at as the possible next balance patch. So Baneling, weapon damage changed from 18 plus 17 versus light to 15 plus 20 versus light. So same versus light, but 3 less versus everything else. And the notes here say, in our last patch, we made an adjustment to the base Baneling damage, moving it from 20 plus 15 to light to 18 plus 17 to light. Erred on the cautious side in terms of magnitude because we didn't want to too heavily impact TVZ. However, because we believe in the direction of this change and we've received feedback that it has gone mostly unnoticed in all matchups, we feel more comfortable going a bit further. After this change, plus 2 Banelings will take 4 more shots to kill an Archons and Immortals, and 2 more shots to kill Stalkers, compared to the original 20 plus 15 versus light damage.
I like this direction because I think it's safe to say a lot of people in the community have the opinion that the Baneling is incredibly strong at the moment. It still with the having the same damage against light, it still fills the role of getting rid of that front light, Marine line or Zergling line or Adept Zealot line, while the rest of your units do the rest. So it's an attempt to make the Baneling less of just a no-brain, set it and forget it. You got Baneling speed, just A move and hope for the best kind of unit, where it can just delete everything on the ground into something that's like, it has a role. It's meant to just get rid of light things. You're not meant to be able to use this unit and just crash it into everything and kill everything. And I guess that's the direction. But I think I was talking about it with Pig and ZG and Fear Dragon last week when the patch was released, that it also apparently will affect ZVZ quite a bit, where the Baneling now is worse against other Banelings because the Baneling is, it doesn't have a light tag. So it takes, before it would take 2 Banelings or take a baneling to detonate other banelings, but now you have to be careful about those detonations to trade well against a guy that's aggressive with you, against you with banelings. So that's
regen makes it so it doesn't two-shot banelings anymore.
You have to manually detonate two banelings at the same time to kill a baneling, because if they run in, the first damage hits and then it regens 1 HP no matter how quickly the second baneling hits.
And I actually mentioned, as like, obviously all these opinions are of the worst player on this call. So I'm not a good player, so take what I have to say with a grain of salt. I would actually love because it always seems like whenever the maths is done, it's like, oh, but the regen ruins it. That 1 hit point. What if we just have the regen kick in like a second later? Break Zerg.
Breaks the game.
All of a sudden, the math is really easy. Like, just give it a second before that 1 hit point comes back. Am I crazy here?
It breaks a couple of things.
Cool. I like
it. Actually, doesn't it fuck up
I like that you're crazy. Are you crazy here? Yes, Maynard. You're fucking crazy.
Change makes sense again, right?
That was the first nerf, was that they were hoping, and then it was like, no, the regen still saves it. So regen would make Storm 3-ticket or whatever it is. I don't know what to call it. So
Maynard, you're fucking crazy, and I love it.
But there's other dynamics where baneling, where health actually ticks forward, because I was reading the Reddit thread about this, and people were bringing up other contexts, and I was like, oh, okay, hold on. I don't remember what they are right now. I'm gonna have to go look it up.
It's a good book.
Yeah, that's
all right.
Yeah.
Those interactions are very
Twitch
important.
Chat, right?
Yeah. So I personally, if I may have an opinion on this, I think that it's probably an oversight. I think that I love the direction that the StarCraft team is taking right now and taking more risks. Like we saw I think like a shout out to the arcade stuff that happened, right? Like that's a huge update that we got, and it really shows that the team is like doing things, and and it seems like they got some balls going for them, and this patch is evidence of that, and I love that. But I'm not sure that they thought about like CVC and the baneling that much and how it might impact that matchup. But it's a mirror matchup, so I'm okay with it personally.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to point out, is you can't imbalance CVZ. You could make it maybe a little bit more degenerate, but we've been living with the PvP how it's been for a long fucking time now. So like, don't even talk to me about your mirror matchup getting hard and random.
Getting changed. I mean, you're the worst person ever to make that argument because you hate change, but I appreciate that you're on my corner here, Artosis.
But he also hates the baneling. So
I do hate the baneling. Listen, I see that we have Marine Lord in the chat, but I was chatting the other day when this came out, and here's my big question about the baneling. Right, the baneling is by far the best unit in the game.
I don't know about by far, but
it is by far.
It's a very good unit. It's a very good unit.
Where near the baneling cats?
It's a very good unit. It's a warp prisms, even though they got a little bit nerfed. I think there's
I gotta go, guys. I can't.
Marines are very good. Marines are very good. The baneling is very good. I'm not saying the baneling is very good. The
best players in the world, when they get far enough ahead, they're like, you know what I need right now? 100 banelings, and I'm like, they don't do well against Archons. They're like, they do well against Archons, and they don't do everything. And it's like, they cost half of a supply. Okay, anyways.
Supply
best unit in the game by far.
That's the thing. No. I think you just killed yourself with this point, because supply-wise, they're insane, but cost-wise, like if you, they're not so insane, right? If you're actually trading against Archons with banelings,
that's
cost efficiency-wise, that's no bueno.
Well, that's why you take so many fucking bases with Zerg and then defend it all with the banelings.
But that's the thing. But now you're including Zerg as a race and their strengths and what they're supposed to be doing. That's what they're supposed to do.
Okay.
So now the baneling is a tool to achieve and close out a game that you've won because you've Zerged enough. That's what you have to do.
Okay. So, but there has to be some control over that, right? Like if in a hypothetical extreme
it's a very
world,
strong unit.
The Zerg player can take 10 bases with no repercussions. Do we just go, well, that's Zerg, you guys?
Well, that is Zerg. That is Zerg in a way.
Now that they have all those bases and 80 drones,
they make
they're going to make 100 banelings.
That's the thing. Is whatever. Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like, let's be honest for a second. If Zerg is to be viable, it doesn't matter what unit goes in that slot. they will make 100 of that unit. That's how Zerg works.
Yeah.
Sure, but 100
I know
lings and 100 hydras and 100 roaches and 100. Yeah, I mean even brood lords feel.
There used to be 200 roaches actually at some point.
Oh, yeah,
and it
I
was
know.
nasty. It was the
That
worst.
was great. That was
But there was-
hilarious.
Before they
Not
rightfully
hilarious.
changed
That was
it.
hilarious because you were like, that was only hilarious if you were basically Idra's coach, which Artosis was, right? Like you were like, yeah, pick Zerg and make roaches, and he did, and he won. Like, yeah, that was not hilarious.
It was hilarious.
Should have taught him how to high five instead.
Oh God. Still stinks.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. God. He knew too. He's like, maybe you should edit that. I'm like, nah, it's fine. No one's gonna care.
I'm taking a shot.
No one's
10
gonna
years
care.
later,
I'm
some
talking about 10 years later.
uppity woman comes on my show and says she taught me how to high five.
Oh god. So the Baneling change, guys. I mean, I like that it's going to take more hits for Archons and Immortals. Is this enough?
I like.
I like the direction because it's I like the idea of units filling roles, and being able to just make one unit and do everything on the ground is bad for the game. So I like
everything. I like how you had to say on the ground
It's-
though. Look, as a former
the
Zerg player,
Baneling doesn't
because I
hit air,
switched to
which is its
Protoss.
biggest weakness. Its biggest weakness is it doesn't hit air. The Baneling.
I feel like, I mean, I like this change because I think that you should take a drastic step forward and then be very quick about going, oh, no, just kidding. You know, like if in a month after the patch, the Baneling is actually the worst unit, like, okay, you just go, okay, hold on, my bad. That's great. But I feel like the actual problem with the Baneling isn't necessarily that it can kill everything. Like, I don't like that either. I'm with Maynard. I like that as a certain role, not every single role. But I feel like the frustrating thing for me when I watch, I don't talk about when I play. My play is terrible. When I watch, is when a Protoss player like Parting, for instance, is just like fucking everywhere, man. He's blinking, he's Colossusing, he's force fielding, he's looking great, he's doing great, he's got amazing force field that no one else can achieve, and even he misses a force field or two, or isn't paying attention because he's harassing the 10 bases that Zerg has, and then boom, it's done, it's gone.
Wow,
That's
it sounds
what's
like you missed a
frustrating.
force field or two. Yeah.
And that's frustrating, no? Like one moment, like even
I
a
mean, a little
disruptor,
bit.
as much as people
Yeah, but
hate
when
the
you look at the
disruptor,
APM screen after the fact, like, are you still frustrated that he missed a force field, or are you like, maybe Parting, you should be a little bit more on top of your force
the
field?
APM where he's at 400 APM and the Zerg's at 1000 APM because Zerg has this bullshit thing where they make eggs and get 1000 APM.
I love the zombie grab that this Team League has created, by the way. I
She was
just have
always
to
there.
say.
No, I speak to Zombie Grub pretty regularly. She was always there. It's just that the Warchest team league has made it come it's here now. It's not here. It's here.
Exactly. Yeah,
like it.
Maynard's right. But no, like it just that's what's frustrating about it, right? So I feel like, and I don't know what to do about it. Like, is this the change they can try that's like the fairest because it doesn't affect ZVT, right? Like, yes, it is, but is it what directs the prop? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to change the Baneling speed because it's okay in ZVT.
Like, is there even a problem? I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure that there's a problem. I used to be a Zerg
feel
player.
like
I'm a
there
Protoss
is.
player now, but yeah, I don't know. I think if they go through with the patch as it is, and we're talking a lot about the Banelings, the void rays are fucking broken. Like,
Oh God.
they are
Oh my God.
insane. There's like 4 different buffs to void rays. But hey, like, are we
Did
due?
you just say void
An era
rays
of
are
Protoss?
broken?
After
Ay,
that,
ay, ay.
they would be. Like, I think an era of Protoss is maybe due, to be honest. Like, the Protoss players, they've suffered for long enough just because their race is designed for surprise. They thrive off of mind games. And so people by default hate them. Let's be real. Like, you make DTs,
Sure.
hate. You make fucking the most exciting unit in the game, which is the fucking disruptor, hate. Right? Like, Protoss players are always gonna get hate.
All right.
Maybe
all
go
right.
through
Well,
that void rate.
let's
part, but-
roll down
thinking
to
if-
those Protoss changes then. I mean, that's
What about
Sure.
if there was an era of Protoss dominance, and they were complaining about when they didn't win? What's that going to look like? Damn, the community's going to be terrible.
There was like one season where the top 3 were Protoss, including Hurricane, and people were like,
Oh, you mean
Yeah,
that
no one
one
cares about
super
that one.
tournament? Are we talking about that one super tournament?
No,
Like,
It
That's
was
your
7
fault.
Protosses and 1
it
Zerg.
was,
thought it was
GSL
GSL.
season 2 last year.
yeah, GSO.
I'm like, I don't know. I
It was
didn't watch
Hurricane
it.
off the top in the quarterfinals.
I think when I was a Zerg pro, I would have never made that argument. But I'm drunk enough that I'm saying, guys, where's the Protoss era? Like, You know, like
I think that's actually...
they have been shorthanded the entire fucking history of StarCraft 2 because they're the cheesy fucking snaky race.
That's for
okay,
sure.
but the reason that I think they're the cheesy, well, I mean, okay, so I'm gonna
surprised they didn't nerf the Stalker again in this patch. I'm just, as a Protoss player, I come to expect a Stalker nerf, and I didn't see one.
You know what's so great?
Wait. Can I ask you, Artosis, like, because you have such hatred for Protoss as a race
right?
in Brood War.
Yeah.
But then in StarCraft 2, you actually played Protoss.
Yeah.
Is there any cognitive dissonance there? Like, do you have to flip on a switch? Because I like
different
Spanish,
games.
English for me. Okay, cool.
They're just, they play way different. And every time I see a Terran player complain about TVP in StarCraft 2, I'm like, I'll hold my beer.
So
you don't even know. You don't even know what easy is. You don't even know.
I mean,
I'm learning. I just switched the product. I'm learning what easy is.
So I've always felt that like Protoss actually did get the short end of the stick just design wise. All right. And this is going like way out there. Like we are no longer talking about current meta, current StarCraft. But I always thought that they were dicked over because
before I said yes.
All right. It's because there's wonderful guests on.
Go.
So, but I feel like their design got the worst end of the stick, right? Like they have a design with the race just as is, where it does feel like a slight difference makes them either super overpowered or super underpowered. It either enhances their cheese that everyone thinks is bullshit because they don't scout it, they get killed immediately.
Yeah.
Or it makes it so impossible to even do, like it's not even worth doing. Like I've always felt bad for the Protoss, and I thought the Legacy of the Void gave them more, like they made them more solid than they were before. Like, I was straight up Protoss hater in Wings of Liberty and Heart of the Swarm. But I still feel like they are that race, where you don't get the super balance without the... You don't get the super balanced, everything's okay, everything's scoutable, everything's defendable, everything's fair, if your micro is good. Like, I don't know if you actually get that. Just with the way that they've been designed, but that's, again, way out there.
Well, since you're bringing it back like that, I do want to mention when they very, very first were talking about StarCraft 2 coming out, there was Nidus Worm, there was the Warpin mechanic, and Terran actually had something just like that, where you were going to be able to drop pods of Marines anywhere on the map, and it was going to be an energy-based thing. Okay, so so they ended up deciding not to do that with Terran,
Good call.
and then kept it in with Protoss and Zerg, and those are two of the most complained about things of all time, the Nidus and the Warpin mechanic. So it's like they can move their whole army anywhere at any time, and then Terran, they were like, you know what? We can't have pods of Marines just come down the middle of the battle. Too strong. Too strong.
I remember like alpha, beta, like alpha even of StarCraft 2, where I was just like, oh, force fields. I would be surprised if that makes it into the game. Here we are.
That was...
Like,
wasn't that like
that seemed incredible to me, like that went through.
That was the biggest
robot,
difficulty of map editors transitioning from Brood War to StarCraft 2 and players transitioning. Wasn't it like Bisu said if I had force fields in Brood War, I'd never lose a game? Or something like that? Someone said that from Brood War.
Well, that would be sure. Yeah, no, you can't. Force fields
probably
be
and it took them what, five years to give Zerg something that breaks
You're
force
telling
fields.
to move your units without the force field, right?
What's that?
Yeah, imagine that. You put one force field down, you cut the army half, the game ends. Fucking
Your
my
units
computer
would probably
crashes.
get all glitched. Like the force field would probably be like a.
Oh
like a
yeah,
fucking
I get a
Vortex
vortex
fly off.
right there. I'm like 50 mana. That seems good.
Yeah. Anyways, it's obviously something they're gonna fix. You know, because I think it does go back to the warp gate mechanic, and there's a lot to be discussed about that. But
yeah,
you asked like, where's the Protoss era, and I'm like, whenever there's a Protoss era, they get the most shit because it feels like it's the most uneven era. There have been Terran eras. That's why, actually, to bring it back a little bit more to today, I feel like TVZ has taken a long time to actually get discussion around it. Like, obviously, there's people who will complain from one side or the other, and obviously everyone thinks Terran are whiners. But it definitely feels like more so Protoss has been like, oh no, Protoss, oh, I feel bad for you guys, oh god. And then if they do well, they're like, oh, fuck you, Protoss, I hate you. But TVZ has always been like, mechanically, the best person wins, right? And it's because it does still feel like that, even though we're starting to, as a community, be like, Mutus. Hold on here. But it takes so much longer for people to think of that. Same for Zerg. I feel like Protoss just feels like if something goes immediately in their favor, it immediately goes to the community to be like fucking Protoss bullshit.
Because they're a snake. Yeah, that's the race by design.
I feel so bad for them though. There are tons of good Protoss players who just want to play some decent macro games, and they're like, "Well, I don't get very far, so let's go be a fucking snake."
There's some
I
great
agree with
snakes
ZG. I agree with that. It's just because of the way that they are that they feel more bullshit than they potentially are.
Yeah.
It's hard to not feel that
they don't win that much, but they feel so bullshit that people hate them.
Hate the way that they win. It is the real problem. I mean, fucking me included, man. Absolutely. It's like it feels really bad. I was talking about this in GSL the other day because it's so nice to have stats playing well again. Yeah. I feel like we should just balance based around stats. If stats is always in the top 4, Protoss is in a fine place, and as soon as he is fucking dying before that, there's something wrong. There's something wrong because then
unless SOS is winning the championships, then something's okay.
Yeah, that can be okay.
SOS is winning. Because I agree with you. I mean, I've always seen the 3 races of StarCraft as having very distinct advantages. Terran having the most micro potential. Terran usually acting first, which means they're the most plan-oriented people. Protoss being perhaps the most trickiest, fucking snakiest people, which as a people, we hate the most. We hate uncertainty. And Protoss has the tech, has the ability to just, like tech in all sorts of directions. And if they can deny information, then they'll keep you guessing. And people hate RNG because that's just how people are. But RNG is a thing of life. It's what life is made of. Is you don't know what's coming. That's the way it is.
Right.
And Protoss is that race, I think. And Zerg is adapting to what do you mean easy now?
Easy now.
Too deep for you?
RNG is part of life.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you could argue for determinism.
I'm thinking too hard here. I'm getting a headache. I'm actually thinking too hard.
I feel like Cats is like we should all races should be like Protoss. RNG is just a part of life.
My point is, if life was known, then you would be living in the past, and that would never be exciting. Life isn't, it's about that future, about that excitement. That's what Protoss brings to the table. I think it's a snaky, tricky. You don't know what the fuck is going on race. Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna move this towards the void right now because that's where we need to end up. All right, void ray.
I'm gonna have to do another shot.
Poor Wardy is like they moved the this week in StarCraft to the end. It'll probably be like 3 hours max, and we're like on like 1.2 topics.
We're not even halfway.
What it is Cats has just had so many shots, and I don't even understand the balance discussion anymore.
Cheers to you, Wardy.
Teleport.
That's because I'm fucking intermingling the fucking balance discussion with like tantric Buddhism, and people are not taking off with me. That's okay. I'm okay.
I want to engage in this philosophical argument, but I'm like, oh, that's not going to be good pylon show.
Cats is sitting on a rocket right now where it says philosophy down the side of it. He's like, come on, climb on, guys. Climb on, come on. We're going to shoot to the moon. Let's go. Just climb on. And we're all like, I don't know, man. Seems unsafe. He's like, it's fine. Come on. It's okay. It's tested.
So the void ray.
The void ray. And we're going to let Wardy speak on this one as well. Because I told him to shut his mouth before we started that last part of the philosophy.
You can't get in it. Can't get a word in edgewise as Wardy keeps talking the mic. It's really annoying.
Oh, I know. Oh, my God. These commentators.
I just can't add anything to what Cats has to say, Like, he says it all.
It is hard to add.
All right. Void ray. Cost decreased from 250, 150 to 200, 150. That's 50 minerals off. Void ray build time decreased from 43 to 37 seconds. That is 6 seconds quicker. Movement speed increased from 3.5 to 3.85. As the Void Ray is one of the least commonly used units in our game, we thought now would be a great time to grant it a niche that lines up with what Protoss struggles with at the moment. The niche we had in mind, when I read this, I'm like, the niche that lines up with what Protoss struggles with at the moment. Oh, you mean winning championships? Okay, sick. The niche we had in mind in PvZ was that of a multi-purpose mid-game unit with the ability to clear overlords, zone out and/or clear creep, and deter baneling drops. As the primary feedback we get about the Void Ray is that it's simply not effective. Our first step was to lower both its resource and build time costs. In addition, we believe it needs a slight mobility boost in order to fulfill this role. So we'll be increasing its movement speed to match that of a Viking or Banshee. As 2 oracles plus a third Stargate unit is very common off of Stargate openers in PvZ, we imagine it could easily be slotted as the 3rd unit in lieu of a Phoenix or a 3rd Oracle. As for implications in other matchups, in PvT, Void Rays would notably gain the ability to chase down Banshees. And in PvP, we've heard feedback that this new Void Ray could potentially be useful in proxy robotics defense. Okay, thoughts on this Void Ray? I'm gonna make a lot of. I'm sure you guys have plenty to say. I'll be right back.
Can I get? Is there a link to this somewhere?
Yeah, I'll send it to you on Discord.
I think I'm gonna make a lot of Void Ray. That's what I take off.
Have you seen these things?
Like, so I looked at it, and
they're ridiculous.
Yeah, they're pretty ridiculous. Not only do they get a natural, like as is, speed boost, but they also got a speed boost to flux phase.
Full time hit points.
Yeah. I honestly feel like they're almost as fast as a Mutalisk. They're not, but they almost are. And they deal insane damage.
They outrace. I don't know. Corrupt.
They outspeederize right? Dem corruptors.
Whatever.
That's what the Void Ray does. That's a big change.
That's cool.
Do you not just think this adds to the whole point of we hate how Protoss win games, and this is just like we're gonna make it
absolutely
Void Ray?
Does.
It's awesome, yeah.
it's absolutely gonna be used one base versus Terran.
I think
that the way into the Stargate.
Void Ray proxy coming back. Void Ray proxy coming back.
Yeah, I think that the way this patch was approached was basically like I think that there's not that much of a design team left, and the design team is trying to take risks and doing things that I think are amazing. I think it's awesome. And they're looking at the worst unit in the game and making it one of the better units in the game. To be honest, I think that's what that
We've had Void Rays as one of the best units in the game though, and no one liked it.
Yeah,
no one. No one liked Nanu amassing Void Rays against Jaedong's Ultras. Yeah, it wasn't fun.
Didn't we like it because a foreigner won something?
But it was Nani won, so.
Yeah,
but
cancels out all of his redeeming qualities as a Swedish player. It was Nani. What?
I mean, there's a reason.
Too real.
Yeah, did it get too real here? Okay. Anyway, so. Yeah, I think that maybe the natural speed boost is okay, but the flux veins being even faster, I think should just not even be done. Like, I'm actually okay as far as to see what happens with the Void Ray buffs, lower cost, and then higher speed. But don't change flux veins. Flux veins is actually already memey and stupid and fast. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, I think they're probably just pushing a lot of changes and seeing what sticks. Like what
I'm down with it. Yeah, throw stuff at the wall, see what sticks. Like if it's bad, take it out and break everyone's replays.
It's a good approach.
They're actually only adding the Void Ray change so they can revert it the moment we get another replay back.
Yeah.
Right. There's this 30 Rock scene where they go to IKEA and this IKEA a servant agent is looking from behind them and he's like, yes, give me your pain. I feel like that's Blizzard on any time a seriously cool replay pack has been released and they fucking patch.
Yeah, to be honest, I was all for this change, but now I see Turkey Dano in the chat saying make it happen. I feel like he's a little bit too happy with this discussion we're having right now.
So wait, I guess I missed the bulk of this. Are you guys happy? Is the Void Ray good now?
I said Flux Veins, delete the Flux Veins upgrade and give them the rest, and I'll see what happens. I'm okay with the rest.
Yeah,
I'm like, yeah, fuck it, go for it. Because honestly, it's hard to know until we see a bunch of good players play around with it. I think. See what happens.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
It's gonna make a great YouTube thumbnail. It's gonna be.
Our Void Ray's overpowered.
There's good art for the Void Ray. That's hardly ever used.
I'm looking forward to the Beastie Cutie Void Ray only to GM with the new Void version of this Void Ray.
That's not going to be a series that lasts long enough, mate. That's going to be too quick. It's almost going to be as quick as the Void Ray's move.
I want to clarify. I meant don't buff Flux Veins. That's what I meant.
Oh, yeah, just leave Flux Veins as it is. You mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a thing though. Like in game design in general, you know that they'll go a little bit more out there than they have to, and then scale back, and it's okay. And that's
what is 5.11? What else has a speed that quick? Because that's what Flux Veins is going up to.
So it's going to be
That's
faster than
very good.
Corruptors.
Faster than Corruptors. I can get on board with that. You saw Estrella versus Dark. If his Void Rays were quicker than Corruptors, he could have beaten him.
Yes,
Right.
that's the whole argument that you could make against it, right?
You want Dark to beat Estrella?
I mean, I
What's
don't.
wrong with you?
The universe probably does, right? Like the universe probably
yeah.
thinks, hey, you know what? Dark should probably win this one.
yeah.
What else is it? What else does it be? I don't know.
Well, a Mutalisk is 5.6, I think. So
Quicker than the Muta.
It's
no, it's a little slower than the Muta, right?
a little slower.
Oh, 5.6, not 5.6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Void
What is
Ray
that?
I'm
Godsend
sorry,
is
I'm not
5.1.
sure which numbers are bigger than other numbers yet.
So
I
the whole
haven't figured that out.
the
You
whole
asked-
point of
you
this
asked the right
upgrade is to make them. Sorry, like they said, like counter banling drops. Is one of
Yeah,
the
well,
reasons.
that's. I actually like a lot of these changes, but the write-ups before the changes, a lot of them have me go,
Yeah, like 2/3 of them make me go like, okay.
If it's
okay.
an
So that- I don't know
open
about that
ground
one.
and you turn on the overcharge, I guess it would kill the Overlord before it gets in, right?
Yes, but
Technically,
that's
yeah,
not
technically
like. I
true.
mean, so you're gonna make 3 void rays now to like cover all 3 bases.
No,
want-
because they're so
you
fast, they
want-
can just teleport between them.
right?
Yeah.
1 void ray for all 3 bases.
Yeah,
With
it's
flux
like
veins.
it's like a 500 resource high supply unit, man. You're gonna make one of those just to chill on top of the dead space next to your third and your main. Just have one
Well,
of
that's
those.
why they
like,
reduced the
1,000
cost,
resources.
Maynard. I think what
Well,
they're
now it's 800
thinking,
resources chilling.
they're thinking that though people will make them as openers again, right?
Mm.
Instead of a Phoenix.
Well, I actually said it, with you guys that I mean, as an opener versus Phoenix, like when Stargate PVZ first started, I guess, like that they used to open Void Ray back in the day. Cool.
Mhm.
I'm one of those. As an extremely biased opinion, I'm one of those Terrans that always had trouble against the Void Ray shield battery proxy, and that part of me is screaming in pain. But I had to lock him away. That's the only part that's
It'll be
got
very
me
annoying.
upset.
Like the thing is that funnily enough, without flux veins, I'm not sure. No, it is cheaper, isn't it? So you can get more shield batteries. Yeah, I know it is going to make them more powerful. I was
Or
thinking
get
like
that
the
Proxy
dynamic,
Nexus down for the overcharged shield batteries.
right?
I mean,
Yeah, the Viking Void Ray dynamic won't really change. But the more so the reason I figured they would do this is because they wanted some option for late game PVZ, right? Isn't that
I
why
think
they're
that's
doing
more
it?
the Tempest change, but
Yeah,
one thing,
true.
one thing that's mentioned is that people said it might help against proxy robos. And it's like, yeah, I think it would help against proxy robos, but once upon a time in PvP, we had proxy Stargate, where you'd go Void Rays and shield batteries. That would be like 100 times better with this new Void Ray. That would be so much better. So I think it would maybe just turn away from proxy robo into proxy Void Ray. Just want to throw that out there.
In PvP?
Yes.
wow.
It could.
Cool.
It could.
I don't-
I think that.
About that, like even if you can get a Void Ray slightly faster and more, you can get to a second and third Void Ray. Stalkers actually do very well against them in the early stages because you can't
But
micro
you have
avoid
your
the
own
same way.
stalkers too.
I mean, I guess I don't.
I'm just saying we had that in the meta for a little bit in PvP a few years ago. So I could see people trying that again.
I'd like to talk about the Tempest. I think this is actually a cool change if it
Okay.
goes for a super ultra late game.
Well, hold on 1 second, just real quick. The Oracle Revelation duration increased, so I don't forget it, from 15 to 20 seconds. Yay or nay?
Yay,
Yay.
that's
Fine.
fine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. No, 15 was really quick. I was actually very surprised how quickly that was going off. But okay, let's jump down to the Tempest then, Maynard. New upgrade found on the Fleet Beacon, Tectonic Destabilizers. Can't wait to see which casters remember that name. Effect
I always
improves.
try, but
I won't. I don't fucking upgrade names are like
The Tempest,
they are so
Tempest
difficult.
upgrade is what it'll be referred to. Yeah, the Tempest
Like,
upgrade.
oh, it's like the burrowing upgrade. Sick. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Effect improves the Tempest resonance coil to deal plus 40 damage for structures. Cost 150. Research time 100 seconds. This change has the goal of granting Protoss players a tool with which they can break spore crawler forests in late game, which we believe will discourage stalemates. This improvement to the Tempest comes in the form of an upgrade instead of a base bonus in order to temper the power of proxy tempest in PvT.
It matters.
Okay, go Cats.
So I think that, I've spoken enough on behalf of the Protoss brothership, but I used to be a Zerg for fucking a long time. And Zergs aren't really that confident in the late game right now. I think, as far as speaking for the pro scene, I think that Zergs are hesitant, and a lot of the games end much earlier than the late game phase these days. Oh, someone groaned. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, based on what I've seen, I don't think that Zerg is actually afraid of the ultra late game that much. I think they still find that their late game spellcasters, even without infested Terrans, they still have a pretty good tool kit for dealing with late game Protoss.
I'm a Protoss player now. I'm with you.
Oh, you've officially changed.
For you.
Officially changed?
For a month or so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm playing half Protoss, half Terran, and my Protoss is scaringly exceeding my Terran MMR, and I'm like, oh fuck. Then I'm a Protoss player.
I did that as well. I was like, I'm gonna do a Protoss stream where all I do is War Prism charge lot all ins, and I was like, oh god, I'm nearly at my Terran MMR. Oh boy.
It's scary how that happens, right?
Right?
And I am a macro Protoss player and a macro Terran player, so it's just like, oh no, have I been
you guys? Yeah.
Is this a baby swap that birth scenario where I was born to the Terran hospital, where I was under the Protoss parents?
If I may point out to one thing, you guys are both doing the easiest, most caster I've seen enough games that this shit works, and it's fucking easy strat. So
I never said it was easy.
I think it's super easy.
At what point do you say StarCraft was easy?
What part was difficult about the charge load all in?
Oh no! That was just because I had a headache that day and I didn't want to play Terran. I thought you were referring to the ZVP late game thing. I don't think that's easy to play. I think that only good players can do that. But I do feel like I'm not necessarily upset with it if it gets there. That's all.
I feel like Protoss is still weak in the late game, and that's only the reason why they don't want to get there.
No, don't you think that Protoss just can't get to late game? I think Protoss is sick if you get late game.
Oh, Worthy! The person with the most.
All right, 2v2 right here, right now.
Let's see.
Wait, how many games has Wardy seen super late game though?
Way more than any of us.
But no, it's a legitimate question because I feel like we just don't see it.
I saw one
because Protoss dies there.
I saw one.
Well, why are we balancing the late game? It doesn't happen. Neeb got there against Scarlet one game and it was pretty cool, but Scarlet didn't make banelings, so it didn't didn't matter compared to all the other games we watch.
Fair. But in the late game, it doesn't really feel that Zerg favored, right? Especially with the infinite feedback EMP.
No, I think it's Protoss favored if you can get to late game. Yeah. But the problem is getting to late game, because when you get to late game and Zerg's just actually I'll just crash Balins into 2 bases at a time, it doesn't work.
Right. Yeah.
So
it's not really late game.
Zerg I think if you get really late game where Zerg gets stuck on Broodlords and Corruptors, I think it's really hard for Zerg to do something there. But then you just don't get there as Protoss, and that's. Tempest upgrade doesn't help that. The Tempest upgrade just makes.
As a Protoss player, I don't want to misrepresent here, but as a recent Protoss player, Wordy, what I've been told by my Protoss brethren is that if you aren't killing the Zerg before 7:30, they're gonna get out of control and they're gonna have too much shit to throw at you before you can get to late game. Right? Is that?
I think if we take it. No, you go. Sure.
No, what Wordy said might actually. I could see it theoretically being true that if you did get to late game evenly, the theoretical unit composition of Protoss could do well. It's just never ever gets there ever. Not
but that's a better problem to have today than the previous problem of if it gets there, Zerg is winning.
Yes, because Zerg could just force it there every game. That was a terrible problem.
All to the point that we're still addressing, because we're talking about the balance patch, we're still addressing a problem that no longer exists. Zerg does not have an advantage in the ultra late game. It's the fact that Protoss struggles to get there now.
Yeah.
It's a different problem that we had before. So on behalf of my Zerg brethren, I just felt like that argument had to be made.
That's brother to all. Yeah, no, I kind of am with Wardy on that, maybe. The thing is, I haven't seen it, but if you look at it theoretically, it's feedback can actually deal with the spellcasters now, and there's no infested Terrans, so, maybe. I mean, the Protoss would need a lot of practice in those situations. It's just you can't get there evenly, so. But
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not
It
sure
comes
what
down
this
to a lot of
Tempest upgrade will do.
Well, it usually it's like it comes down to a lot of spellcasters,
cool.
so it's a lot to control, and it also comes down to a lot of static defense, which is, I guess, the Blizzard feels that the static defense side is a little bit easier for Zerg to amass the spore crawlers. So if we get there, that's a big if. If you get to the super late game, it's we'll I guess we'll eventually see it, right? We'll see how it looks. But
Listen, I don't want to sound like
the bigger problem is.
I don't want to become the Oracle here, Maynard. Okay, like I've watched The Matrix enough times, and the Oracle's cool, but it's not that cool. And to be honest, I think that if they go through with this change, Turkey Dano is gonna fucking Shrek everyone, because proxy tempests, like killing buildings, that's a cool.
Are you gonna get that upgrade? 100-second upgrade, 150, 150?
I think that there's absolutely going to be people to try it, and Turkey Dano will be one of those people.
I'll try
Yeah.
it.
I want to see Turkey Dano.
The proxy Tempest stuff, I mean, it has its place against Terran. I just, like 100 seconds. The thing is, the rushes last more than 100 seconds. So yeah, I guess it would get used, right? And then if you're doing plus 40 against structures, how quickly does that kill a bunker or a turret? Pretty quickly.
Especially by then you have like 3 Tempests, right?
Yeah, you have 3-4 Tempests.
Bunker
You're
has
almost
400 health, so
you could two-shot the bunker
6.3. 6.3 MMR. Look for the tweet, then clip it to
it doesn't sound like there's any reason for this to exist. Okay, like even if we admitted that, even if we said that the Protoss was unfavored, which isn't even what we're saying. You're saying that Zerg is actually favored. If the Protoss was favored, like it still doesn't seem like it would be what unfavored. Sorry, it would be what helps them. Like, and you guys are saying the Protoss is actually okay. So
I don't think. Yeah, I
there's
don't
no
think
reason
people
to
are
help
going to
them.
make Tempests.
So why are we giving them this?
Here's a theory that is unconfirmed, that I have the answer. I am pretty certain that I have the answer. It will never be confirmed, this theory, okay? But people saw on Twitter, like I'm thinking like the StarCraft team, Balance team saw on Twitter, like some tweets from like, prominent StarCraft figures that were saying like certain things around the Tempest. Like there was a lot of this
I don't think I've ever said the word Tempest
where
in the
you
last
rank
4
the
months.
best unit from the
best
unit to the worst
the
unit.
units.
The Tempest and the Void Ray were always last on that list. So I think they took the safe route. They grabbed the 2 units that were perceived as the worst units by everyone, mostly Petit Drogo, because he's the biggest mimer, and he put them in a list of unusable or something like that. And they said, you know what? I'm gonna grab the units of Petit Drogo because no one's disagreeing with it, and I'm gonna buff the shit out of them. That's what I think happened.
And you know what?
Maybe.
Deep as fuck.
If they're
hold on.
paying attention to that tier list, then there's no Mutalisk changes. No one's paying attention to that tier list, I don't think.
Yeah, hold on. That's actually what I was going to bring up, is that I think what happens is that Blizzard, they're busy people. They got other things to do than be pro commentators and pro gamers. Is that they see things from like months ago. And they it's like a fucking Slowpoke meme. It is literally the Slowpoke meme. 7 months ago, it's like, I don't know what's happening 7 months ago.
No,
hey guys, we heard a Depths needed a buff. We're gonna buff, and it's like right before Katowice happens. So I think that the mute is not being addressed in this patch is kind of indicative of that. And then the Tempest being addressed is also indicative of that. Like a while ago, I remember being like,
just like
does that mean we're gonna
underpowered right now?
There is certainly lag there. You're definitely onto something, because I remember one of the more recent patches, the patch was talking about a change and why it was because of battle cruisers and the way that they were being used against Zerg. And it was like, I remember reading it on the Pylon Show and being like, this is something from 3 months ago is when this was happening, and now it's been solved. So like what's being written here that's not what's happening anymore. Like people know how to deal with it.
It just obeys perception, and perception often just obeys like frustration, right? Like if you're really frustrated with something and you haven't figured it out, then you talk about it.
Yeah.
I mean balance is subjective. That is the lesson of this Pylon Show, I guess.
So it's quarter to 4 in the morning for Woody. So what's the
the carrier? One more
that
balance
guy.
thing real quick. The carrier interceptors belonging to a carrier that has been neuroparasited will no longer draw aggression from units belonging to the carrier's original owner. Though this interaction isn't as commonly seen these days, we'd like to bring it in line with what we believe is more congruent to how neural parasite reacts with other units in our game.
Cool. They're keeping consistency. All right.
It's fine.
Are we
What
neuraling
did they
carriers?
do? Neuroparasite? What did they change?
So if you neuroparasite a carrier, your units won't aggro the interceptors. Basically, they'll attack other stuff.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weird, but go for it. Yeah, inconsistent with the fact that Zerg doesn't actually have an advantage in the late game where carriers would be made, right? But yeah, go for it.
Okay, so that is the whole patch. Final thoughts on the patch, Wardy. What do you think overall with this patch?
B+ for me.
I think it's nice to try, but I'd be surprised if it had a major effect because I think it kind of misses the. I just think it misses what we need to like. It feels like it's fixing problems that aren't the problem, almost, or something like that. Yeah, I don't mind any of the changes, but I also just feel like it's not going to fix what they want to fix.
Okay.
I think the biggest one about it is the one you mentioned would be the biggest one, which was the bailing thing, and it'll be interesting to see how that goes forward. Like if it actually has an impact. If this change still has no impact on the bailing, like we just see the same amount of bailing usage, it'd be like,
CVC or you're
it would
guaranteed
be a head scratcher. Pardon?
CVC, you're guaranteed to have an impact.
Oh, absolutely, yes. But yeah,
it'd be interesting.
I'm interested. It's one of those things where I'm just like I'm gonna sit back and absorb it because I always feel the same about patches. It's like StarCraft's such a complex game and so deep that you need to kind of watch it for a while just to know if it's good or not.
Sorry, the math. I don't. Whatever. If the Baneling does 1 less damage to non-light, does that revert the ZVZ problem?
Yeah.
I don't know.
One less
I don't know what
damage?
the CVC problem is. I don't know.
No. It has to do 1 more damage to non-light. 1 more damage to non-light.
Sorry, yes. If they take 1 away from the nerf, yeah, my brain was definitely working on that one.
So if it was like 16 and plus 14 or whatever it is, or no, plus 21.
So I guess
region
if I might intervene. So it sounds like Zombie Grab and Artosis are very like-minded individuals, I think. So you're both thinking about keeping the status quo to a race that to a matchup that isn't broken in CVC. And where do you find the balance there, where there is no chaos and no future to wonder about what the fuck will happen with that matchup? I will have to present the other train of thought, which is let's see what the fuck happens with it.
Yeah. Well, I just asked
I'm
a question.
Not worried about
so
CVZ.
it's fine.
I'm not too worried about CVZ.
My question was literally going to lead into if it is a problem in ZVZ, they just add damage to the Baneling, and it's still a nerf to ZVP.
We should just take the Baneling HP down again.
You're a Baneling.
Right? I mean, why not? I mean, who here is really going to care about the Baneling being nerfed in health?
To me, the Baneling either evaporates or it doesn't, and a zero, like a Baneling with 1 hit point is still as effective as a Baneling with a lot of hit points. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's still a suicide.
That's why Storm is stupid against Banelings. I'm like, oh yeah, damaged Banelings are killing my army now. That's really cool.
Yeah. Why am I glad they all had red hit points before they killed it?
Imagine in the 10 years of StarCraft 2, the Baneling forming was actually still a light unit.
Yeah.
It never became a non-light unit. Just imagine that.
Imagine being 20 years into StarCraft 2 and conveniently swapping between where Protoss is bullshit and where it's not.
We'll get there, I believe.
Why don't we just make the Baneling a mechanical unit? You know what I mean? Okay.
Right. Everyone plays with the mechanical skins anyway. Let's just make it a mechanical unit. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheers.
So that's the patch. Let's go on to our last topic. Move this along for poor Wardy. Fucking 4 a.m. or whatever. There's craziness.
And he's not
hang in there, Wardy. Yeah. We're getting there.
Do it.
Okay. So there was a little bit of drama that went on with the Australian region, the Southeast Asian region, whatever we're going to call this, right? And obviously we saw a lot of stuff on Twitter, a lot of stuff on Reddit. We saw a little show match. So let me try to summarize this so you guys can fill in. Basically, what is grouped into the SEA region, the Australian region, Australia, New Zealand, and then like some of Southeast Asia is clumped into there. So we have some strong players like Demi or Miomeka or, a few other players from that region, Singapore, stuff like that. Kind of grouped into this region. Now, Risky has a New Zealand passport, so he plays from Europe within the region. And then they expanded it so that it includes, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Iran now, which includes, which player was it? Was it T-Bull? Or am I...
T-Bull and Razorblader.
And Razorblader.
And Razorblader. That's right. Who are... They live in EU, but they have Iranian citizenship. Is this correct?
Pakistan.
Pakistan.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So these guys,
more in line to the whole like Indian side of it. Anyway, go on.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, countries that they own passports for will be included in the region. They're both like about 6,000 MMR in Europe, which is quite respectable. So they'll be able to join the region now. Have I hit this all so far correctly? Right?
I'm just looking at
Cat minus the quite respectable part. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, this does a lot of things, including mess up ping. It brings other players into the region that have a different practice environment, playing on the European server and stuff. So there's been some drama where a lot of the players from that region haven't been happy with these people being added in. So I just kind of want to get your guys' thoughts on the whole thing, because I think that there's a lot of angles that can be approached by.
Yeah, I agree.
So as the Australian on this call, I will admit that I want the region to be, I want something called a regional qualifier to be good for the region, right? It's in the name, it's inherent in the name. I think that's right now, I don't actually blame...
Maynard Horns in the chat, please. Go on.
Yeah, please, if anyone subbed to my channel, please spam my emotes. I would appreciate it. But yeah, no, you're right. I think the inherent problem is that not necessarily can they be beaten or not beaten. I think that there are players in Australia that can beat them. There are a lot that cannot. And to me, it's more like it doesn't feel regional when people that aren't part of the region come into the region and it's not about their level, it's not about their strength. It's like we are trying to develop a new version of WCS. It's all about building grassroots and trying to make the my train of thought is being derailed, but it's okay.
Sticky note over his camera.
Sticky note. I'll hold my whiskey glass in front of the cat's cam. So it's all about building grassroots, right? And I feel like if I've talked to Risky about it at one point a while back. I haven't spoken to T-Bull or Razorblader, but it would be the same sort of feedback where I actually don't blame them at all for doing what they're doing. I think it's the rules, right? The rules are the problem here, and the player doing it. Are they an arsehole for doing it? No, absolutely not. It's in the rules. They are allowed to do it. They're a professional gamer or attempting to be a professional gamer, or even a semi-professional gamer is looking to make money. So if the rules say that you can do this, then yes, it's a high chance that you'll earn money. Jesus, cats. It's a high chance that you'll...
Stop looking at me. I'm just supporting you.
You're too good-looking, cats. That's the problem. You turn your camera off for a second. Jesus. I was going to say that, so what I would actually say is that, first of all, the only downside I'll say about the Australian side of things, for me, well, not the only, there's a few, but for me, the downside is that I feel like the players on the Australian side, a lot of the outspoken community figureheads in the Australian side are getting very, obviously they're very emotional about it because it's their region, it's their qualifier, right? It's their tournament. Even it's not even a qualifier. It's an actual tournament with a prize pool and everything that leads into another event. So they are getting very emotional about it, and I think that sometimes can come across a little bit petulant, just a little bit sort of over dramatic, I suppose. Where I don't think that people should be sending hate to the players that are part of this. I think that if you could take a second to take a step back and give that feedback to, obviously, I think a lot of the frustration is because the feedback was given in the first season for summer. And nothing really changed. In fact, it went in the other direction. There's like more players now from outside of the region. So either I feel like you make those international players more part of the region, like for instance, Demilove, Mio Micah, all those guys, they're considered Southeast Asia and part of the region because they have always been a part of our tournaments.
Always.
A lot of our weeklies. Always. They've always been a part of the weeklies. They've been a part of a lot of the qualifiers since the day that they started being good enough to be in those weeklies and those qualifiers. They'll always be a part of that region.
Mm-hmm.
If you just show up for the big money tournament and then leave, that's different. But for me, again, not ever going to blame Risky or T-Ball or anything like that because I think that's completely justified. But I would like to see, and I think that this is going to take someone smarter than me to figure out. There's discussion about whether it should be regional or whether it should be citizen-based. And I actually feel like this is one of those things, like if you play an RPG and you have that slider between tall and short, right? One side's regional, one side's citizen. The slider has to be somewhere in between the two, where I think that you can't just be a citizen or just be in the region. Kind of need to have both, but maybe leaning a little bit towards one side or the other. And it's up to the TO. The onus is on the TO to come up with something like that, so that when we have future seasons, the community is a little bit happier. Like that region is a little bit happier about it. But again, like I actually
is that
really
a good thing? Is that a good thing? Yes or no?
Really
yes or no? Good. Is that a good thing that the community is happier?
Community's happier. Is that a good thing?
I mean, community's happier. Absolutely, good thing. Thumbs up. But I think that I'm just going to say that I'm actually I'm disappointed in people that send hate at Risky and give him shit. I'm disappointed in that. I'm disappointed in that.
Yeah.
And anyone that hates on Razorblader or T-Ball or anything like that, I'm disappointed in you if you do that, because it's not their fault.
It's also very easy to just be like, you don't have to name the person, right? Like you could just be like people who come in that are better than the region. Like we could talk entirely about not players and just the situation, but people who are immediately like, well, Risky's this person, this that person.
Agree.
And that's a bit fucked.
Yeah. So to summarize, it's not the international players' fault. Second of all, I do believe we can find a happy place, and I think a lot of that is going to lie in the rule set. And what we need to focus on is making sure that the rule set is something that we can all feel good about.
Yeah.
Many
what are you?
Because right now it's not good enough. I actually am, as much as I'm not against these internet, like I'm not going to give those players shit. I think right now the rules are bad. I actually don't like how it is right now. Needs to be fixed.
So let me say, because I like a lot of what you said there. I feel like it boils down really quickly to looking at like players that come to Korea. Because so I get the resident thing, because it does seem weird to have the rules kind of expand. It's like, oh, you live in Europe, but now you can play in this region. That gets less, but now you can win it because you've lived in Europe all this time. But at the same time, it's like, oh, well, what about Special and Scarlet that are basically always in Korea? You want them playing in their regions. You don't want them locked into Korea, right? So it's hard to make a rule set that fits both of those situations, I would say.
I don't think so.
What's up, Chaz? Okay,
Chaz,
tell us what you think.
Okay, so fucking Scarlet and Special always play at a disadvantage. From Korea, they play on the NA server. There's no dispute about it whatsoever. The problem is that Risky plays on Singapore server, which he can force by the rules. And the Singapore server that he can force by the rules is because the rules are made to have basically the player that's not playing from within the rules, from within the region, has a choice to pick within that region what server will best allocate him. ESL right now has made essentially, I'm sorry, if this is insensitive, but they have made a region for Risky that is NWA, which is Northwest Asia or whatever the fuck, from which no player is from, except for Risky. So they're giving Risky the safe status or playing as a player from the Northwest Asia region, from which there is no player except from the fucking guy coming from the UK who has always fucking identified as UK. That is to say, none of the fucking Australian people or C people want him as a representative, because they don't feel like Risky is a representative of them, but rather of the UK, because of that's what he has always identified with. So there is a loophole from which Risky can choose the Northwest Asia region, from which there is no other player except for him, and force the Singapore server onto Australian player.
Wait, you mean
have a fucking horrible ping to the Singapore?
When you say NWA, don't you mean Singapore?
No, there's a sub-region which is like
a region that they made for Risky. I mean, you don't have to say it's a region they made for Risky, but
they made it because they expanded the region.
Yeah, but
they made it because they expanded the region to rest of Asia. You can't just say they made it for Risky when there could be players playing from the other countries.
Yeah, but there's none. There's only
but it forces them to play in the Singapore region, right?
Yeah, now there's new players coming into it, which are 2 other UK players that are coming into that region.
And one of the problems, wait, before we get one of the problems is that Singapore is actually not favorable to Australians. I'm just one second.
It's horrible.
It is not favorable to Australians. The Australians do not get good ping to Singapore. It's not like a 10 or 20 ping difference. It is absolutely atrocious for the Australians.
Obviously.
Okay, guys, go. Okay.
Oh, now that you've made that point, I will say what the Australians are saying. Hey, if you don't want to give a slot to Australia because there's not good enough players in there, cool. But let's not pretend that we're giving a slot to Australia when we're not really, not. And the player that's in that server should not have a disadvantage against the player that's coming from without that service from the fucking UK to play on C. If you want to give us a slot to UK, that's cool. I'm cool with that.
But they're not playing on a disadvantage. Some of them have a bad connection to Singapore, but the majority of the players can reconnect like a couple of games and they get a better connection, and then they have the ping advantage by about 100 or so, sometimes 50. It depends because the connection's a bit weird. But very rarely are they actually playing with the ping disadvantage.
Their perspective seems to be that they commonly get ping problems. Yeah. All right, and you're saying that they should regame multiple times.
But Risky says like in their matches they regame 2 or 3 times until the ping issues disappear.
You could be paying in EU. If we have a system that is
that kind of bad,
we're helping a regional system in itself. Risky is a UK citizen. He should be fucking.
Okay. Let's just rewind a second because I actually think
let some other people talk a little bit.
I think there's some basic points to cover first, which is first of all, this whole issue is because of the fact we can't travel, right? Because last year, Risky traveled to Korea to play on the Australian server. And this is why it wasn't an issue in previous years, because everything was on the Australian server. So Risky traveled to Korea to play on the Australian server. So nobody really had an issue with that because this is the main discussion, right? That they're playing at a disadvantage on Singapore. So let's say they are. But the rules now, first of all, the region got expanded to rest of Asia, which is why the Singapore region is included compared to before. And because of that, plus Risky can't travel to Korea to play on the Australian server, now he can play on the Singapore server. And so the whole issue is that he can play on Singapore, even though, should he not be allowed to play on Singapore when it's fairest server, I think? Usually I would say, I think maybe he shouldn't be able to, but then why should he not be able to play on Singapore when there's other players in the same tournament, in the same region, that can play on Singapore?
Like who?
Like the guy that lives in Blisk that lives in Singapore.
Blisk, I think alternates, right? Alternates between Singapore and Australia.
Well, okay, but that's right. Okay, but maybe he does. I don't know exactly how it goes down, but there's some other games that play on Singapore. The one thing is Risky can play everything on Singapore, right? Which is the one.
Fucked up. Yeah, that's what I'm complaining about.
Okay, but this is entirely a situation that has arisen because we're living in a world where we can't travel, and because they've expanded the region from Australia or Oz and Sea, I don't know the exact term, Oceania, to Oceania and rest of Asia.
Yes. And thus, it's a thing that we should explore and discuss. Because a region was exactly allocated, a region that doesn't exist. That is to say, a region that doesn't have any players within the C region commonly, which is Northwest Asia, was made, and then now Risky can choose because of the rules and the way they are, but that's arbitrary. We have to realize, right? Like the rules are arbitrary, and due to those rules, Risky is able to play and identify himself as the only fucking Northwest, whatever the fuck it means, to force all 3 games on Singapore. That's all Australians are complaining about. That's it.
It's not though. That's not it. They're saying that you shouldn't be allowed. Yeah. That's the initial point. But then when you start arguing about that, they're like, well, he shouldn't play at all because he doesn't live here. And then you have the whole residency versus citizenship thing, which is, they're saying he's got a UK passport, he lives in the UK, he shouldn't be allowed, but he also has a New Zealand passport. Like, it's not like he didn't make an effort to be part of the Australian scene.
I mean,
He's traveled to Australian lands.
Human element comes in. Like, does any Australian want him to represent in the region? Not really. I mean, maybe we can dismiss that on the basis of, rules are rules and they have to be fair and even regardless of what people think. But honestly, he has always identified as a UK citizen. I think,
Okay, but he always identified as UK until he started playing in these C events, and then people were like, "Hey, you don't represent a region." So then he literally tried to play Nation Wars under New Zealand. Unfortunately, it was after the date he could switch. So he planned to play for New Zealand in the next Nation Wars. He signed up to the Australian Team League thing and traveled to Australia to play in a LAN to be part of their region. Like, it's not like he's just showing up and taking their money. He's making an effort to be part of the scene.
There's an online equivalent, though, isn't there? Which is what they tried to do, and I admit that it was a massive failure, but they could try and actually do it better, which is that he doesn't play on their servers. He doesn't play on North America, Australia, Singapore, the whole conglomerate, does he? He plays on Europe.
Yeah.
So they could try and at least make him play not 100 games, which is what they used to do for Koreans back in North America.
At some point.
They could try to make him at least play 500 games, which sounds like a lot to people who don't play StarCraft professionally.
Yeah,
but to professionals, yes, that is basically saying I am a person that represents this region, right?
But even then, the deeper problem, I think I completely agree with you, by the way, Summer Grab, just so you know. Like, I completely agree with you. A person that is leeching off of a scene should at least try to contribute to it. And that's, yeah, maybe so. But I'm drunk enough that, I'll allow it. And, if anyone wants to crucify me,
I will allow myself. I'm drunk enough that I will allow my behavior.
Hey, if you want to crucify me on Reddit or on any other platform, I'm just being as raw as possible. I'm sorry,
Wait, what do you disagree with, Maynard? Sorry.
No, I said I disagree on leech being like I just think that's unfair language. That's all. But for me, like the discussion over.
You disagree with it? You disagree that Risky is playing on the weaker server because it's weaker?
Well, of course, but you're going to, like Maynard said, you're going to choose what's best for you within the rules.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not.
Here's
Risky's
the
choice.
thing is, I think that bigger companies get caught up in rules so much. There's no straight face test for anything. Because the thing is, like if you live in some of these other countries, you should be able to play somewhere if you want to. And we've seen that, right? Like, remember Seoris from Mongolia getting shuffled around? He was in Korea a little bit. They were like, Mongolia and Korea for some tournament. It was like, oh, come on. That's not right. And I think he's paired with Taiwan now. But
to me, like sorry, you finish. I don't want to interrupt.
So basically, like, you have to have rules so that people can play from anywhere and be in a region. But at the same time, there's no, like, no one's upset about Special and Scarlet and Neeb when he's out here in Australia, when he's out here playing NA, because that's where they're from, and that's right. And we know Korea's harder, so like it would be stupid. No one would come to Korea, and GSL would be worse, and these players wouldn't improve and shit if they had to play in only Korea. Whereas the thing is, you look at that and you're like, well, if they can play there, then obviously these people that have passports in other countries can play in the SCA. But it feels less legitimate because they're playing cross-world into a weaker area as opposed to, you know what I mean? It's like it feels.
Agreed. Yeah.
Right.
So the rules have to be fair a lot of the time, but we're fucking human beings and we're figuring the rules as we go. And the boundaries of the rules have to account for whatever is best. Again, I put this in perspective earlier. Whatever is best for StarCraft is what it should go. Do people in Australia want Risky to be their representative? I would argue for StarCraft, probably fucking not. Now, is Australia entitled to a region based on their skill set? I don't know. That's a different discussion, in my opinion.
I always hear this like, well, Scarlet and Special do it in this region and we allow it because they're in the harder region. It's just like, what if we made the rule to apply to everyone, including them? What if they had to stay in GSL and not play in South America? Is it actually the worst thing that could ever happen?
Yes, it's bad for the game. It's bad for the game because we want those players playing in the
Special
GSL. We don't want
and Scarlet. Like, I know how much that people want the foreigners in GSL.
Yes.
but they should have a drawback to deciding to live in Korea.
Well,
and
I think
generally
that is the drawback.
Yes.
Generally, the
Right?
drawback is that they have to play with severe ping issues
Yes.
that are unfavorable to them. But the problem is, when you extend that to Australia, apparently it is unfavorable for both of them. Right? Like that's the issue. That's the comparison we're making, and that's the issue is that Singapore is unfavorable to Australians and to Risky.
Yes.
Because of geography and everything.
It's a damaged cable. I'm so sorry, Maynard. Go ahead.
You're right, man.
Let's let Maynard speak.
The issue here is that there's like everyone is not happy.
Yes.
Everyone is not happy. No one is happy, which to me means that there is a tournament organization issue. It's not a. I actually think that who plays which server is really kind of splitting hairs when you break it down. Because I think we need to take a broader look at it, take a step back, and go, why are we in this situation to begin with? Is there something that we can find that is actually a little bit more? Again, this is very like, oh, let's solve world hunger. Like this is not easy.
Yes.
But can we find something that we take a step back from all of this? We find something that is a little bit harder to just be either regional or just be a citizen. Can we find something that's a mixture of the two? With the current new normal, obviously we were all stuck on our sides of the world. There's nothing we can do about that. But can we still find something that, spitballing here? Maybe you have to play a number of Southeast Asian tournaments. Maybe you play maybe you play some of those Southeast Asian sort of weekly tournaments or something like that as a provider of being a part of this tournament, or you have to, get a certain distance. I don't know. Look, I don't have the answer. I'm not a smart TO. If I was, I'd be richer. Right. So
not necessarily, I think, but yeah.
Maybe richer. I don't know about that.
Well, I'd be in charge of IM or something like that, or in charge of DreamHack, and I think I'd have a better pay than what I get right now on Twitch. But to me, I feel like everyone is unhappy, and I think that the interplayer drama needs to fucking stop. So people that are tweeting at Risky or Tweeble, or Razorblader and giving them shit, neither shut the fuck up.
They are not at fault. Yes,
and focus your energy. Even just going with those guys. Like I saw something where they're banned from a Discord server or something. I think we should all be together and trying to figure something out that's good for everybody.
No,
like just take it easy.
Well,
it's very hard. It's very, very hard. But we try and shelve the emotions. All right, and we try and come up with something that is a little bit more agreeable. Because at the moment, clearly, we're all very disagreeable.
Making them play on a server that at least the Australians get a chance to play on, so the NA server, which is a lot of things right now, I think would be the first step. Making them play X amount of games. I know it's hard to enforce. I know it actually didn't work in the past, but it's something that you could at least throw out there. At least it could happen. And then second of all, I think that this conversation, as you're kind of pointing out, but to like a greater extent, has gone like way off the rails, which are like people are focusing on different situations, and yet a lot of people are boiling it down to, well, just get good, motherfucking Australians. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Wrong.
That's wrong.
And that is the dumbest argument that I used to be a part of. I used to be that person in Twitch chat. I was like, fucking Koreans dominate. Koreans have the story. Koreans should be in North America. Fuck those North American kids for not being so good.
Harder, right? Yeah.
And you know what happened? They actually made a region lock, and StarCraft 2 is actually better for it. I had to admit that I was fucking wrong. And that it's great to have Serral and Reynor is great, and Showtime is great, and fucking all those people are great. I was fucking wrong. Like, people who just say fucking get good Australians, you guys are the fucking stupidest people, and I hope you get the fuck out of this chat right fucking now. Get the fuck out! Jesus Christ! Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
You're the best.
It's went up by about 15 degrees in this room all of a sudden.
All right.
Well, you and Katz Katz were talking about your shit. I was in chat just watching everyone say it. Like, Jesus
I'm the
Christ.
hype man, sister.
I'm not reading chat because I feel like chat would be super distracting for me to try and get a tirade going. You know what I mean? Like, I'm looking at chat when I'm not talking, but yeah. I do feel like there's not everyone's happy. I think we can find something that's a little bit more democratic. I really wish that people that aren't playing StarCraft 2, like there's a bunch of people that aren't playing StarCraft 2 or active in the game whatsoever that are on Twitter like fucking firing up because they're like Australians and non-Australians.
Yeah.
Like the EU players are chiming in, that sort of thing, and it's like, is it their business?
Fuck, really. Australia's fucking huge on StarCraft 2. This is not something that you can say or Pick can say, but fuck, you guys are a driver for Australian, like fucking currency in StarCraft 2, and that's great. And Australians are really fucking into it. And that should be a thing that we as a game lean fucking into because it's gonna be better for us long term.
Look, the whole, like, I remember speaking to Apollo about it, and again, I'm going to go back to initially what I said when I first started my tirade. All right, the Apollo, when we were speaking about the ESL Pro Tour before it was announced, his whole idea was grassroots growth.
Yes.
Right, grassroots growth.
It's showing. Good job, Apollo.
And there is no, in my mind, any argument that region locking hasn't been good for the game is completely squashed by the emergence of the having a world champion that's not a Korean. We've created Serral, we've created Reynor, and we created all these wonderful things from regional locking. We've got a WCS system that I think ended up being a success, even though it's finished now. It's now the EPT, which I think is also looking awesome.
Looking great.
I think and while the region is small and while the players are considered not the best players in the world for sure, it's they are a grassroots community. They need motivation to play. They have one spot. They used to have two. They have one now. And I think that making it a little bit harder to get that one spot for someone that,
let them rise.
Look, I really love Risky. He's a lovely guy, and I love Risky, and he's one of my favorite people. Like in the pro scene of other players, I spoke to him privately. I said, look, I never ever am going to say that he's doing the wrong thing. I would like the TOs to come up with something that's a little bit, something that's a little bit more democratic for everyone. That's all, because no one is happy, and when no one's happy, something's broken. We need to fix it.
Well, no one except for Risky, but Risky will even accept to that.
No, but even Risky, I'm sure even Risky is not happy.
Yeah, I mean, he's spoken to it. He said, you know what? If I'm coming at a disadvantage, playing from a different server from Europe, I'm not from the region. I'm not fucking contributing to that region.
It's not comfortable for anyone.
The system should be, more lenient towards the people that are actually representing that region. I think that's good. Yeah, Risky has done well.
It's tough. Look, I might be really ignorant here, and I might be getting I haven't opened Twitter right now, and I'm really worried about it. But I hope that people know that we're all coming from the place of trying to make everything good, like the Cats has mentioned, albeit interestingly, that the community being happy is good for the game, and stuff that's good for the game is what we're aiming for here. And we don't want even if it's a smaller community, maybe they don't have the best players in the world, maybe their collective MMR is lower than another region's collective MMR. Who gives a fuck? We want all regions to be happy. All right. So let's find something that stings less than current format.
Especially if the game is based upon what who's fucking watching it. Yeah, be worried a little bit about that. That's a problem. Like when Korea had such a head start on everyone else in the world, some people can make the argument of Koreans are better, but it's not because of culture. It's just because they had like a head start. So let's give everyone a head start. Let's give everyone a chance to show what they're capable of. And the C region is part of that, I think. And if you don't want the C region to be part of that, fucking remove it. Don't pretend like it's there and it's not there, That's all I'm saying.
I do think it is like one of the main things is what Maynard said, which is that they wanted to create grassroots scenes.
It's great.
And instead they've accidentally, through complicated things, like I'm not saying there's an easy answer, it's complicated, but they've accidentally made it so that the X number player of Europe is now dominating the one spot in a sub-region, which is not what they wanted.
Yeah.
And, they wanted to create a scene where people could feel like they could actually do something. That one person could be like, I'm just barely close enough to being that first player. Instead, it isn't that. So as Maynard has been saying, is that we're trying to, like people are unhappy and we're trying to find solutions.
Yes.
But this is not an attempt to pile on someone or say it's the worst fucking thing ever. I mean, truly, this is a little tiny piece of the fucking puzzle that is EPT, and EPT has been fucking fantastic elsewhere. This is one little piece.
Yes.
And we're very heated about it because we want to try and make it fair, and the grassroots scene wants to be uplifted like they wanted to do. That was their goal.
And
For the
that's what
foreign
they're
scene as a
doing,
whole,
right?
it's been
They're
lifted by
absorbing
region
feedback enough that we feel empowered to actually give that feedback. And that's
yes.
yeah, all props to fucking EPT and the fact that they've been going to back to grassroots from something that was a lot more corporate and it feels a lot more StarCraft. And yes, I absolutely agree with everything you've just said. EPT has been amazing. They've been the greatest, and they've been receiving feedback as they have been, and this is part of it.
Yeah, it is. And it's like I don't see the Australians making a huge stink about them losing a slots. Like they could have easily have done that, right? They had 2 slots, they went down to 1.
Yeah,
everyone's like,
with WCS we had 2 slots.
everyone's like,
EPT, we had
fair's
1.
fair. I'm like, all right then. But they want,
yeah.
what they want is they want the idea that someone it's not 1,000 MMR of a difference, it's 300 MMR difference, and you feel like you constantly have that next base, like barely step. You went from Masters 2 to Masters 1. You know you can barely get there. And instead what's happening is that they know they can't ever barely get there. They are constantly squashed for that last spot. And that is a problem. And we're trying to think of ways to fix it. And people who are just like, no. The rules are the rules. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about the rules for. The fucking rules are the rules. It's just like,
yes.
Why, okay, so I guess I never have a pylon show then. I never have a discussion about it then. All right, then. I guess no critique is valid. Okay, great.
Yeah. I think that maybe the right lens to look at this through, it's like, yeah, don't get angry at people for doing what's within the rules, I would say. It's not right to like flame people, but at the same time, this is just completely not within the spirit of what is supposed to be happening here, and everyone knows that. No one can pretend that holding a passport to a region that just got included and then playing in that region when you've lived your entire life in the other region and practiced in the same circumstances as all the players in that region is going to be within the spirit of what is trying to be accomplished. So I think that's why it's very heated. Yeah, thanks,
it's a very emotional topic, and look, we're getting heated right here, and we have not really a ton of personal stake. I mean, I do because I love the Australian scene, and it's my scene, it's my people. But it's like but even we're getting heated just talking about it. So people that are actually a part of that scene are getting so emotional, and I get it, but I just I really want to try and sort of like set up oh god, I'm completely blanking on the thing, but a funnel. There we go. So a funnel for everything, all this energy, and put it towards trying to find an answer, rather than hating each other and doing other shit. Because it really is.
You know what? I gotta say, the UK team is fucking strong. I mean, we got Apollo running the SL, Wardy running everything else. I mean, like if you want representatives for the UK team because we think it's the best thing to have in StarCraft 2. Then by all means, let's fucking go for it. But if we're branding it as Australia, like as other Australians have said, if we're going to brand it Australian, let's fucking go with that, Let's not pretend like it's Australian when it's something else.
Yeah. Also, I feel like we've been hogging the mic here. Like Wardy spoke a bit, but did you have anything to add, Wardy? Just
or he's designated to chat because we're just
Wardy's just a guy to chat on the screen if you were right now. That's on the call.
I'm totally with it. I think there's just sides to like every argument. Like I don't think it's perfect. I think this isn't even an issue if we're in like a world where, we kind of have the system that was set up originally, because the system that set up originally did play on Australian servers, right? That's what happened all last year. People could travel and be in the region they needed to be in to have the ping they needed to be and stuff. And so it's just like, this is like a weird year for everyone. And obviously some people are happy, some people kind of get screwed over by that. And like there's some situations, it's like we were talking about coin flipping earlier. Like sometimes there's a coin flip, there's a decision that has to be made, and it's gonna suck for some people and it's not gonna suck for others, or other way around.
There's no coin flip here.
Like and it's just like obviously like it's a heated topic, so it's hard to like keep it in mind sometimes. Like just that there is kind of like a bigger issue going on that's causing these issues, and that's why it's a problem in the first place and all that sort of stuff.
I agreed.
Yeah. I think you and Artosis summed up very well. I'll just add that one of the Australian community members compiled everyone's complaints that he could contact to send to Apollo, and it has been received.
Yeah,
So-
a lot of the problem is, I think, is misinformation because Australian citizens are playing under a ping that they are not expected to, because the ping between Australia and Singapore is actually unfavorable because a cable is damaged. So if the cable wasn't damaged,
Yeah.
I imagine there's a universe where the Australian ping
Yeah.
is actually always favorable
They're
against
actually-
risky, and there's no issue at all. But
They
because
used to
No,
be-
I
the
think
cable is
there's
Maybe
damaged,
less
and
of an
there's
issue.
still
DreamHack
I
no
don't think
issue.
it's just ping. I don't think
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
I think because the cable is damaged and DreamHack actually, fairly didn't fucking look into whether the cable was damaged. They invested into, like the fairest server rules, which is I think is fair for global competition, but not so much for regional. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
my opinion.
I think the server thing is like a different discussion.
Mhm.
Honestly,
Yeah,
Like, that is
The
a
server
discussion-
ping is really not the crux of what's going on here. I think it's like, I
Correct.
can understand people bringing it up and trying to use that as a point because it's like psychologically pleasing to be like, here's numbers and this is a disadvantage, and it's like I don't think that is the argument here. I don't think it's the ping, and obviously the ping can make people upset. I hate fucking bad ping. I hate playing against laggers.
Cheers to that. Cheers to that.
But
Are you
I
drinking?
think it
with
is more the spirit of the situation of what
Dan,
is trying to be accomplished. And
I
let's
wanna
not
know
forget,
whether
by the
you're
way,
drinking with me or not.
dude,
That's
it's
all.
morning and I have 4 kids, so absolutely I am not. But you would go ahead and enjoy.
Can we
Hey,
grab
man, I have a
Maynard?
dog.
Is anyone
I have a dog,
drinking with
right?
me, or am I?
I've been drinking
cheers.
whiskey this whole show. Now I can't go on a walk with him. Look how bad of a father I am. All right, but it's for the show. All right,
Cheers.
sacrifices for the show.
But the things like this have happened before, and it's like, for instance, if Risky is a better player than all the players, maybe he makes the tournament game slightly better by being there instead of the Australian player or whatever. But at the same time, I think that there's no one in Australia feeling like, oh yeah, Risky's representing us, right? So I think that's an issue. We've seen in WESG before. Stefano gets into WESG each year because he holds a passport for an African country, right? And he just gets in for free because there's so few players there.
Yeah.
And it's we brought it up on the Pylon Show before because it's kind of this funny little sideshow thing that occurs, but that's a similar type of thing where it's like, well, Stefano's French and he lives in France, and he always lives in France, so it's like, what are we really doing here?
There's a little bit of a double standard sometimes as well. So
yeah,
while it's not a black and white cut and dry thing. Like some people are like, it's so simple, just do this, just so simple, it's just do that. Everyone that says that is wrong. Everyone that says that is wrong. It's actually something that's definitely in between.
Yeah,
because it's against the spirit of this thing if you say otherwise.
It's like no one here on the Pylon Show is attacking people who use the rules as is. We're saying the rules might need to be changed, and I don't see how people get offended by that, or people get uppity about that. Like, why are we even talking about this? Because it's an interesting point of topic, and I think that the ESL Apollo wants to consider these viewpoints, and if they don't take it, then they don't take it, and that's the way it is. But it's like, you're just gonna stop the conversation? Like, all right.
No, well, we need to be able to have conversations. This is actually a problem that's going on in the world right now, that people are fucking trying to stop people from having conversations. But like, this is the most civil way to approach anything, is to just sit down and talk about it. You don't have to agree with what we're saying here, and we're not even all saying the same thing. We're all saying, who knows what the fuck Katz is saying. But we're not. We have different opinions. I think we all fall in slightly different locations on what we think on it.
Yeah, I think it's fucking amazing that we can have this conversation and for once think that someone's actually listening. As I said, people have already compiled a whole, paper on what to send to Apollo to try and like consolidate things so that the busy guy can get the facts. But like in my mind, I feel like Apollo checks in on these Pylon shows and he's like, he doesn't like, study them and note them, but he listens and he's like, okay, that's an interesting point. And then he goes on with his day, which is so different from last year. And it's already fucking amazing. And it's already part of the reason things have already changed as much as they have, including Australia getting one less spot. That's the truth of it. People have been like, Europe's a stronger region, maybe I can get to my spots. And that's what happened. That's what happened. But we still have to have a conversation about what's left over after everything is said and done. because I guarantee they're actually looking to change and to grow better. So, I mean, I fucking love it. People who hate the players, like, fucking don't, for the love of God, don't, absolutely do not. For people who hate us, I mean, I guess you're gonna hate us, but that's okay.
Okay, by me.
And we all just want to make, like, StarCraft actually have the most potential it can be, right?
Yeah, totally. All right. Any other thoughts on this topic before we jump into Patreon questions? I know Wardy has to be tired at this point. I think I see daylight coming into Wardy's room right now.
It's close. It's close.
Good morning, Wardy. How are you feeling?
Hey, good morning, Wardy.
I'm good. Honestly, I was falling asleep, but this drama like brought me back up again. I don't think right now.
It's
I've got the adrenaline of the Twitch chat argument in me now, so I'm like,
oh shit,
let's do it.
It's the good stuff right there. Get that right.
That's the best.
Yeah.
All right.
So what do you feel, Wardy? No, I mean, he didn't answer the question, right? Like, how do you feel?
Well, if anyone has any closing thoughts on because the thing is, we can't solve this drama. We all kind of said our pieces.
Yeah,
but if anyone has any final thoughts that they want to say before we go on to,
I think the only thing I want to say is I just think everyone should be a bit like chilled out about it. Like, I know it's easy to get heated, but I feel like a lot of people are fighting because they have different opinions, and then it's very easy to start shitting on each other and being dicks, and then that happens, and then it escalates, and then everyone's yelling at each other in Twitch chats. So I'm guilty of this as well. I think it would just be so much better if we could just step back and.
I'm going to go the cat's direction, and let's get on my philosophy rocket. All right, let's talk about mankind. Okay.
I mean,
way back and have a huge
Wardy's direction.
Let's talk about the survival of the fittest. Okay, does it affect everything in life? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what is it called? Oh, when like minorities get more presence in decision making.
Yeah, I'm all for the Wardy stream of thought here.
No, not
you know, if you want to remove Australia as a region, fucking remove Australia as a region. If you want to give UK the spot in the limelight, then fucking go for it. That's okay.
I'm seeing a lot in social media. Look, sorry, Cats. I'm going to interrupt you real quick. I'm going to let you finish, all right? But this is like I was going to say, taking a step back, going on a philosophy rocket and have a look at this thing. Artosis is right. Like with the world today, there's actually a lot of problems with conversation happening and everyone ignoring the conversation.
Yes.
You know what I mean? There's actually a lot of that happening right now in chat, right now. Like, I mean, immediately, to the second right now, it's happening. It's happening on social media. It's happening here. It's happening in Discord servers, wherever, where we are ignoring the conversation because we have a very much we have a bias. Everyone has a bias. Everyone has a bias, right?
Binary system.
Yes.
Thanks, Cats.
So I really wish that we just took a step back, relax, be open to the fact that our opinion may be flawed, including myself, and we just try and use our energy to find something that's more in the spirit of the EPT, which is grassroots growth. Safe to say right now, not really. That's not really happening right now. So let's try and find something together and stop adding each other and saying you're wrong, saying whatever about this or that, because that's fucking stupid. And it doesn't actually solve anything. All it does is build up a terrible relationship between you and whoever you're talking to.
All right.
That's my final thought. Whoa. you just changed mics, I think. I think you're on your webcam mic.
Yeah, it sounds like it changed. You're far away now.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
What Nathanius is calling us hypocrites.
Ooh.
And people against and people for Australians getting their own preference. Stefano is the easy one to start on.
Again.
Okay.
As far as the Australian debacle goes on, I am okay with Australians having their own region, having their own representative, if that's what we think is best over the game. If we don't think so, let's not disguise it any other way. If Australians are not fucking deserving of a spot, cool. Let's have that conversation. That's all.
God, I love you, Nate. But it's like, okay, the one thing is a dramatic hot topic and it causes us to talk about a lot of things. And then as soon as we don't talk about the other thing that also happened because it wasn't a hot topic, it's suddenly like, fucking hypocrite! And it's like, oh, hold on. Actually, we can talk about this. Hold on. Like, I actually think Stefano probably should not get his dual citizenship if we're talking about this. I actually think that Special and Scarlet should not get what they get.
Can you people in chat name what Stefano's other national, like, fucking country that he's represented in?
It's Moroccan,
Probably
isn't
not, unless anyone says it first, and then everyone trusts them.
Tunisia, that's right.
Fucking French. Tunisia don't have a fucking choice.
Right to bring it up, but you're not right to call us hypocrites because we didn't bring it up ourselves. Like,
actually, I did bring that up.
It's like,
I did bring that up.
We did bring it up, and we said that's not that great.
Yeah.
And I brought up Special and Scarlet in Korea, and I said maybe we should actually make them not play in South America and America. Maybe we shouldn't. Hold on here.
You're not representing.
We actually talked about that.
I mean, is there any fucking Tunisian who thinks Stefano is representing Tunisia over France? Mind blowing, right? I mean, when I think
Hero Marine shouldn't play as Italian.
I think fucking France.
Italian.
Yeah, we should. We actually. Good point, Special. We probably should not make an option for Hero Marine to play for Italian.
Yeah.
Italy. You guys. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely
Pili
right.
lives in America, doesn't he? Didn't he play for Kazakhstan?
Yeah, he's basically from Kazakhstan. He doesn't.
And he probably shouldn't play for that region.
Well, the thing is, you can't make a completely hard line anywhere and make everyone happy. It's just never going to happen.
There is no hard line.
You can't do it.
That's.
I feel like it's one of these. It's one of these things where it's like, I feel like you need someone for the straight face test. You need someone that really wants StarCraft to do well, and they should just make the fucking decision. And it doesn't have to be rule based. It's like. The thing is, I feel like I could make a set of decisions here if you just gave me the fucking hammer.
Mm-hmm.
I could make a set of decisions and people would look at it and be like, that's pretty good. That's pretty fucking good.
Be okay. Yeah,
but
that's okay, Artosis.
It's like, you know, it's a big company. They have to do what they have to do, I guess.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Yeah.
So it's a discussion that we're having because of that exact issue. I mean, we know the people that are at the head of this company are listening to the discussion we're having. So we should have as much a rational and as much cognitive and reasonable discussion as we should have. And from that perspective, in the Australian issue, I mean, if you want to have an Australian region, from my perspective, make the representative of that Australian region as a priority to be a representative of that fucking region, as opposed to someone that no one fucking likes.
It's semantic, but it's not actually an Australian region. Yeah. It's a
sure.
It's a bigger region.
All right.
Semantics.
I think we've said what can be said on the subject for now. Obviously, a lot of people getting a bit rustled. If people want to. If more people involved want to say yes when I invite them on the Pylon Show, they are very welcome to, and we can talk about it again sometime. Always open for that.
Is good. Conversation is good.
I want to have these conversations. I'm totally willing to change around the way I feel about anything. I am
the best.
Artosis is wrong all the fucking time, as people point out. So it's not an issue.
Cool, a
bunch of us are probably wrong right now. We don't even know it yet.
I did learn a lot about my tweet about residency. It was an honest tweet, just what's wrong with
people were angry.
requirements.
Yeah, people were angry with your tweet.
People refused to look at the tweet and the responses, and 20 of them made the same exact point. That was the only problem with my tweet.
If I may say, some people will be not okay with your ideas, but I personally think you're fucking brilliant, and anything that you add to your idea, it doesn't matter if you're a pro player or not. You're an intelligent and very involved person in the scene, and you shouldn't have any issues there.
Thank you.
So I learned a lot about the question that I made, and that the most important part about residential stuff is that basically it gets fucked up in the laws, the laws of the individual countries, and changing.
You get swept under the rug a lot.
visas.
Yes.
Yeah.
You should see how
really
much shit.
Fucked.
Yeah, just being an American that lives as a resident in Korea, I've been here 12 years. I'm in between the cracks on fucking everything. On everything. It's insane. It's every law that affects me is well, that's not how it should be, but I see that I am such a small minority, it doesn't matter.
You can't have foot on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Side with the Australians, man.
Okay. We're gonna move on to the Patreon questions. If anyone wants anything more on this subject, you better get in there and drop your question. Let's do it. Patreon questions starting now. Knocked Cop asks, would StarCraft 2 be better or worse if some units had better AI?
What?
The only thing I can imagine that would make better AI is like if they targeted things better or something like that.
They're pretty good AI right now, I would say. So like the AI is formed around what you might think the default setting for what your StarCraft unit should be doing is. I think it's pretty good on that front.
Okay. All right, knock cop. Hope that answers your question. Some drunk Canadian asks for Wardy and everyone else, but I think that means it's mostly for Wardy. Any advice on how to attract more participants for my small tournaments other than Discord, Twitter, Reddit? For everyone and Wardy, what made you smile today and why? This is a big Wardy fan here. You guys are awesome. Keep it coming. Sending much love from Lotus Land. So Wardy, how do you get more people into a small tournament other than Discord, Twitter, and Reddit?
I mean, that's a pretty good place to start, right? I actually think so. What I used to do way back when was I kind of cheated a little bit because I had a chat channel that was very popular that I made to like find practice people, and that's why I started running tournaments anyway. But basically, I had that chat channel, so whenever someone joined the chat channel, basically the week before I had a tournament, I would message everyone I saw on the chat channel, and basically whenever I finish a tournament, I'd also add everyone who played to my friend list and like message them through the week when they were online the link to the next one. And I eventually had like 8 accounts with like full friend lists, and I would like pop accounts like at least 3 times a week and just message anyone online, be like, "Hey, I saw you played last week. Come play again." So I think just kind of connecting with the people who play, make sure the people who play once play again, and tell them to tell their friends, and then you can always find new people. Like every time you make a Reddit post, I mean, there's people on our StarCraft who don't realize like $20,000 leagues are going on. So if you keep on making Reddit posts about your weekly tournament every week, you're gonna get new people every single week. So there's you just got to keep it up and try and really retain the people that do show up, because I think that's where you find a lot of the kind of the base numbers, right? And if something gets big like that, the rest of it kind of comes piling in, I guess.
Now, to go in deep about this, if I may, like, Wardy, you had
not too deep, cats. Not too deep. The show's getting long.
Not too deep. Okay. Type 1 for not too deep. Type 2 for too deep. But my point is, like a lot of time, it seemed as though as if like a lot of time before you found all of this success, and I'm sorry if it's impertinent to ask, but you were complaining a lot, and then a lot of this success, I feel like it was attributed to your hard work and to the amount of work that you put into the StarCraft scene. Could you speak to that a little bit for those of us trying to make it in?
I mean, I used to complain a lot because I worked my ass off, and I didn't struggle to live, but I felt as though what I had could be bigger or more successful, which is maybe a horrible opinion to have, but I felt like I worked like as much as I possibly could, and I felt as though it was like difficult to break the next boundary. But I really think the biggest thing is it was always like a real weird thing where no matter, say I got to a certain amount of success, I was always like, oh, I could be like that next level up. Like I never really stopped to appreciate what I succeeded in. I don't think my success or whatever lately has really been about working harder or anything. In fact, I think I worked a bit smarter, but I also actually just started looking after myself a bit more, and actually just started being happy with what I can do.
Yeah.
And that made my streams a lot better and a lot more positive. And because of that, my attitude changed. I think because my attitude changed, a lot more people actually liked me and supported me more. And
that's wonderful. That's wonderful to hear. You're so easy to support. You're such a wonderful force.
A very honest and open answer.
I love it. And you've been working so hard for so long, and I feel like you really deserve all the success that's coming to you. And I'm glad that it's you and anyone else. Yeah,
awesome.
Agreed. Now, I'm gonna bring up another personal positive Wardy thing. Is that at I mean, before I am Katowice, I was already happy to see the huge growth on the channel. And it's really like, people say, oh, Wardy puts in all these hours and he's the backbone of StarCraft 2.
Mm-hmm.
And that is true, but it's like not always about the time put in. It's like what Wardy said, it's working smarter. It's having a different energy. People respond well to good energy. You know what I mean? Like I am one of the notorious people for streaming the least out of a lot, hours streamed versus some of the others, commentators and that sort of thing. But still, my channel does okay because I feel like I bring like a positive energy and a positive sort of vibe, and it's a good place to hang out. And now, like, with your channel being a great place to hang out and also being host to all these amazing tournaments, all this hype, and all the pro gamers are happy because they're getting paid for your tournaments. Then you go to I Am Katowice and you fucking slay it at that cast. I'm just like, I remember after this is a little thing that I think I've mentioned before on the show, but I'll mention it again. When Wardy was like, oh, this is my final cast of the tournament, I'm done. I went into the green room and said, dude, you fucking killed this tournament. I meant that with 100% sincerity. I was like, this is actually way better than I expected. I know he's good, but he brought like tournament broadcast land good Wardy. Like BlizzCon
that's the thing that people don't realize about Wardy. It's like no one's ever gonna talk about this before, like or again, maybe. Wardy is a fucking physicist, okay? It doesn't get much smarter than fucking Wardy. And like he's watching and appreciating the most StarCraft out of fucking anywhere. Okay? So like if Wardy says something, I don't give a fuck who you are. Like you could be Reynor and you could be Serral. Wardy's probably right, dude.
Cats, okay, just because I chose to throw away a potential side career by pursuing arts doesn't mean I'm not smart. All right? Come on.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you're smart. Like Wardy watches more StarCraft than anyone. He's fucking brilliant.
Because he's start with you bringing up that he's a physicist.
He's creating it all. He's watching more because he's creating those.
Wardy, did you fucking study physics?
Yeah, I've got a master's in physics.
He's got a fucking master's in physics, okay? So, like, when someone's like, hey, Wardy maybe doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, like, logically, fuck you, dude.
Okay, but counterpoint, think of all those all those people in high school that, like, got good grades but were the dumbest people you've ever met. Yeah, I mean...
Dude,
is there a chance Wardy is that person?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe possible when it comes to
no idea.
When it comes to
dummy.
When it comes to region log in the Australian server, I'm like, is Wardy that person? I'm not sure. I gotta say, I'm not sure.
I feel like we've degenerated into tasteless, studied multiple subjects in college.
Yeah. I was about to say, Artosis, how are you feeling now next to Wardy?
Fucking brilliant, dude.
Damn.
How are you feeling now next to Wardy? Artosis, having not finished your courses and graduated from college.
Taylor studied multiple subjects, but he did come out 3 credits short.
Everyone in StarCraft is smarter than me.
Fucking brilliant. Oh, come on. Dan, Tasteless is fucking brilliant. Can we just get a fucking shout out to Tasteless?
Shout out to my boy Tasteless. He's fucking brilliant, as Kat says. All right, moving on to the next question. Some Drunk Canadian, thank you so much. 40 is great. We all love him.
Subscribers, look at that shit.
Damn, Ripple Cat. All right. Yeah. Sorta Conan asks, what would you think about a change where you can see your own production tab during a game? This would benefit some races more than others. What do you think in general about quality of life changes like that?
I mean, we already have kind of the production bar over our production. You know what I mean? Like there's a completion bar over production, which is different from, Brood War and that sort of thing. We have to select it. You can kind of just look at your main and see stuff reducing kind of, right? Like it's not that bad.
You shouldn't be making things any easier. Really. Seriously. Not like StarCraft 2 is super duper hard, but like I don't like these ideas. Someone sent me a screenshot on Twitter the other day where it was like he had his whole army selected and it had every fucking spell in the box. It's like, what if you could do this? And I'm like, well, death balls would be bigger and like speed would mean less, and like
an F2's wet dream.
Yeah, anytime I see shit like that, I'm like, guys, let it be. We don't need more. It's like even. I actually am upset about the stupid number over the hatchery that shows you how many drones and how many drones should be there. I think that actually took something away from the game.
What did I spend 5 years learning how to count my workers with box selects for? I didn't learn anything. It ended up
I
being
completely agree with
pointless.
that. Like, I think that Artosis has a point because Brood War is so much esoteric in the way that you have to find knowledge that isn't public. Really, it's not well defined in the fucking tooltips what fucking Dark Swarm does. It just sounds fucking broken, but you gotta try it for yourself or to know really how fucking broken Dark Swarm is in Brood War, right? Would you agree then?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so
You got to play for 20 years to truly feel in the pit of your soul what Dark Swarm is.
Yes, I completely agree. Which is why Brood War is the more accessible game, and I'm okay with that. Or rather, StarCraft 2 is the most accessible game.
I was gonna say.
Okay with that. Yeah.
It's like whoa. All right.
Yeah, I mean Brood War, you gotta. Yeah, I tried Brood War, dude. Like my Hydras were not doing the things that I was telling them to do. I promise you.
Yeah.
Hydras
You're fighting
so
the game. You're fighting the game as much as you're fighting the player. You're fighting the game as much as you're fighting the player, and some people like that, and that's cool.
I remember when I challenged Scarlet to a best of 3 back when she didn't play Brood War, because I was playing Brood War.
Yeah, she's so good right now.
You know what she did? She DT rushed me into carrier rushed me. That was her 2 game plans.
She knows how to win. Scarlet,
that she does.
TT1 is one of the better, I think, Protoss Brood War foreigners. Is that fair to say, Dan?
TT1?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's like top 3 foreign Protoss.
Yeah, he said Scarlet's Protoss, like her mechanics are S tier. And I tend to agree with that.
Literally, she's S rank on the ladder with Protoss.
She's pretty good at her TSs.
Yeah, she's all right.
On an argument about talent, she told me that she made Grandmaster in StarCraft 2 within weeks, and I was like, so you had talents. She was like, no.
Yeah, but talent is such a weird thing, right? Because it's what we define it to be as. And yeah, as far as like fucking introverted games, like I mean, if you look at the type of people that play games like StarCraft, like I don't know, something like 95% plus are like introverts, and they're like mostly thinking people, and like there's a category for which StarCraft is best suited for someone like Scarlet, and she's obviously like incredible at it.
All right. Thank you for the question, Sorte Kanan. State Zero asks, you must pick an option to Artosis Curse, preventing it from ever happening. A foreigner wins a global finals, whatever the equivalent is now, ever again. A foreigner gets past the first group stage in ASL ever. SC1 or SC2 grows its global viewership by 100% from present day. Explain. One of these can never happen.
Well, who wants to go first?
Well, the least likely to ever happen is the foreigner getting past the first group stage or even into ASL ever.
Wait, what? In Brood War, sure. That's a steep hill for sure.
Who cares?
You need the global viewership growth, though. Would never ban that.
Do you? I mean, do you need the global? Because most of the viewership for ASL, I imagine it's. I mean, aside from that which you participate in because you're an English cast.
Oh, this is for StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. This is for both games.
I mean, Scarlet will do it. It's not impossible. She's so good.
She's a quadrillion years from qualifying for ASL, just so you know. She's really good. She is really good. Yeah, it's just people don't understand how good the Korean pros are.
Yeah, but she beat Candensi what, like for 3 weeks? 3 weeks playing and she beat Candensi? I mean,
no, she's been playing much more than 3 weeks.
Well, Candensi apparently is off like a injury or hiatus.
No, she was in quarantine. It's a quarantine.
I guess I watched some Candensi like videos to like prepare for Tasteless in my own show match. So I was like, okay, Candensi is like way out of reach, and then Scarlet, destroyed Candensi. So I'm not sure.
Do you guys know that I'm playing Scarlet in a show match soon?
Oh shit!
Unfortunately, your VODs broke a little bit for that show match, so I watched the end before the beginning, and I heard rumors about this. So
that is so excited. What is your rank, Dan?
Oh, I'm just below S rank.
Just below S rank? I thought you were actually S rank already.
I've hit it before, but I'm a little bit below.
And Scarlet is what, like A? Like
she's S rank.
Oh shit!
Oh, did she make S rank? Did you watch
she's
that
actually S rank.
show that
She's so
hour and a half
fucking
Brood
good.
War match? Artosis?
Huh?
Did you watch the Scarlet versus random Zerg player
Oh, no.
hour and a half ladder? Dude,
Well, that-
Tasteless
I
got
gotta
involved
say-
like in the last 30 minutes. I got involved in the last 30 minutes.
Dan, if you get fucking destroyed by Scarlet, I gotta say, been there, done that. Message me, and it's okay. We'll go on a long walk. Okay.
Oh, I'll be all right. Don't worry. She's a good pro. I respect her.
All right.
Also, it's not a mistake that she picked Protoss. They're not gonna.
I was waiting for that.
I'm actually not even joking, guys. I'm actually not even joking.
I know you're
not-
not joking. That's why it's funny.
I'm not even salty. She's a very smart, good player. So
So, Artosis, do
Brilliant.
Protoss win all the tournaments?
No.
actually, they went on a little streak of almost doing that, but Flash fucks it up. Okay.
Ah,
Let's plan.
No,
Alright, he's truly the Maru of StarCraft.
no,
Alright, gotcha.
there's
Like,
two
he's
Terrans.
definitely- Like if Maru fucked Reynor and they had a kid and they had 3 kids, he would be the better of those 3 kids. You know, like Flash. Like so, Artosis
I
has
love
an
how everlasting
everlasting
Reynor
excuse.
is a sentence that comes out of people's mouths.
Just throwing it out.
Man.
Flash
Jesus.
skews everything, so people think the game is balanced. It's not. Okay.
That's true.
All right, moving on. Stay Zero, I'm sorry we didn't really answer it as well as you would have wished. STFU Carl asks, if there was a StarCraft
Sorry, Carl.
government made up of only StarCraft pros, streamers, and casters, who would you have in the below positions? President, Vice President, Finance Minister, Minister of
too hot.
Defense, Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Interesting.
I
Wow.
mean,
Minister of Foreign Affairs is clearly Pezza Perry from the Australian scene. No, I'm just kidding. What we
it's
need
Spear
to
Dragon,
do,
right?
Dragon, yeah.
Dragon.
We'll put Minister of Foreign
President
Affairs.
M. Canning. M. Canning for president,
Minister-
100%.
No, not
For
that.
president?
Definitely not. I mean, if you're looking for a joke, yeah. But if we're looking to answer the question seriously, I think Spear Dragon is one of the most trustworthy people in the scene. I would pick him.
There you go. Minister of Defense, Showtime. There you go. The Wall. What better Minister
Makes
of Defense
sense.
do you have
Makes
than the Wall?
sense. Who's a
Right.
good supporter, but not like takes the spotlight for vice president?
Patricia.
Wardy. Wardy's my vice
Wardy.
president. I'm president. Wardy's
Wardy.
vice president.
There you go. That's easy. That's
That's
easy.
You can
the answer.
Wardy
I
for
figured it
any
out.
position and he will feel it and he will fucking win. You know, like you can.
And Wardy, yeah, and then when I get assassinated, Wardy takes over everything.
because you're okay with it.
This is already. I've been saying this for years. I used to say it with Rifkin, and now Wardy kind of does more
Not sure about
tournaments.
that one.
Where I'm
Yeah,
like,
it was really
StarCraft
hard in there.
dies, Wardy will be running everything. So he is the vice president already. So,
Right.
I'm with that.
uh,
Wardy vice
right.
president.
there you go. Thank you for the question, STFU Carl. Foot4264 asks, if you could be anyone in StarCraft 2 for a day, Procaster, TO, Apollo, who would you be?
The B Maynard.
I'd be
Sure.
fucking zombie grub. That's what's up.
Hell
yeah.
Really?
Pretty
I
happy
do
with
some
myself.
grab as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
Just chilling some grabs one scan for one day. See what's up. Yeah, I
Oh,
like
thank
I'm
you.
definitely Maynard's biggest fan.
it.
So I'd be Maynard for
Love
sure.
it.
If I had to choose a second to zombie grub, I would choose Maynard.
I would also maybe choose Maynard, but it would be
In that
too much
case,
hype for a
in that
single
case,
cast,
I would also
feel
pick
like.
Zombie Grub as a second. If I couldn't pick Maynard, then Zombie Grub second, sure.
So, if,
Nice.
like the general consensus is, if you could be someone other than yourself, you would probably be Zombie Grub. I think it's the general consensus of this show.
I think
I
so.
mean, I'm pretty
What are
cool.
your
I mean-
thoughts? What are your thoughts?
You're
I-
pretty
I
fucking cool.
think if I had to be someone else,
Mm.
maybe Rifkin, because it'd be nice to have a day off.
What about that? Yeah, I
It'd be
would.
nice to
I
have a
would.
day off,
I
you
would
said.
think-
It'd be nice to have a
No.
week off, a couple days
Not
off.
really. If Zombie Grab, is there a reason Zombie Grab is off the table?
Just say there's a pretty good chance,
You know, and
you know?
God would be like, yeah, I mean, Rifkin, you know, has this and that to offer, and I'd be like, I think I'll stick with Zombie Grab. Yeah, for sure.
I've got a better answer here, actually.
Go.
Is there anyone in StarCraft that we know has a bunch of secrets that we want the answers to? Because we could just go do that.
Gotta
Right?
be at least one, right?
There's got to be someone that's like, we're like, we know you
mean,
know something and you won't tell us. And then
I'm
I would
not
go do
gonna.
that
I'm not.
and tell you.
I
Who
know
do
a
we
lot of
think?
secrets,
Type it in chat,
right?
type
I
it
know
in
a
chat,
lot of
type it in.
things. Okay, you
Type it in
want
chat,
dirt?
type it in chat.
You want dirt on the base trade TV era? You want dirt? on the current era?
Dirtiest. Put the dirtiest.
I
in the
mean, I
scene,
might
type it in
know a
chat.
lot of things.
Goodness. Oh my goodness! What a
I'm
spicy
loving this
question.
conversation. Can we not
What a
deviate?
spicy question.
I'm just making sounds. I'm drunk as fuck.
If I had an enemy that was like a StarCraft pro, I'd be that pro and then just break my own fingers. Like, All right, moving on. Thank you for the question. Zauber Garden asks, follow up on Knockcop's questions because I think it's a good one. I've always imagined upgrades that alter not the stats but the behavior of units, thinking of something like improved pheromonal transfer that has a Zergling split away from each other when the Widow Mines shoot. Too easy, takes away.
Too easy. Takes away. Yes.
No, you don't want.
Can we get an upgrade for Widow Mines? That means they don't hit Terran units. That would be nice.
Yeah, Widow Mines don't splash against Terran units. There you go.
Yeah.
What an upgrade.
I don't know what
upgrade would have to be like 500 and take 10 minutes to reset.
You know, if they introduced that upgrade, I'd be like, that is fucked up. I'm switching to Protoss, which I already did, so that's okay.
All right, excellent. Yeah, I think we don't like this.
And then the Widow Mine gets split against, and the whole chat's like -500, -500. It's a new negative meme. They're just like, what a useless upgrade, Zerg's just split against it anyway.
All right, Zauber Garden, thank you for the question, man. Yeah, we don't like
We're
this
already
idea.
at the question. That's kind of sad. I was wishing this episode to extend to infinity almost.
Well, you're
working
having us
hard
all on our
making
way,
sure that
guys.
happens.
But we're going to eventually allow Wardy to sleep because I'm sure he has.
I'll try to intercede as much as possible so the Wardy goes to bed at like something like 8 a.m.
We'll get him back on track with a regular sleep cycle because you go to bed at normal time tonight. Shampoo McTavish asks, with so many Koreans returning after military long breaks with considerable success, is the Korean scene in a better state than previously feared? Will we see?
I wouldn't say. I think so many Koreans is a stretch.
Yes.
DRG, you know what I mean?
Some though. There are some. Will we see
Dream and DRG for sure?
Yeah.
And very recently.
Yeah. So I think it is though in a better space than it was because we had no one basically new coming up, 0 new people, but now we have old people coming up, and then a few people that are looking interesting from the amateur scene. But yeah, I think it's helping. I feel more confident in it now with people like DRG and Dream coming back because if they don't, then it only gets worse. Right?
Yeah. I mean, having people come back is not exactly great. Like, I do think that the Korean scene is actually a ticking time bomb, to go serious from the funny questions for a second. Like, it's not great that we don't have very many.
Yeah.
No. My alcoholic glass is entirely empty.
Everything's shit and the world is black. Life is pain.
I do think that it'll be our first problem. You know, people come in and they're like, oh, StarCraft doesn't have new talents, dead game. And it's like, that's not true. But it is true for one specific region. Like, we don't have a lot of people sticking around to be full-time pro. But we have people coming back, which isn't great either. Because, you know, whether it's, you know, they come back from military, that's great, 2 years out of their lives, they don't have to worry about it again. Eventually, they have to worry about the future. And that's a little concerning, to be honest. It's I think next year or maybe the year after that, we're gonna all come to a pause and be like, oh no, what happened there? What happened to the Korean scene?
In all seriousness, I think we're very lucky that the ones that we have are still around. And it's like a lot of it we have to thank things like the Chinese Team League and Chinese teams in general, actually, for giving a lot of those top pro Koreans around. Because I think we would have seen a few more retirements a couple of years back.
I think you're probably right. Right on that.
You know what I mean? Like you want to be a salaried professional gamer. You don't just want to rely on tournament winnings. Obviously, they help, but you want to, you know, have a stable-ish like living. You know, when you're out of the career.
You okay, Cass?
It's something stuck in your throat, Cass. Are you okay, man?
I am just hyping.
Look, I like him as my cheerleader, okay? Like, it feels like a personal cheerleader for Zombie Grub.
Have you never seen that fucking hype?
Really,
all they
it's
do is like endorse.
Bad rap songs where there's like a guy kind of talking while the other guy raps. I'm like, what?
And you go, my job right now is to enjoy it. If people are saying the right things, I'll just enjoy it.
Okay. Guardi, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say, I think it's kind of scary because I feel like as a tournament organizer, I feel like there's less and less Koreans to play and stuff.
Oof.
So it feels like it's harder for me to run stuff for the Korean scene, which means that to me, like it feels like the Korean scene still is going down. I haven't seen that like boost back of like because like yeah, it's great that Dream and DRG are doing well, but Dream and DRG have also been back for like over a year playing and stuff. You know, probably more than that, right? So it's not like these guys just returned.
Turn around.
Yeah, so it's not like these guys just returned and they're doing great. And it's like these are 2 guys that returned out of however many went away at that point.
Parting as well.
So
yeah, and Bjorn's back soon, like next month, I think, or the month after. And I'm sorry to tell you, Twitch chat, he's not winning any tournaments for a while. I'm sorry.
But Bjorn's a special case, isn't he? Because he's been able to ladder while in the military.
Has he? I didn't know about that.
Yeah,
well, in that case, maybe he'll be a bit more solid.
Everyone gets like some off time and can practice some.
But he had like a certain situation where he could work from home because I remember Time talking about how he was like 6'8" or 6'9" on the ladder still. So
damn,
God damn! All right, maybe he will win everything when he comes back.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see how good he is when he comes back. But there's definitely there's been like repeated talk of him being like around playing and still good. So yeah, I think he's still 6'8".
I think that what we need to do here is shout out things like Wardy's tournaments, Alima League. That's not a thing. The people, the tournaments that actually are sort of the step between I am a Korean that wants to play StarCraft to that next level. That building blocks like that. The in between stage. Now that we don't have things like Code A being a big show or anything like that. I would fucking love it if we had like an online broadcast for Code A or something like that. So where you get to show off these players that just get pantsed by people like Trap and Maru and stuff.
Is that a branding issue then? Like, should we just allocate our resources as a game to say, Wardy's fucking tournament is where this happens? Because I personally wouldn't be opposed to that. But
the issue
that as a game?
The issue is, right, if I run a Korean tournament, I put up like a decent-ish prize pool. Yeah, it's no GSL, but it's a good enough prize pool to bring in people like Innovation and Rogue and Dark's even interested if there's not only Korean players. So if you're already bringing in those players, it doesn't really give the lower down guys unless you create a system to the tournament, which is possible, but then it's about how worthwhile that is versus how many people watch. From my point of view, obviously.
Yeah, like people won't tune in for it really.
That's why something like a Lima League is great because that really does hit that kind of not amateur level, but like that step up level where you can see people getting top 4 and getting a bit of prize money out without having to go through like absolute titans for like 6 matches or something.
Yeah, like remember in GSL recently where Prince had that upset victory and everyone's like, "Oh my god, Prince! What the fuck? He came out of nowhere." I'm like, he's been playing a Lima League for 4 years.
Yeah, exactly.
It's if you want to support the up and coming players and you want to support that upcoming region, it's such a hard task that things like Alima League and any other tournament like that is actually what you want to do.
I don't disagree, but I do think, especially for the Korean scene, there is a different perception for these tournaments. Like, I really think that Code A, like an actual Code A, not Challenger, counts as Code A for whatever reason right now. Like, I do think it would have to come back. Like, they put a lot of emphasis on the prestige.
Something prestigious that the creme de la creme can't play in yet. It's just for the B level.
Right.
I think that a big part of the problem for everyone, because people, this type of thing comes up a lot, and just being out here and being involved with both the StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 scene, there just isn't a thick set of competitors in StarCraft 2. Korean players in general prefer StarCraft 1. If you go to an ASL qualifier, place will be packed. GSL qualifier, sometimes you don't even fucking get natural to play, right? And he's like borderline Code S. People that are like, you could make it in, sometimes don't show up and play to the GSL quals. So it's like
natural's been at that level for like some fucking 8 years.
Yeah,
it's always been like natural's the guy to beat if you want to fucking have a chance of going.
Yeah, he's the gatekeeper for Code S.
I agree, but I mean, besides them, like, and their perspective and their cultural differences, like, I also feel like it is just, if some guy was trying to make it big in Brood War because he loved StarCraft Brood War, but he was like, StarCraft 2 has more money, like, could he swap over? Like, I feel like he would, but
maybe
no one's going to be able to say for sure.
Yeah,
because you don't have that system. Like,
there's no system for these players. It exists though. Like we have amateur leagues and stuff out here for Brood War, so it's like if that's something existed,
Brood War has a lot of shit,
there, right? Card is a little bit testing boundaries there. I feel like, I mean, the so much that she played for against Candensi was not for a small amount of money, right?
Yeah.
She's saying, you know what? I'm a fucking goat. I'm gonna go to Brood War and show that you.
Well, that's the other direction, right? So that's the direction that if more people go in that direction, it's going to kill StarCraft 2 in Korea. So that's what we don't want.
Oh, of course.
There recently something announced for Brood War that everyone's like, "Oh, I wish StarCraft 2 did this."
We had a school league recently,
right? Yeah, the school league,
and we had the ACS recently. There's always stuff going on out here for that.
Brood War is just bigger in Korea, and that's fine. But I do think that there's a lot of inexpensive options to boost StarCraft 2 as well. Mainly Code A being the one.
I do think there is some allocating that can happen.
Allocating, it's a new word.
Shut up.
I wonder that can happen because you get to ask everyone, but you don't really get asked yourself. Like, what's your? Do you have a solution to StarCraft 2 in Korea? Like, how do you make it more popular?
It's been around. It's not going to get more popular.
There's a solution to that. No.
The thing is, you can pump up anything artificially with money for a certain amount of time. I mean, Farming Simulator made a fucking world tour, and I'm sure more people played because of it. But like, is that going to keep them around? No, it's not.
Yeah. That's like remember how we're talking about grassroots? I heard someone refer to that as astroturfing. It's like fake grass. You're rolling it out because you can afford it. That's just
that's a part of the.
I know that
itself, right?
There is a point, like, I feel like when Legacy of the Void came out, there was a point in PC Bongs where it was okay. And when it went free to play, PC Bongs again was okay. And by okay, I mean top 25. Like Yeah, like, it's like bare minimum okay.
But you never see people playing StarCraft 2 and PC Bongs here. It's just...
Same in America, man. It's really sad.
Wait, do you see StarCraft 1 people playing it?
Yes.
Yeah. Even
it's
in America.
Mostly League of Legends and PUBG, but you do see StarCraft 1 being played in PC Bongs, yeah.
Before COVID, I went to my local PC Bong and I looked around just to see what was up, and there was like 2 people playing Brood War and no one playing StarCraft 2, and I was like, fuck. Damn it.
And then you started laddering StarCraft 2 and went, let's bump those numbers up.
Not my mom, and I don't think she would have really appreciated that. But,
so how do we all feel about the future of RTS then? Let's be honest.
That's another question. We're in the Patreon questions. We got a lot left. We're going to move on.
Sunrise?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Polly asks, what kind of cheese would you put on your hot dog? Zerg cheese, tossed cheese, Terran cheese, random cheese? And would it be StarCraft 2 or a Brood War brand?
The best cheese is StarCraft 2 Protoss cheese.
Yeah. Some spicy Protoss cheese on there. Yes. Thank you, Polly. All right. Warm Beer asks, how important is the inclusion? That's like a funny idea to me for some reason, Warm Beer. How important is the inclusion of 3... It's not funny to Wardy. He likes warm beer. He's British, man. How important is the
is different than warm? Room temperature is different than warm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
just
true.
Slightly worse.
How important is the inclusion of 3 rather than 2 distinct races to StarCraft's success as a competitive esport? Do you think some future most important competitive RTS could work with 2 races? Do you simplifying game balance and design could be worth such a trade-off? I think it's a bad idea.
I think it's a bad idea.
I mean, adding more diversity. I think 3 is the sweet spot. Like, I actually think adding more races than that is actually like too complex and too hard to create a good esport out of, whereas 2 is, I think, too little. So I actually think that 3, having like a asynchronous balance between 3 different races that have like, you got the cheaper swarmier race, you got the more expensive, less higher supply race, and then you got the race that's kind of in the middle, and that's like obviously dumbing it down super hard here, but I actually think that's that StarCraft kind of nailed that back in the late 90s.
There's a reason rock, paper, scissors is a timeless classic. I mean, who talks about... Yeah, exactly. Or rock, paper, scissors, airplane. Some reason Warcraft is the worst esport.
Wow. Yeah, so 4 races is obviously too much. You see how bad Warcraft 3 always has it. Some race is always just unable to win. And then the thing is with 2 races, I see people in the chat, fucking chat scientists over here, Artosis, you think 2 races is hard to balance. Yeah, actually... 2 races is pretty fucking hard to balance. If we don't actually have the rock, paper, scissors effect that StarCraft brings us, where there's a whole lot of different balances, we are going to be so fixated. If we only play TVP, we are going to be so fixated. We're going to know that matchup so fucking well. We're going to be so fixated on it. We're going to see exactly how imbalanced it is instead of these vague feelings that we have right now. And you need
your guy in the chat shirt.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, you.
Get the fuck out!
But no,
you're getting the fuck out.
2 races. You are going to get one that's just going to be a bit stronger, and there's not going to be any upside to playing the other race, right? There's not. The thing is, there's an upside because it's like everyone has a matchup that they don't like as much as the other ones, right? Everyone's kind of like, gosh, I like PVT a lot, but I don't like PVZ, right? That's important. If it's just 2 races, you're going to get into a Warcraft 2 type of mindset where it's like, well, orcs are just a bit better because they have one different spell. And everyone agrees that it's the best race.
Yeah, that was Warcraft 2, right? They have Bloodlust, which is objectively better. And it's like, well,
yes.
Rip.
Yep. Yeah. All right. Thank you for the question, Warm Beer. Dynakithes asks, 2 friends of mine occasionally play some StarCraft 2 maps against AI, but won't go for the team ladder. Would like to keep them interested in the game. Can you recommend fun co-op arcade maps for 3 human players? Already found the wall campaign thanks to Rage Lord DZ for the mod. So do you guys know any co-op arcade maps for 3 players?
Huh. No, I'm not.
Cats is into that one.
Co-op 3-man arcade maps? I don't know.
I still haven't played arcade.
Isn't Direct Strike 3-man?
Person like
yeah, 3v3. Yeah.
Direct Strike 3v3. There you go.
A couple of people that are watching that are really into arcade. I remember I had an Uber driver who I was like, hey, I'm gonna cast with like fucking Nathanius. Do you know Nathanius? And they were like, no. Who the fuck is Nathanius? I only play arcade. I was like, oh, why do you only play arcade? And he said, and I agree with him. He said, because PvP players are fucking douchebags. And I was like, I'm with you, brother.
That's a really good point, Cats.
Yeah, I mean,
I couldn't disagree with it.
I never thought of it that way. That's true.
I was like, you know what, brother? I have no point of argument. It's okay if you don't know who Nathanius is and who Artosis is.
Yeah.
It's you know.
Well, you didn't ask him if he knew who Artosis was. He definitely knew that.
We've been keeping track of all of of Katz's shots, but have we been keeping track of how often he's left the camera?
God.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
I had
right?
I hope that's water, friend. I hope that's water.
Let's not have the absolute vodka. I'm not sure that absolute vodka is the way.
I have tried to keep up with you, Katz, and I was just like, I admit defeat, man. Like, Chad has been trying to keep up with you.
Okay, so White Rat right now, if I had to say, like, I've drunk with White Rat to this point and with White Rat and Huck. And what White Rat does at this point is he fucking pulls a backpack and he has dry Ukrainian fish in it. I'm not sure why, but he's like, okay, guys, let's fucking eat some Ukrainian fish. And he fucking pulls Ukrainian fish out of his backpack and we all started eating it. And then he says, Cuts. If I drink 2 more like you, I'm same as you. And I feel good. And I'm like, White Rat, you know what? That's why I use your announcer.
You know what? 23-year-old zombie girl before the historic DreamHack Austin would have been right there with you. But
you know what? When one of the guys on the stream is actually got a bottle of vodka in his hand, I feel like we should wrap up the show. You know, like just get speed to that finish line. What do you think?
Let's
sprint it, after hours pylon show where
just
we finally
before
gave in
Twitch TV Artosis gets banned, Smick logs on. She's like, "What's happening at Artosis stream? Excuse me."
Whatever. Slicks would join
really?
in.
Do you guys
Slicks
think
would join
I'm
in? Actually, yeah.
No. I really don't.
No, not at all.
All right. We're gonna move it right along for Wardy's sake, at least. Kilo asks, Artosis, are you still planning on playing Halo Wars? Also, what SCF game or movie would you all want made into an RTS? Oh, sci-fi. Okay. Mine is Gears of War. I think that would be a lot of fun.
I think Starship Troopers should be made into StarCraft.
There you go. Yeah, only 2 races. We'll see how that goes. TVZ is the best matchup.
It is the best.
It is the best. Yeah, it kind of is.
Yeah. I am planning on trying out Halo Wars. It takes me about a year to get around to anything I say I'm going to do. Thank you for the question.
It would help if the game was any good.
Kara Gleber asks, do you guys all have your driving license and what kind of car do you drive? Do you prefer automatic, manual, that type of thing? And Wardy and Maynard, have you driven a car abroad before? And because your guys' country's driving the left, so is that scary?
Maynard when he was driving in America, actually.
Yeah, I drove ZG to dinner in America on a car that I rented.
Hells yeah.
Yes.
What car was it?
It was a Mustang.
It was sweet. Yeah, it like showed like a Mustang logo when you popped up the
lights came out the rearview mirror and had the pony on the ground. It was sick.
Yeah.
So
then I bought that car.
How much did you think of Showtime when you thought about Mustang?
Showtime for Mustang?
1 to 10.
I don't know. I think maybe I was thinking more of like Scarlett in that one weird Chinese commercial she was in.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
You guys all have your licenses?
Yes.
I mean, clearly, yeah. Because
okay.
Yeah.
Because I've lived here for 12 years, so 5 years after I moved here, my license ran out, so I don't have a license. So.
No, I just mean that I'm going to have one if I'm renting a car in another country. It's not because I'm like holding my knife against the guy's throat going.
Yeah. No. Okay. Okay. You got it. And what kind of cars does everyone have then? If you own a car.
So you're saying you would drive the Risky to an event? Is what you're saying, to an Australian event? I'm just wondering.
If Risky comes and visits me in Adelaide, South Australia, I would 100% road trip with him to whatever event he wants to go to.
Yeah,
I could think of way worse guys to have in my car with me for 8 hours.
I'm with you, Maynard. You're much too wonderful. You won. You did it.
I road tripped with Maynard in Australia in his car to wine country.
That's right.
I slept, but still 10 out of 10. Would recommend.
You slept on the way back because there was too much wine. But it was.
I always slept on the way there too.
I gotta say. I always feel like wife nard is like a negotiation almost. Like where I'm like, okay, am I gonna fit in, or is wife nard gonna take my? I'm not sure.
I mean, wife nard, like okay. Well, I mean, I feel like I can personally talk about this, right? I was supposedly the third wheel, but it felt like the first wheel, to be honest.
Wow.
Reynor just took care of me as well as he could. And when Wife Nard did get involved, she was the fucking most fabulous person around. She came to me on a solid 6 in terms of like amount of like makeup and clothing that she developed to, like and dedicated to. And I was like a fucking 2. And we were like, let's go out. And she was like, okay, well, I have to get up. I have to like, go get dressed. And I need to be at least like a 7. And I was like, wait, what's your 7 then? Like, what the fuck is this? If like what you're getting dressed up to is a 7.
Okay.
I went to a bar with Maynard and Wife Nard and I was a 2. And I was hanging out with a bunch of 10s and I was like, God damn it.
I gotta
but
say,
I still felt included.
Fantastic.
We
need Wife Nard and Wife Toast to hang out sometime.
That would be
amazing.
Yeah, that'd be sick. That'd be sick.
Wife Nard in the chat right now. Can we see multiple 10s in the Wife Nard right now, because she's awesome.
Apparently a 10 for her is like getting dressed up for like dancing, but
yeah, she's a dancer.
Her 5 is like a 10 plus for me.
Yeah, she's definitely a she's definitely all about the looking good on the putting on her 3 out of 10 makeup is like better than I feel like most people just go out there natural. But,
right. It doesn't work.
Alrighty. Anyway, we're moving on
the
here.
car that I drive, to answer that, the car that I drive is actually the car that I rented. I have a Mustang. There you go.
I have a Toyota Elantra.
No, we're
I have
done.
a Kia Ceed.
Like Artosis is thinking, like, we're done here with looks. But what the fuck is up with the lack of our Artosis mustache here? Because everyone wants it except for Artosis' wife. What the fuck is
true. Wife Tosis actually gets more say than you guys on the internet, it turns out.
It really doesn't seem like it. I've never seen an Artosis stash. It's been a fucking legend for a long time. It really seems as though as if your wife has the final say. I'm not sure, though.
Well, I weight her opinion more than my internet friends.
Well,
one day we'll do it.
Maybe. Who knows?
All right. Excellent. Okay. Well, we'll see. I have been thinking about doing it. Moving on to the next question. Optional player asks, summon Andre Gretor Pengcha. We need to hear this old school e-caster talk about bunker upgrades in 2020. Peace, love, and death metal. That's not a question, but thank you. We all miss Gretarp. He's great.
Now, the Artosis stash, on the other hand, is a question that has been unanswered for so long. Like, everyone wants it. Artosis fucking wants it. Like, how do I get in a debate?
I don't know if I want it.
No, I will go into a debate with your wife, and I will convince her that it is the right fucking choice to get an Artosis stash. So why is this not
okay?
If you manage to get into contact with wife Tosis, I think something's fucked up at some point. Someone's made a mistake.
I have many cats-proof barriers to get there. Ridge Raider asks, the SC Bully has made me bet 1,000 MMR with you that you can't eat a Zerg larva a day for 15 days. How do you cook? Or what kind of condiments do you add to your larva to make it edible?
It would literally be the Lion King grub when he shows Simba like how to eat a grub.
I feel like a larva is more like the size of a giant lobster, like one of those. If you think about like size of
either one is edible.
Yeah,
hot sauce, anyways.
Lobster.
Hot sauce makes everything edible.
I really think eating a Zerg larva would be easy.
Just chew it a bit, right?
Yeah,
get it done.
Yeah.
We're okay with
the more you think about it, the worse it's going to be.
Yeah. I'm glad we all agree on this.
Just down the hatch.
Worms are just worms. I mean, we fear them because they're unknown, right? But I mean, in reality, they're just protein.
Yesterday I watched a bunch of women eat like this large of black spiders as their meal, and I was like, if they can do it, I can do anything.
Yeah, like a bunch of men grow a mustache, and Artosis is out there, and I really feel like
As if you were here right now, I would make you eat spiders. All right, okay. Rudolph Holler asks, "Thank you for all the effort put into the tournament, Wardy. What is the best way to support the tournament? What's Blizzard aiming to get out of it? GSL has LG as a sponsor. They obviously want to sell laptops. I think you answered this partly on the show." Was it purely a gift? Like, what's the best way to support the tournament? Basically, I guess
it's very tough together.
Yeah,
I mean, just watch it, enjoy it. I think Blizzard just want people to have a good time.
Sub to Wardy. Sub to Wardy. That's the answer. Wardy, this was so easy for you, man. I said, come on.
Yeah, we've got to say it because it's worth subbing to fucking Wardy. Wardy has done the most for the StarCraft scene for the longest time. He's a fucking physics major. It doesn't get smarter than fucking Wardy.
Even smarter than Tasteless.
Yeah,
he's insane.
Probably. Yeah,
smarter than
Steven. Yeah, didn't Tasteless he studied philosophy or something?
Is he completely biased towards Risky because he's from the UK? Yeah, maybe a little bit, but otherwise, I mean, Wardy is the fucking king.
You the man, Wardy. But yeah, just watch the show, spread the word.
I'm a patron of the Pylon Show, so I'm allowed to do this. Wardy, considering you have that animation for the, I wondered this because I was watching a stream the other day. Considering you have that animation of like the Be Right Back stream that looks exactly like the room you're in right now, are you obligated to keep the room that way forever?
Yeah, people, you know what it is? I got this battle cruiser like a week after I got the graphics, and everyone's like, "Where's the battle cruiser?" And I'm like,
"Right." I'm one of them. I'm like, "Where is it?"
Where's the battle cruiser? Well, I actually got an image of a battle cruiser and put it on, but it turns out it destroys the entire aesthetic. So, I mean, I guess I just have to get rid of the battle cruiser.
Okay, thanks for. I'm a big fan. Thank you for answering my question this week. Anyway, continuing.
You're lucky I let that on, Maynard. You didn't type it into the chat. Okay, thanks for the question, man. Oblivious asks, do you think TY made a mistake swapping stats and DRG? What makes me wonder is stats has seemed to be getting better again recently with no swap. He doesn't meet stats until finals. In what world do you think stats beats Rogue? Which SC2 lower character would be a sentient food instead, and what food?
Okay, that's like 6 questions.
There.
Yeah, there's multiple questions in here, but do you think TY Maynard, you had an opinion? TY made a mistake swapping stats and DRG or no?
Think so. I don't think so at all because TY has been, even when I've spoken to him in person, he's always not felt confident against Zerg. I think DRG at the moment is like insane ZVT. So I think TY had a bit of a rough choice between. It's kind of like choose your death in a way. And I do agree that picking stats was probably his better chance to win. Because I actually think that his TVP is a lot better than his TVZ. He's certainly a lot more confident in it. Based off being able to beat certain players like Party and that sort of thing. And normally he is such a preparation king, but stats is From memory, I remember seeing the series. I think like TY definitely did some weird. He did a lot of.
He's in the finals
TY.
of the GSL. I'm just saying you don't need to do any memory here. Stats is fucking god.
Stats is god, but it's just like the build order choices from TY were sort of like a bit more on the aggressive side. So I think he made a few missed calls against Stats. There were definitely some maps I think that he could potentially, was very close to winning, but didn't in the end. So I actually think that was a bit of a closer series than it ended up being.
Well, we're about to see, aren't we, Maynard? Because our last matchup is in the upcoming week of the Warchest Team League.
We'll see you and me, baby, Friday. That's right.
Yeah, and I mean we can't advance.
I can.
That's okay with us. Yeah, of course you can. Yeah,
Maynard's fine.
Maynard's really
fine.
Cool.
Maynard,
you know what Maynard
ready.
did though? Maynard lost to 4 Protoss and Fear Dragon's
That
team.
is true. That is true.
After
Actually,
all the smack
Protosses.
talk.
You know what, Maynard? I lost a lot of games, but that's okay. We learned a lot. That's okay. And I guess
I'm fine with my position as beating Fear Dragon's team.
Oh hell yeah!
That is my position.
Right.
Look, Parting's been working on his forearms and his wrists this whole time, man. You think this dick twist is going to hurt any less than the previous week dick twists?
Brother, multiple big fucking twists. The last big twist that happened between me and Parting, I'm just saying, like, if we're gonna have the Muslim bragging about beating fucking Laser, the last dick twist that I had with Parting, I mean, you can ask him how it went.
I mean, that's a private story.
But I'm saying, me, the fucking caster that hasn't retired for like 5 years, had a little bit of dick twisting to do.
All right. Yeah, I love this conversation about the dick twist, but we're moving to the next question. Washburn21 asks, how much of the success of Zerg over the past several patches can be attributed to Serral and Reynor shifting the meta by showing all Zergs how to beat Terran and Protoss strats? Can an extraordinary player actually affect the balance of the game for everyone?
It really comes down to the dick twist, but I'll leave it to you. The other.
I agree with the last point made.
Yes.
I think they can change the...
An extraordinary player definitely can change the balance of the game by showing, like, look at Protoss before and after MC versus July in the finals of GSL. He changed the race completely for everybody. He made it into a very aggressive force field-based race.
Oh, can we please fucking stop for a second and just be okay? I'm not sure if it's okay, but
it's already 5 hours. But like,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, but this is a thing that needs stopping by and just lifting towards a player of a scene that was underappreciated. Castro fucking passed away just a couple of days ago. Very strong Peruvian player, and I'm sorry, I know I'm Peruvian, so I'm hijacking this, but yeah, like
I promise you that is in this week in StarCraft that I'll be talking about at the end. But that is true. A very long time top foreigner did pass away. Yes. It's very, very sad.
I didn't know.
If you want to donate to his family, there is a link. Use the Castro command in chat.
Yes.
Yeah,
because this type of people isn't in it for the money, you know. They're in it because they fucking love what they do and they love StarCraft and they passed, you know, because Peru is one of the most affected regions by the COVID fucking bullshit, and he passed, and that's a really fucking sad thing. And that's
it's a terrible thing.
It was good.
It is.
Yeah, it was
definitely
good.
Agree with that. Thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah.
Back to the question, and we'll talk more about. I'll talk more about that during this week in StarCraft. But how much would it be attributed to Serral and Reynor? I think a lot of people studied Serral, but I think he probably led the charge, especially for Europe. But I think the Koreans, they study him more nowadays. But I don't think that he affected how Rogue, Dark, Sue were playing, and they were the ones winning out here.
Completely agreed. I mean, if I have something to add to Serral's greatness in StarCraft 2, he really embraced an approach which was a very straightforward, like, this is what I do and you gotta attack into me approach. And I think that Reynor brings something to the table that is completely different, where he is a very dynamic player, a very willing to play the opponent player, which is a thing that has been much more common in Brood War. I'm sure you will be accustomed to this, Dan, where you know, the player that is actually willing to play the mental game against the other player will get an edge. And I think that's Reynor, and I think that yeah, I'm glad that that's him. Honestly,
Cool.
It's great for StarCraft 2.
Alrighty. Thank you for the question. And Lord Filling asks, Tastosis, the casting archon, a combo casting duo that tops many lists of best casters in esports. ZG Maynard, Wardy Cats, recombine Artosis and Tastosis names. Wrong answer only.
Yes. I love casting with some grab. I've never lost.
That was.
That's not the question.
That's not the question at all, Cat.
I'll take the answer though.
Oh, I'll take the answer. Yeah, like I'm just gonna be honest, right? Like Tastosis is the best caster in StarCraft 2 as far as my opinion is concerned. But like as far as like what I would choose to be concerned with as a co-caster, I think that I have a lot to learn from Sonic Grab because she is such a different approach from what I am as a person. At the same time, like Maynard is like one of the most like hype casters that I know of, and I've been trying to really hype it up on that. Just a little stupid, you said?
I mean, it's good that you're a lower elite, Maynard. It makes you a better caster.
Yeah, right.
I think so. In terms of hyping the players, yeah, I think it does. It might sound counterintuitive, but yeah, I'm really happy with a lot of what this experiments have done for the
A
game.
really sweet thing to say that has nothing to do with the question.
It doesn't, but I love it. You know, like Cats is in that like I love you guys mode. It's like the first time I ever hung out with Cats was like the year after my infamous Austin. It was like the next Austin. And I like hung out with Cats, and I was like, "Oh, this guy's really scary. Like he judges casters in like a fucking list, like 1 through 15. Oh my god, this guy's fucking terrifying."
I can see how
that was the greatest list ever made.
I just respect you, and I was like, "Oh, that's nice. Yes, okay."
All right.
Thank you.
Wrong answers only. I'm gonna go with
tasteless. There you go.
I'm gonna go with artlesses.
Less Artosis taste.
All right.
That's the worst one.
Personally,
I've
that is the wrongest answer. Thank you.
I know I'll fucking enjoy it if I sit down in a fucking room with Tastosis for a quick fucking I don't know, like undoing of what the scene is like, and like like we have very similar views. But as far as Tastosis is concerned, I mean, like it's difficult to disagree with them on anything. So. Because they
guys,
all right.
Technically Katz's answer was the wrong answer.
Why?
Wrong answers only.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Actually true. Well, yeah, no. Wow.
Yeah, let's go with it. Let's go all against Cats.
Thanks, Chad.
All right. Next question. Soft Scissors asks, no question this week. Just bad news. Unfortunately, due to COVID-19, I had to cut back. Stop Patreon, Twitch for both Artosis ThePylonShow and Wordy TV. Be back as soon as I can. But in the meantime, keep doing what you were doing. Thank you for all the entertainment. Of course, no problem, my man. Never feel like you need to do that.
Stay sub to Maynard, but everything else is fine.
Shit. I don't even know what your question is anymore. So
that's all right, Cass. I think we might need to mute you.
As Artosis kind of just like calmly like pats, Cats his head a little bit.
He's like, Artosis, can you hold my hair?
Can you hold my hair? It's been like the like the moving thing for a while now. Now I've always thought about it. I've thought like.
All right.
I mean, have you heard the infamous Austin story where? Infamously, like, Rifkin had two hair pile of hairs in his hands, trying to hold back their
hair. This is not a sex story, by the way, but go on.
Yeah, I got it. I should emphasize. Anyways, 2 people were throwing up, and he had, 2 hands, and he had 2 pieces of, I guess, piles of hair. Like, what the fuck would you call that?
He had 2 people's hair in his hands. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
There you go. Like keeping your hair up when you're throwing up is an ultimate bro move.
It is a bro move.
It's very kind of him. He's a good man.
Yeah.
All right. Next question here. Alessandro asks, no Haas, no Bly. Explain this lapse. Loving the Warchest tournament. Seriously though, Rogue or my man Stats? Yeah. So we talked about the Warchest quite a bit before. Yeah. Haas and Bly barely not getting in, but Rogue or Stats? Everybody, who do you think is going to take?
Rogue.
Stats.
Rogue. What do you think, Zombie? You guys are wrong. It is Rogue. Good work. Good work, Maynard.
All right. Clip it. Prepare it.
2 more. Yeah. 2 more. Wrapping this up, Ravi Parik asks, do you guys think we could solve all of the UKC region lock problems just by giving the UK its own region? Risky, T-Bull, and Razorblade are all from UK, so they wouldn't have to leave. The UK left the European Union, so they're technically not EU players. Problem solved. Fan Dragon. Thank you for the memes. No, that's not the way to.
I mean, if they're not part of the European region, they should have their own region.
Yeah. Well, let's just leave them where they are. They're part of the European continent. GGE Mini 19 asks, continuing with the convo about Korean and StarCraft 2 Brood War up-and-comers, how impactful would holding GSL quals on weekends be? Every qualifier is on weekdays, making it difficult for student/full-time workers to participate, even if they wanted to. It wouldn't solely revive the scene, but it would only help IMO. Yeah, that's probably it. Pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah,
obviously
it would help, right?
Probably wrong. Right, yeah, sorry, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure it would help that much. Like, we're talking...
Well, it's not about fix. It doesn't fix the problem, but it's a step in the right direction, I think.
Sure, okay, yeah. Hard to disagree.
All right. That does it. A long show. Sorry, Wardy. we're gonna start saying goodbye here. Let's guys, check out the Patreon, patreon.com/ThePylonShow. Big thanks to all of our supporters, and of course our $100 tier, Shane, Jerry Wang, VDEC, Astrofin, Manard, and Blinker. Appreciate you guys. You're great. Check out ThePylonShow.com, of course. Check out Matreon.com/ThePylonShow. Yeah, let's just get this going. Let Wardy get to bed. Wardy, what have you got going on? Where do you want people to watch, follow, check out more of you, all that stuff? Thank you for coming, by the way.
Oh, it was great. We had fun. It was a good time. Yeah, DOU Cup finals is in like 6 hours. I would say watch that because Reynor's taking on Zest. The winner plays Serral in the grand finals. It's pretty much the biggest online tournament outside of the Warchest League, so it's outside of like DreamHack and EPT stuff, obviously. So definitely watch that. It's in 6 hours. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be awesome.
Okay, cool. All right, and Cats, my nerd. Thank you for coming on the show. Where do you want people to check out more of you? Where can they see your stuff and all that?
rootcats/TV or something like that. I'm not really sure where people can check more of me out, but
we'll put your links.
One thing is for sure. I'm gonna be telling you what you guys think or rather what I think is the truth. I'm drunk as shit, quite honestly.
That's okay.
No,
I stated very
really. You're a little tired. It's okay, It's fine.
But it's been a long night.
But I'm okay with that because I'm very solid on all of my positions. I think that really the Australian server has something to complain about if they are up against the UK oligarchy of risk coming up in the scene. I'm gonna fucking put my word out there because that's what I think is a fair chance for the UK scene. And I understand that all of the Europeans are like these are Europeans that I play Dota with, that I empathize with, that are very fucking intelligent people. That will be what? Probe is not up there when it comes to Europe server, but I mean, this is the same system that has been made the Europe server into a consistent and competitive server when compared to the Korean scene, like in Reynor and Serral growing up. So is your Australian now down there right now?
Okay.
I think they're pretty shit, but can they get there? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, Cats. All right, that's where you guys can check out more of Cats. Thank you for coming, my buddy. Zombie Grub, where can people check out more of you, follow you, and all that?
You can follow me at Twitter, ZG Gaming, on YouTube and Twitch, Zombie Grub. You can also follow my very interesting discussion about the Australian region versus the European region, right here on the Pylon Show. That's where you guys can find me. I stream almost every day. My Warchest team league ends on Friday, but we'll try and beat Roddy's team. And I got some fun things on YouTube. I got some drunk StarCraft 2 history. Apparently Cats would be a great part of. Coming out on my YouTube soon. And my podcast with Artosis came out a couple days ago. So A lot is a week ago at this point, actually. So check that out too.
Check it out, everybody. Thank you again. And Maynard, last but not least, where can people check out more of you?
Twitch TV Maynard, twitter.com, Maynard SC2.
I love you, Maynard. You're so good.
All right. Guys, that does it for the Pylon Show. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. I'll come back with the This Week in StarCraft. But thank you all for coming on. It was a long show. It was a great show. Some great discussions. So thank you all. And we'll see you guys later. We'll be right back with This Week in StarCraft. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Big thanks again to everyone for coming on today. Katz, Wardy, Maynard, and Zombie Grub. That was a super fun show. A very long show today as well. Sorry about that, Wardy. Hope you're getting some sleep before your cast in 6 hours. But anyways, when we have someone from Europe on, we always move This Week in StarCraft to the end of the show now. It's just kind of something, This Week in StarCraft oftentimes takes 45 minutes, maybe an hour, if there's some good discussion with it. And don't want to make the Europeans stay up that late. It's already ridiculous how late it is for them. So here we are. We're going to run through it real quick. Of course, the show notes made by the wonderful Alessandro can be found anywhere that you are looking at the Pylon Show. There's always links for it. You can find out more about everything. Definitely check it out. It has links to all of the guests and things like that as well if you want to support them. Okay, let's jump down to page number 3. Upcoming events that we're going to be talking about in here: the ESL Cups, GSL, Warchest Team League, and the Alpha X Junior Championships. Moving down to page 4, we have the list of ESL Open Cups coming up. It kind of shows people don't sign up that far ahead of time, but it shows some of the rankings and things. These are tournaments that you can absolutely join into and play, so check those out. ESL Cup Korea, we had Sue win number 31 over Parting, SOS win number 30 over Time, Stats on 29 over Ragnarok, and Dark over Stats on 28. On ESL Cup EU, Hero Marine and Showtime winning the last 4. And in fact, Hero Marine over Showtime in the very last one. So these guys just killing it over there. That's so funny. Hero Marine has won so many ESL Open Cups now. It's madness. All right, ESL Cup NA, we had Neeb and Estrella both taking down the last couple, so some North Americans winning, finally getting their names up there. Parting winning the 2 before that. Congratulations. We also have GSL. If you have been living under a rock, we are going into the finals in just a couple days here with Rogue against Stats. Should be an excellent one. Definitely do check that out. It's been a very kind of one-sided round of 8 and much of the round of 4 as well. So we are hoping for a nice, close, dramatic finals, because that happens actually a lot when we have one-sided matches before. And moving forward, the Warchest Team League, what we talked about a lot on the show today. Of course, you can check this out over on Wardy's stream. Right now, we have Roddy's team actually in first place with that 4-1 map score. And yeah, I mean, we talked about it a lot already, but the last play day is going to be on Friday for the group stage, and they are going to have the playoffs occur on Sunday. So do check this out. It's been just a blast, a load of fun. Everyone's loving this team league so far. Alpha X Junior Championships Season 9. We have Group A led by Aragfire and Baby Marine. Congrats to them. Moving on, you can see some of the ages here. Of course, this is for players 15 years old and under that can't yet compete in the ASL circuit. Very cool stuff seeing the up-and-coming, the new generation. A bunch of people way better than me at StarCraft that weren't alive when the game came out. Moving on, this week in StarCraft, DreamHack Masters 2020. Serral over Trap 4-2. Yeah, that's right. I guess we didn't really talk about that yet, did we? Should have had that as a subject today, really. But Serral, once again, kind of running in there and showing his dominance. Feels like old times once again. So congrats there to Serral. Another big championship for him. ESL Open Cups AU. It looks like number 20, Pez defeated Azure 3-0. Demi won the one before that. Probe the one before that. And Demi the one before that. Congratulations to all. We had the OSC King of the Hill Weekly. Poppy and Bly each won a crown, while Max Back, Skills, and Cham all had good runs. This week, though, Star Killer took it home. Our pizza master himself. Congratulations. You can check that out on Creighton Olsen's stream on Wednesdays. So have the Master Swan Open by Ugly Ducklings. Aries took down Nameless 3-2 in the finals. The Grand Platypus Open by the same Ugly Ducklings. We had Miomeka over Go-Go Joey in that finals. Looks like 3-2, with Oreo getting third place. Congrats. We have Sentimiento Latino. Darkness 3-2 over Jim Rising in the finals. Oh, nice there. And number 91 is going to be taking place on August 14th, so just in the next couple days. La Spira 2v2 tournament 10-year anniversary. Roro and Doga took down Maria and Durkee. Congrats to them. I'm not sure that this had... Oh, English stream actually was on Cranky Ducklings. Then, of course, the original Spanish stream, Horus TD and Demon Swap. Montes de StarCraft 2, the StarCraft Lovers Anniversary Tournament. Kelliger 4-0 over Eric in the finals. Pretty powerful showing there. Eric's been doing well lately, but Kelliger still the king of Brazil, I guess. Congrats to him. That was on Cosmos SC2 on Twitch. We also have Copa Hyperion Ryu 3-0 over Jim Rising in the finals there. Congrats to him. Jim Rising second place in a couple tournaments already. Of Liga Cubana de StarCraft 2 with Pocholo 3-0 over Heavy Metal in the finals. Vice and Boundless in the top 4. We have Torneo 13. Oh, I need a refresh then. Hold on. Oh, 14. Okay. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Page 14. All right. Jumping back real quick. Stats over Creator 4-1. And that was the July edition we had. And that was the kind of special 200th Olima League. Congrats to them. Definitely check out their Patreon. Patreon.com/Olimoly. It's the best replay pack you can get, guys. Like every week. It's amazing. Delivered right to your mailbox. And then we had Time when number 199. That's huge. That's awesome for Time. Stats 198 and Stats 197. So Stats crushing in Olima League lately. Damn. Crazy stuff. All right. Jumping back down. Where were we? Hold on one second. Okay. So we're on number 23, Torneo El Prisma. Eggs 3-0 over Zions. Congrats to him. Cranky Ducklings involved in that once again. Tornado Rebirth of StarCraft 2. This is sponsored by the Rebirth Esports. Oh, okay. And it's this weekend, 40,000 Chilean pesos, which is about 50 USD. Chilean players only. Check it out if you are Chilean. So Battle of the Americas. Cham over Nina in the finals. I feel like this is very oftentimes the two players in the finals of Battle of the Americas. But congrats to Cham for picking up that tournament. We also have 2020 NA Apprentice Cup. Future 3-0 over Riser in the finals right there. And Pili Pili won number 14 over Prototype 3-0. Also have 2020 NA Apprentice Season 3. Future 4-2 over Vindicta in that finals. And yeah, check that out as well. Not sure the channel, sorry. 2020 NA Contender Season 4. The group stages have ended from Sugar and Cranky Ducklings. And you can see some of the players have gotten in. Siegfried, Last Prize, Hui, and Wander in the top seeds right now after winning their groups. We have the Sugar 2vs2 Cup. Infinity and Dinma ended up winning over Practice X and Akminro. Congratulations to them. And it looks like, yeah, that was the most recent one, but the one right before that, Knight and Larry defeated Practice X and Ghostly Swarm. So Practice X going through his partners there, trying to find one to win with. We also have the Ladder Heroes. Cham ended up taking it for NA in first place. And Showtime in second place there. All right. Nice. That's a lot of MMR there. 7,100 or yeah, 76. Thank you to Fear Dragon for that. You can check that out on his webpage. Alpha X Junior Championship Season 8. We had Ghosty over Eric Fire 4-1 in the finals there. So congrats to Ghosty. We have the NetEase Esports X Tournaments 2020 Summer. Casts. I don't know if they... Oh, okay. It looks like Yogo is casting, so maybe it's in French. But Group A, we had Solar and Zest. Group B, Rogue and Parting. Group C, Su and Cure. And Group D, Time and Jishi. Completely Chinese group. Kind of interesting how they did that. We have the Aodai Weekly. And Justice Simon took this one down over Chappie 3-0. And that was his first final. So congrats to Chappie for making it in. And Justice Simon, of course, he is taking down this tournament multiple times. So cheers to him winning another one. Legacy Weekly Japan. We had Vice Ravana 1, 2-1 over Nauticon. Congrats. Previously, we had Cyark win over Winter in the finals of number 228. If you are in Japan, check out the tournament. Alpha X Series Special 7. Max Pax leads Group A over Estrella and Vindicta. Wow, that's pretty big, actually. And look at that, Euthermal and Namshar bringing up the rear in that group. We have Group B coming up, and it looks like that'll probably be today. Bly, Clem, Denver, Gerald, and Soul playing in that one. Check that out. That'll be on Alpha X's channel, of course. All right, Exxon Cup Open. It looks like number 6, Sai, won 3-2 over Nina. Nina picking up another second place this week. And Sai won the previous cup as well. 4-0 over Chance. Wow. Who's the Sai guy? That's actually pretty sick. Nina and Chance are really strong Protoss players. So congrats to Sai for a couple big victories. All right, the Shirshadi Open. We had Vindicta take it down. Nina in second place. 3 second place tournaments this week. Craziness. And it looks like the week before, parting over Sai. Who is this Sai guy? That's crazy. All right, well, check it out over on twitch.tv/Shirshadi. The SCV Rush Open. Max Pax took it down over Keej in the finals. Congrats to him. Check that out on SCV Rush 1 on Twitch. Sai is actually just Sai. Someone says he is Korean. Is he really a Korean, someone says? I don't know. You guys in the chat don't know what the hell you're talking about. All right, moving forward. Platinum Heroes, Season 6. If you are in Platinum League, and honestly, I already know that the next slide is going to say about Diamond Heroes. So let's switch to that as well. If you are in Platinum or Diamond, check this out, guys. There is, they make some good YouTube content. They make some good casts. I know Creighton is involved with them quite a bit oftentimes. But look, most players that are active are in Platinum and Diamond. So this is a great community for you to join and play some tournaments with people of your own level. And trust me, if you're playing against people your own level, you're going to love playing some StarCraft tournaments. And it's so much fun. All right, moving on. CSO Challenger number 2. We have Miss Kavira defeating Yezrosi. Thank you for the pronunciation guide. 2-0 in the finals. This is open to players anywhere from 3,300 MMR up. Moving down, we have CSO Cup number 1. And that was Trifax defeated for Jummy. 2-1 in the finals there. So check those out. So I have Magikarp Masters Cup number 7. Puzzle ended up taking first place. Iron Lungs in second. A small prize pool, but anywhere from bronze to 4,900 MMR. So a more inclusive tournament. Pro gamers aren't going to smash you down in that one. So I have the Doyu Cup 2020, where I believe actually this is the thing we were talking about with Wardy, and he'll be casting that very shortly now. Hopefully he gets a nap in. And it's Reynor versus Serral in the finals. And other than that, we have Stats versus Trap and Zest versus Innovation down in the losers bracket. So very exciting set of players left over. Definitely check out Wardy's stream tonight. The NA Team League Rumble 3. Wow, there's a lot of tournaments this week. Holy crap. Alpha X leads the group standings, still just ahead of Team Exxon and Archangel Gaming. Week 3 is underway. Check it out. Singapore StarCraft 2 online number 4. We have Lou Rusher 2-0 over Dark Impure there in the finals, and he's awaiting the winner of the loser bracket. The winner of Dark Impure versus Space Marine in ZVZ will be who fights against him. Of course, this is run by Red Gunner Guy, longtime supporter of ThePylonShow, big community member from down there. So definitely check it out. There's some links to the stream in there, especially if you're from that Singapore region. So you think you can beat a pro number 2 special, beat all 10 challengers and won a cool $100 in last week. So you think you can beat a pro. Next one will be featuring GSL Coda S level Korean pro. And this is kind of a fun thing Rifkin puts on where he lets people try to beat a pro gamer and you just kind of see how well you do. You'll be joined by a special guest caster on LinkedIn or on why would you be joined on LinkedIn? We'll be joined by special guest caster Lincoln. Okay. Oh, this is actually a different one. This is from Some Drunk Canadian. I thought this was the one that Rifkin was doing. Sorry about that. Some Drunk Canadian. LOL. Some Drunk Canadian. Sorry, man. I just assumed when it was like, so you can, because I saw him doing something similar as well. Anyways, this is Some Drunk Canadians one. You'll be casting with Lincoln. Start the show over. Get my guests back. Where's Cats? Wake him up. we gotta restart this. Check it out. Twitch.tv/Some Drunk Canadian. First 10 people to sign up, check in, and be available at tournament start time will be eligible. This is a fun, cool type of thing to do, to just do your best, see how well you can do. Can you take down a pro gamer? It's going to be a Korean, so best of luck to you. It's probably not going to happen. All right. Next up, also from Rifkin. No, just joking. From Some Drunk Canadian. Winner, I'll buy you effing dinner. This is a tournament where you can get $30 delivery of food. And yeah, check it out. Once again, twitch.tv/Some Drunk Canadian. Also, Pizza Pie Bi-Weekly Season 4. It'll be back for Season 4 on August 9th. We don't have news on who won that as of yet. I'm sure we will next week. All right. ESL Pro Tour Season 1 evaluation and Season 2 changes. Yeah, there was a little bit of an announcement on this that was put out there. You can go ahead and click and read through it. We didn't quite get to that on the show today. Maybe that's something I should have included as well. But yeah, check it out. They're always very open to ideas and stuff at ESL, so that's really cool to see. All right, Let Us Spear a Podcast. Season 2, Episode 1 is now available. This episode, Demon Swap, Horus, and Jim Rising talk about the 10 years of StarCraft 2, the Warchest Team League, and the GSL. Check it out. It's basically like ThePylonShow, but for Spanish speakers. El Prisma Podcast. All right. New episodes stream live every Wednesday over at Dastan's Twitch channel. So it's a Spanish-speaking Latin American podcast. And it has 3 of the best Protosses in Latin America, Dastan, Darkness, and Paco Mike. Isn't it funny that players of the same race become friends with each other more often than players of different races? I just want to throw that out there. But yeah, that's check it out. Another podcast if you are a Spanish speaker. That's great. All right, The Pondcast, Episode 9. The Latin American episode. So now the Pondcast is here from Cranky Ducklings. This time, Light and Yoda Slim discuss the many talents of Latin American scene. Excellent. Another podcast. Check it out. Cranky Ducklings putting a lot of cool stuff out there. The Tasteless Podcast. You guys know this. Tasteless's podcast that he has. You can find it everywhere that you find a podcast. The most recent episode had Special on it. And, I mean, you guys all know Special, of course. He's been on the ThePylonShow multiple times. Great pro gamer. Give it a listen. Also have simple StarCraft 2 bot template to get started. Pro bots over at ES Champ. So maybe you've seen it and been like, whoa, I want to try this. Well, guess what? They have a bot template for you to check out. So you do not have to be a perfect expert at this type of thing to make one. Check it out over at ES Champ. Well, check out their website, their Twitter and stuff. You'll be able to find it, but we have the link here as well for you within the show notes. Very cool. All right, Singapore StarCraft League. Calling all Singaporean PRs, the SSL has now opened placement tournaments for registration. Very cool. Details of opening placement tournaments. Yeah, check this out. If you're bronze, don't be afraid. This league, not just a single tournament. There are prizes for low leagues as well, so there's something for everyone. Very, very cool stuff. Good to see some more grassroots community stuff out of Singapore. Check that out if you are in Singapore. All right, Alpha Star takes on ecology and evolutionary biology. The system program to play a popular online strategy game, StarCraft 2, may be able to help scientists answer some pressing questions in the field of ecology and evolutionary biology. Very cool. We have a link here to the article if you're interested and want to read more. Moving on, ranked episode 1 from ES Champ. A sit-down session with a pro Zerg coach, Matisse, as he coaches a player out of Diamond in our new show, Ranked. Oh, that's very cool. This type of thing, I think, if you are also, let's say, about a Diamond Zerg player level, and in fact, you don't necessarily have to be Zerg because they'll be playing against your race too, so you're going to learn a lot that way. This could be really helpful for you to sit down and watch someone coach someone else, because you're not going to be as involved as the player who's being coached. Something like this, basically what I'm trying to say is this is really helpful to watch someone really good teach someone else that's a similar level to you. Definitely something you would want to check out. Yeah, there's probably a lot of things that you missed that you'll see here. So check that out, eschamp.com. All right, Foul Play NA. Foul Play NA is an online show match series starting August 11th for North American players, organized by Rogues Gallery. Format is 1 vs. 1, best of 5. And it's a show match. This is a StarCraft 1 thing. Gypsy versus Striker. That's really cool. Gypsy is one of the most talented Terran players in the foreigner scene. Very, very strong. High A, low S. And he's playing against Striker, who is a high A, low S Zerg. One of the up-and-coming strong players in the NA Brood War scene with Zerg. So I'm sure they'll have quite a nice match, actually. Played against those guys a lot. They're good. Check it out. We also have The Archives. It's a live stream / podcast that discusses cognitive science and sports psychology as it relates to StarCraft. Turncraft X, The Archives Book Club collaboration. Aerith and Androseth will be joined by guest Max Yu of Terrancraft. First, we've had Aerith and Max Yu from Terrancraft on the show before. Really smart guys. This looks actually like something right up my alley, actually. Discuss the books Super Forecasting and Thinking in Bets. Oh, Thinking in Bets. That's great. Wow. That's very cool. And broadcasting on was on Aerith's Twitch, twitch.tv/Aerith. Check it out. That's really cool. I'm gonna have to check that one out. All right. A new Israeli tank features Xbox controllers, AI honed by StarCraft 2. Well, that's interesting. The screen features up-to-date intelligence information, an Xbox controller, a map, a tally of ammo stores, and a list of available weapons. The urban combat-focused vehicle is artificial intelligence that was trained mostly using the game StarCraft 2, using thousands of scenarios. Wow. I want to make some sort of joke about trying to play StarCraft on an Xbox controller, because I did stream myself trying to play StarCraft 64. It is impossibly hard. But that's interesting. Huh. We have a link to the article here if you want to check out more. All right, this week in Brood War. The Brood War G's Weekly. We had Perfume end up beating JH3691 or 97. I don't know who JH is, but that is most likely a Korean. They normally make IDs like that. Congrats to Perfume for the win. Very Korean heavy, it looks like, in this one. And of course, you can check out the stuff. Rustbrain does a ton for the StarCraft scene within there, so you can check that out over at his stuff. TDR Academia 4. Going to week 3, Team Yugo X leads along with Team Happy. TDR Academia 4 is a project that consists of a special league so that novice players can learn and improve directly from the best StarCraft players. Cool. Check it out. We also have Africa TV Team League Season 1. And at the end of the day, Flash could not win the Team League by himself. The Chariro Buffaloes ended up winning. Congratulations to them. Unfortunately, they couldn't get to that ace match for Flash to go ahead and win an entire Team League by himself. Not quite. You notice the 2 matches with Flash in it have victories. Isn't that funny? That guy's so good. What the hell? All right. TDR North American Star League 3. That's Titanis Del Ring. And it looks like Dragon played against Crossy in the finals, or Cross. Two top players, both. Well, Crossy's a Korean that's in Canada for school, but takes part with all the tournaments out in that scene. Wow, very Canadian heavy. Look at that. The round of 4 has Gypsy and TT1 as well. My American brethren all falling in that round of 8. But congrats there to Crossy for his victory there. 4-3 over Dragon. Some really strong players. Check it out. We also have TDR Nastier. This is where they're doing like practice matches with each other or placement matches or something. Dragon leads 9-1. Look at that. Eon Zerg in second place, 7-3. Gypsy 6-4. Terror 6-4, etc., etc. Very cool to see. Casted by Seriosity, big time community member in there. So yeah, another Brood War thing for the NA scene you can check out. We also have TDR Nation Wars 2. They'll begin on August 16th. You need 5 players in a team minimum. And look at that, $1,200 in donations. That's awesome. Titanis Del Ring putting up a lot of content right now with Brood War. Very cool to see. All right, we also had the ACS. It was all done online except for the final match this time. And this is the Challengers Star League. This is for players that haven't been in GSL or ASL. And I think it's technically ASL round of 16. You can't have been in either way. The winners of the online qualifiers were Yabsab, Scan, Yoon, and Mighty. I know of every single one of those players. They are all incredibly strong, like pro gamer level. Like they'll probably be in ASL really soon. And in the round of 4 match, Scan defeated Yabsab. Yoon defeated Mighty. Went to the finals. Went to the third map. Yoon ended up taking out Scan. I don't think there are any really big surprises here. These guys are all complete badasses. And so Yoon wins the lion's share of the prize, and he also gets a spot in the finals of a qualifier going forward for ASL. So congrats to him, and close call there by Scan. Congrats to my buddy Scan, too, for having a good tournament and winning some good cash prize money there. Right, Costa Rica StarCraft League 2. GK Toss defeats Clockwise in the finals 3-1. And that was organized by Zakrom. So thank you for doing that, Zakrom. Cool to see that many players. That's really awesome. I love it. The South American scene in StarCraft 1 is really, really strong. All right. For the guys in the chat. Well, this is actually a StarCraft 2 stream, but we have it down here since I guess my stream does a little bit more Brood War. Organized by none other than the king of the chat. I see him in the chat right now, Rails. He's the command king of the chat. Yeah, Rails has been totally awesome for my stream and has suggested that a tournament goes on. So these are players that we have signed up. I'm not sure if they're still letting in more signups, but the tournament isn't until not this coming Monday, but the Monday after that, I believe, is the day that we're doing it. But a lot of really great players already signed up. You see 5, Cham, Disc. I mean, look at it. Jim Rising's there, Max Pack, Special, Gerald. All these players are really good. I know every name that I see here. So yeah, definitely check that out. I'll be casting. There will also be a B stream on Revolt SC2 on Twitch. It's awesome. There's really quite a big prize pool as well, funded by Rails. So thank you, Rails, once again. Definitely check that out. I'll be advertising that a lot in the coming days. All right. Flash plays random exhibition. So yeah, this was on the Esports Night _EN on Twitch. That was the Twitch channel. If you type in 10, because it's abbreviated 10 TEN with periods, 10 StarCraft, you'll find their YouTube channel and you'll be able to check out these VODs. So Flash's first coming out in a tournament format was as random was here, and he played against Best and then Zero and then Bisu. He ended up beating Bisu, but losing to the other 2 players. It wasn't actually the best tournament that you're going to see. It was kind of fun while it was happening. Flash technically went 4-4 in maps. He spawned his Terran a bunch of times. There's a lot of randomness that gets involved with going random. Surprise, surprise. So it was kind of weird. It was like one of the games, Best did an anti-Protoss build and scouted Flash right away and then killed him. And it was like, oh, okay. because Flash spawned as Protoss, right? So all sorts of interesting and different things. The first outing is Flash. I think probably people were a little bit underwhelmed because they're used to seeing Flash just win everything. Which, well, when he got Terran, certainly you still saw that. But anyways, yeah, check it out. Check it out. All right, we also have the Star School Tournament. This is a tournament for people still in school in Korea. I mentioned it just very briefly on the Pylon Show today. Anyone over the age of 12 can participate. Well, it says that, and that's what they announced, but I was talking to Scan, and he said that you actually have to be below a certain age too, even though the announcement post didn't say that. So, like, I think basically you have to be in school to play in this. Anyways, it's an up-and-coming thing for newer players, grow the Brood War scene more out here in Korea. And I'm sure whoever wins there is going to be a badass, so check it out. Rookie Star League. Are you an SC2 player that's looking to get into StarCraft Remastered but can't find a community? Want to play against similarly skilled opponents, but ladder is laggy? Come join us in the Rookie Star League, a tournament designed specifically with new players with an MMR cap. We're already at 42 players, hoping for more. Play begins August 22nd. We have the links here to Discord and Challenge if you are interested. Brood War is a great game. If you like StarCraft 2, you'll like Brood War 2. I promise. It's like, you can't not like both games. They're the best two games ever fucking made. All right. All-Star Co-op PvP mod tournament. If Abathur invaded the Dominion, could Terran ingenuity hold? Could Carrick's resist Mirahan and Matt Horner's combined forces? Let's find out. This StarCraft 2 1v1 tournament using the All-Star Co-op PvP mod. August 29th. Okay. That is weird. I don't know what that is going to look like. I don't know what the co-op PnP mod is, but I think I have a very good idea. I think probably it's a mod where you basically play as co-op against another co-op instead of co-op. Cool. We'll see how that turns out when it's all done. All right. Introducing Brood War Legends game series. Introducing a new series of Brood War commentary videos featuring some of the best games from the glory days of Brood War Esports in Korea. Is the glory days of International Brood War Esports happening right now? My stream. Well spelled, Moletrap. Twitch.tv/Moletrap. Afrika Star League, Bombastic Star League. Yeah, okay, so Moletrap is back in a commentary. That's really cool to see. He is actually one of the originals. Some people might just remember him from his League of Legends casting, or maybe his casting in the early days of GSL. He was out here casting some GSL with us. But he was actually a YouTube commentator way back at the very beginning doing Brood War. Always been a big Brood War fan, a big Brood War guy in the scene too. So cool to see him out there putting out more content. So check him out. All right, StarCraft Wiki Lore Discord's 10th anniversary community contest coming up on July 27th. Well, that's already passed, but yeah, it looks like we had a lore quiz that you can check out in here, guys. And that is it. That's this week in StarCraft. Yeah, that about does it. Thank you all so much for your support, for following my channel, for subbing. Rails, I saw you in the chat. Thank you so much, man. Also saw Ripple Carry in there, and a ton of gifted subs today, guys. Appreciate you. A big shout out to our entire Pylon Show staff. I mean, we talked about them quite a bit last show on episode number 100. We definitely do not do this alone here at the Pylon Show, especially not me. You guys have seen when I try to make shit work. So yeah, big thanks to everyone. Pylon Show, of course, will be back next week. Again, a big thanks to the guests that came on today as well. I do want to point this out. Yeah, they come out and do a great job for us. Really appreciate it. Yeah, that's it. All right. Thanks for watching, guys. Long episode today. We'll see you next week. I'll have my regular stream tomorrow. See you then.
Shout out to the Pylon Show, the greatest show on the internet.